I don't know how many continents are joining us today, but I imagine at least 3 different continents are joining us today. So thank you so much from all of your time zones. My name is Professor Cathy Thomas. I am an assistant professor in English. I teach English and creative writing here at the University of California at Santa Barbara. Before we begin the program, I'd like to acknowledge that we are conducting research, thinking, collaborating on the unceded territory of the Chumash people. I want to take this moment to actually, let me thank our sponsors before we begin as well. This program is part of a research grant from the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council. But today's event is the second of our Women in Carnival programs. The first program we had was in March in Trinidad. And today's event at UC Santa Barbara could not have been possible without the generous support of very many research groups and collaborators here on campus. I'd like to thank the American Cultures and Global Context Center, the Center for Black Studies Research, the Global Latinidades Project, Hemispheric South's Research Initiative, IHC, Slavery, Captivity, and the Meaning of Freedom Research Focus Group, Las Maestras Center, Leeds Beckett University, UCSB's Department of Black Studies, UCSB Department of English, and again, the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council. I'd like to introduce my collaborators. And actually, in fact, the PI of our research project started from Emily. Yeah. Thank you, Cathy. Yes. Thank you, Cathy.
Hi, everyone. It's really exciting to have you here. So welcome to those of you who are here in person and also those of you across the globe who are tuning in to be with us online. And also those of you who will be watching this as a recorded session as well. So it's amazing to see all of this come to fruition. Cathy and I started cooking up our ideas for the Women in Carnival network several years ago, and now we are finally here. So welcome to Mass Intersections, exploring diasporic carnival and festival cultures. I'll tell you a little bit more about the vision that we had behind this research and this network later on, but let me introduce myself first. So my name is Emily Zobel Marshall. I'm a reader in post-colonial literature at Leeds Beckett University, and I specialize in Caribbean literature and also Caribbean folklore, in particular the trickster tales of Anansi, and my second book was about Brer Rabbit, so looking at the trajectory of the trickster stories from West Africa to their role in the Americas, and it's really through the trickster and through playing mass that I've come to become fascinated by carnival and carnival cultures. And what we're really interested in today is how women are using carnival in all sorts of new and exciting ways as a platform for feminism, as a platform for liberation, as a platform to understand more about the politics of womanhood. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And we've had a very successful symposium in Trinidad. So this is the second leg of our project. And we're so excited to have our Trinidadian participants joining us this afternoon. So before we have a short introduction by our third project organizer, Adiola Dewis, I'll just give you a little flavor of what we've got today. So we're going to begin with our keynote by Kim Vaz de Ville. We're absolutely honored to have her here, who's going to be talking about these kinds of women, how the New Orleans baby dolls used women's rights to move beyond respectability politics and create visibility. That'll be followed by, after a break, for those of us here in person, a roundtable on whining and twerking on the genealogy of hips, and that's going to be run by Adana Kai Jones, who also joined us on the Trinidad Symposium, otherwise known as the Professor of Whining by us, and which will be moderated by Dr. Mireille Miller-Young. Then, and Malaika, and Ray Malaika from UC Berkeley will also be a part of that, a key part of that roundtable. Then we move on to an overview of the project. We'll tell you a little bit more about the project and the ethics behind the project. So that will be Cathy, me, and Adiola. After lunch, we have our roundtable with the women in Trinidad Carnival. So these are our key participants in Trinidad who will be joining us online. And we're so excited to have them here today, followed by a roundtable on Afro-Latinidad's festival culture and dance in California with Nadia Calmet and Cheryl L. Norelas on masking traditions, Garifuna, from the American Heritage Foundation United. And then very excited about this, Nadia will lead a dance demo. So we'll get us all moving and hopefully get you all moving at home, you know, to feel some of that carnival spirit, embody some of that carnival spirit. So we're going to get you all off your chairs and dancing. And then finally, Cathy's students will present some of their creative responses to Carnival. And so they've created some incredible art pieces as part of a project that Cathy's been, so we've been lugging them about this morning, and so they'll be introducing those pieces of art to you. So that's what we have in store for you today. Now I'm just going to move on to introduce, well, let Adiola do is introduce herself and say a quick hello. So over to you, Adiola.
Oh, thank you, Emily. Thank you, Cathy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Adiola, I'm Dr. Adiola Dawes. I'm an artist, I'm a cultural theorist. I am Trinidadian, I'm from Trinidad, but right now I'm living in the UK. So I'm joining you from the UK, very happy to be here. My work is on Carnival and performance, mostly on diaspora performance and how we retain these elements and how they change and manifest in different spaces. So yeah, very happy to be here and looking forward to this evening. It's evening here.
Thank you, Adiola. And now we'll pass on to Cathy, who's going to introduce our keynote. We're very excited about him.
Incredibly excited. Dr. Kim Vaz-DeVille has been a member of the faculty of Xavier University of Louisiana for over 10 years. She is a professor of education and recently served as Associate Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. The Louisiana State Museum Presbytère 2013 exhibition, They Call Me Baby Doll, a Mardi Gras tradition, was based on Dr. Vaz-DeVille's book, The Baby Dolls, Breaking the Race and Gender Barriers of the New Orleans Mardi Gras Traditions. She also co-curated Contemporary Artists Respond to the New Orleans Baby Dolls at the Leah and George McKenna African American Museum in 2015. The Baby Dolls, the book, was selected as the featured work for the 2016 One Book, One New Orleans campaign by the Young Leadership Council's program. She also recently published her anthology, Walking Ratty, The Baby Dolls of New Orleans, which further explores Mardi Gras masking traditions that Vaz-DeVille became particularly interested in as a child, spending hours with her grandparents and great-grandparents in their vibrant North Claiborne community. Even as she watched these groups of working class women dressed in baby doll costumes of short dresses, garters, and bonnets, shake and strut, walking down the street and defying social norms, she also watched the waning of the masking traditions within the Black community. Her work exemplifies the goals of the Women in Carnival Network with her research, curations, and teaching, making visible many aspects of forgotten Black life. Stories that would have been just a footnote are now edited volumes, courses, and museum exhibits. In 2018, she became a recipient of a National Endowment for the Humanities Connections Planning Grant for the design of an undergraduate minor in humanities, data science, and digital justice. She's doing all the things. In 2021, she co-curated the exhibition Mystery in Motion, African-American Masking and Spirituality in Mardi Gras. She is the lead investigator for the community-grounded project, African-American Mardi Gras Maskers, Post-Pandemic Ideas About the Good Life, through the Good Life Project, an initiative of Morgan State University Center for the Study of Religion and the City, with the support from the Henry Luce Foundation. So we're seeing a trend here. She's just like, she knows how to find money, get money, find funding. Her project also gained support from the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities 2021 Rebirth Grant Initiative. She has been awarded a 2022-23 Louisville Institute sabbatical grant, for researchers, #goals, everyone, for research for her book in progress titled Masked in Mardi Gras, the Sacred Visual Art of African-American New Orleans Carnival. She's the associate curator for the exhibit, The Black Indians of New Orleans, which opens at the Musée des Croix Branly, Jacques Chirac in Paris this October. Concurrently, she is working on, I don't know if this is like, I'm just, telling people stuff they don't need to know because we talked about this over tacos, but concurrently, she is working on a biography of the former president of Xavier University, Dr. Norman C. Francis, who served from 1968 to 2015, 47 years as a president of a HBCU. We spoke about this project over dinner, and this project is both fruitful and a daunting task of going through 135, or maybe there's more, archival boxes and conducting many interviews. As Kim described her research approach, she described a well thought out network of invested grad students, undergrads, and collaborators contributing to this project. As she spoke, I was reminded of the many articles and tweets about female, especially women of color, academics working with undue burdens. She also reminded me of the necessity, because of all the work all the labor we do, the invisible labor that we do, the necessity of networks. That Kim continues to enrich the world with her work is a testament to her desire and her success in building communities around her work. Her work, like the work of all the panelists today, is so very important in not only preserving the histories of our traditions and our peoples, but also highlighting the women who have managed to carry on and even revive these traditions to come for all the generations to come. So everyone at home and here, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kim Bell.
Good morning, and I am excited to be here, but that's really an understatement. When Cathy reached out to me on behalf of Emily and Adiola, I thought, these are my people. I have found my tribe, and now I can settle in and continue this research in dialogue, in conversation, in critique, in stretching myself and stretching, how we think about women who mask, for Carnival. And so thank you so much for thinking of me. Thank you for doing this work. I feel in so many ways that even though we're located on different continents, looking at different traditions, we are bound by our Afro-diasporic circumstances. So today, I had a chance to, when I was preparing, to review the panelists, the incredible work that they're doing. And so in addition to thanking Cathy and Emily and Adiola, I want to thank the panelists as well for the work that they're doing. It's a privilege and a joy to address and dialogue with esteemed scholars, artists, and activists gathering to rectify the fact that there's little research on Carnival, especially on Carnival traditions related to Black women in the African diaspora. Together today, we address the Carnivalesque, the opportunity for women of African descent for cultural rule breaking and creative confrontation of oppressive forces Through a transnational journey from Africa to Peru, Belize, Trinidad, New Orleans, Los Angeles, the United Kingdom, historically, women of African descent were pressed to labor erotically, domestically, and reproductively without recognizing any benefits or gains from their strenuous efforts. Carnival and festival occasions offered opportunities for enslaved women to repossess themselves. Robbed of their cultures of origin, they engaged in reinvention through the carnivalesque that turned authoritarian norms upside down. These periods of time out from the everyday world, combined with engagements with fashion, dance, and music, offered the opportunity for self-making and critiquing societal standards that would be dangerous to do in ordinary life. Afro-Peruvian artist Victoria Santa Cruz's poem, "They Yelled at Me Black," stemmed from a racist event, but allowed her the chance to discover her authority. In coming to accept her Africanness, she found power and beauty. The festive masks, and masquerades, from baby dolls to whip jabs, continue accessible pathways to articulating views on self and society. The combination of politics, play, and creativity continues a subversion of authority that started during the plantation system of exploitation, extending to current forms of that exploitation embedded in capitalism and consumerism. I'm excited to share our New Orleans baby doll tradition. I started researching the baby dolls in 2010. I was working on how Black people amid gentrification and urban decay in New Orleans used the public square to instill in each other values that resisted demeaning stereotypes. Even though I grew up there, I hadn't heard of the baby dolls. The height of the baby dolls was 1930s up through the 1950s when the tradition started dying out. There was a minor resurgence in the 80s, but not enough to impact younger generations and their awareness. In my research on Mardi Gras, only one source was quoted repeatedly, and it was Robert Talent and Lyle Saxon's book, Gumbo Yaya, a collection of Louisiana folktales. That's a very troubling book. It perpetuates stereotypes. While some, but not all, of the earliest baby dolls were sex workers, their descriptions lacked humanity. They may not have lived their lives according to the prevailing middle-class value system. Nevertheless, they had a value system. And because I'm a feminist scholar, I wanted to put their lives in context. The New Orleans baby doll tradition is important because it demonstrates the normative fault lines of society. When everyday standards get reversed, people laugh or get angry and want to bring the perpetrators back in line. The baby dolls were not consciously political, but they did the opposite of what most people expected of quote unquote respectable women. For example, a woman was not supposed to smoke a cigar. She was not supposed to wear a short skirt and dance erotically. These behaviors are reversals of normative behavior for women of that time. Suddenly, these women are exposing the limits of social norms, making it so arresting for the viewer. It is like none of these things are supposed to be happening, but yet they're happening. So they tell us about what women are not supposed to do and do at significant risk to their safety. Today, women continue the tradition in honor of these fierce, determined foremothers. So Mardi Gras creates opportunities for women to be seen and recognized. On Fat Tuesday, women from the Black Storyville area, where the tradition is thought to have emerged, but of course, where they actually emerge is contested. But anyway, a woman who was looked down on and was a sex worker became a baby doll. Neighborhood women could become a big queen in the Black masking Indian tradition. She could become a debutante in the aspirational bourgeois African-American communities. She could be the queen of a masked ball. She could be an Amazon in the early courts of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club, one of the first Black parading traditions. In Southwestern Louisiana, Ida Guillory was proclaimed as Queen Ida at a Mardi Gras masquerade and went on to make history as the first woman to lead a Zydeco band. There is a baby doll in this photo, but if you don't look closely, you may miss her. This image exemplifies the way the history of baby dolls has been invisible. This Mardi Gras scene from about 1928 to 1930 is busy. It's taken from a film and the man in motion is at the center. The study of Black New Orleans culture centers on men, from jazz to Mardi Gras. And of course, all of this is overshadowed by white carnival culture of parades and masked balls. My research centers on the hidden culture of women. As is in this photo, Black women's history is lost in its cityscape, but Black women's culture is hidden in plain sight. And so you can see her there with her mask on. And the early baby dolls very much did wear face masks, sometimes a half mask or a full mask, or they didn't mask. But in New Orleans, we call putting on a costume for Mardi Gras masking. The origins of the nature of the baby doll tradition evades a fixed definition. And what a baby doll can never be pinned down. You can't pin it down. The only thing you can pin down is that on Mardi Gras Day, there were women and some men who were going to hit the streets in short skirts and bloomers or draws, as they were called, in earlier times. And so depending on who you spoke to, at what time they saw the baby doll, what period, could be 35, 45, 55, in what area of town, some would say only gay men dressed as baby dolls. Other would say only men dressed as baby dolls. And then others would say only women from, who were sex workers. Or others would say, no, it was women who went out with their husbands from these Creole communities and put on these satin outfits and masked as baby dolls. The costumes have changed with the times. The early baby dolls did not have pacifiers and suckers and other childlike things that baby dolls today have. Early baby dolls had whips, which I understand was a common prop for women maskers. Women were not supposed to be on the streets in costumes in the early 1900s. So if you had your walking stick or your whip, you could protect yourself if you were threatened. They also carried bricks and ice picks. They were careful with how they looked, and they dressed to their taste and style, and they were proud of themselves. The early baby dolls were very streetwise women who displayed the money they made as a statement of their independence. Oh. I want to send that slide. The early baby dolls were streetwise women who displayed the money they made as a statement of their independence. The idea of making money and showing money is still a strong theme among the social and pleasure club groups in New Orleans that have parading traditions as well. There's a social aid and pleasure club called the Money Wasters. You hear people calling themselves the Diamond Divas. Having so much money that you can just throw it away means you live the good life. This idea is something that's very close to the heart of working class people. The emphasis is on personhood. How you look is exceptionally important and is always a part of the performance. Later generations of baby dolls added pacifiers, bottles with their favorite adult beverage in it, little baskets or little purses. Symbols just kept getting added on and none were removed. So when people are looking at a baby doll, they're very confused about what it is that they're looking at. Baby dolls enacted this performance of independence, which translated into a spirit of empowerment, given their limited options. According to Daniel Roper and Tracy Ann in their article, The Tambourine Army, Sonic Disruptions in the Politics of Respectability. The politics of respectability is a value complex that organizes society, oriented toward the bourgeois valuations of family, standard English, decorum. Respectability emphasizes the cultivation of education, thrift, industry, self-sufficiency, moderate Christian living, community uplift, the constitution of family through legal marriage and related gender expectations, and leadership by the educated middle class. For the formerly enslaved peoples, Christian values, heteronormative kinship formation, and the desire for class ascension were proof that they were ready for civility and citizenship. But to be considered in the early part of the 20th century to be a lady, you had to maintain the appearance of purity. That meant you had to have somebody sheltering you and supporting you. Those were impossible conditions for most working class Black women. Black women were in the workforce, which meant domestic work, going into people's homes and restaurants. They became sexually vulnerable and often sexual prey. But when they came out on Mardi Gras, They were making fun of white prostitutes and notions about women as children, dependent but desirable. It was a way of saying, you want a virgin? Come and get me. For a man to have a girl who was innocent, a girl who would never question his sexual ability, a girl for whom he could be the first, was a real fantasy. So the baby dolls played with that fantasy and said, we can be that for you. These women had to take care of themselves, and they often contributed to their families. So a lot of them rotated in and out of sex work. I interviewed one person in the book who grew up in the Treme. He talked about his mother doing all kinds of jobs, cooking, sewing, working at the factory, but also being a baby doll. And this role wasn't reserved just for Mardi Gras. These women would meet men at the ships as they were coming in, because there was a, New Orleans is a port, and there was a military encampment. So when men were coming in, they'd have a good time. They'd come back with enough money, these women, to take care of their families. So entertaining men became another way that some women earned extra money. The idea of respectability, which included being sexually chaste, was rarely available to them. They were thrown to their own devices to survive, but they turned it into a way they could be celebrated. They wanted to be known as beautiful, sexy, and desirable. Early baby dolls did not attempt to escape their social position, but to play with it. The early baby dolls flaunted their monetized bodies, showing them off publicly in the only way girl babies could, expecting their draws-clad genitals. In magnifying herself, determining the terms on which she would be seen through showy, loud, boisterous speech, dress, and behavior, the unruly woman reveals that what decorum conceals. Comedy played out by unruly women calls attention to what is permitted and what is forbidden in desire. Such behavior causes social panic because it comes from a space of liminality, and it frightens people because they don't have rules to operate by, and so it threatens the social order. New Orleans Mardi Gras had been celebrated where those beautiful oak trees are celebrated, are standing, or were standing. A brief synopsis of the once majestic Claiborne Avenue goes something like this. For more than a century, Claiborne Avenue served as a center of New Orleans Black economic and cultural life. Then in the late 1960s, a federal infrastructure initiative brought the bustling street's dominance to an abrupt end, with an elevated freeway replacing the oak trees and buildings that had once lined the avenue, according to Livia Gershon, who wrote in the Smithsonian Magazine about the demise of Claiborne Avenue. Amy Stelly, an architectural and urban designer based in New Orleans, still lives in her home, in her family home in the Treme. And she recalls that bustling neighborhood, slowly but surely, shops became shuttered or moved away, and the avenue became a strip of funeral homes and bars under the suppression of an urban highway. Even those businesses mostly didn't survive. Claiborne lost its vibrancy and became a dirty place plagued with crime and the constant drone of buzzing engines and rolling tires, noise pollution, and air pollution that the community continues to live with. This artwork on I-10 expressway pillar, and so now there's a gallery of the history of that area on those pillars. The one that I'm focusing on is by New Orleans painter Robert Aquarius and was painted in 2004. It is a mural of 4 layers, starting with the idealization and romanticization of pre-colonial African life, where people lived in sync with their environment and were generally unmolested by intruders. The next layer shows the slave ships and the Africans lost to the Middle Passage. The 3rd layer contains plantation slavery with the cotton production, the wealth of the white master, and his routine and normalized rape of the enslaved woman. The last layer shows lynchings in the Jim Crow era and civil rights responses of Black people. In their book, The Presence of the Past, Popular Uses of History in American Life, Rosenwig and Velen found out through interviews that Black Americans connect their narratives much more explicitly to the American national story than do most whites. White respondents rarely spoke about their family history as a microcosm of the history of the nation, their region, their local community, or their ethnic group. But Black respondents often described their family history as an exemplar of the Black experience in America, they wrote. Their sense of a collective past enabled them to claim a collective voice in the present. The outdoor gallery along Claiborne Avenue's I-10 corridor narrates the history of African-American people in New Orleans and the fact that Black Mardi Gras activities still take place, as they say, under the bridge, aligns theoretically with Christina Sharp's ethic of care concept, wake work, as she notes that it is Black life insisted from death, and reminds me of Emily Zabel Marshall's reference to the traditional masquerades such as Midnight Robber and the Dragon of the Trinidadian novelist Earl Lovelace, when he said, when carnival coming, the poor and dispossessed walk with a tall, hot beauty between the garbage and dog poop, proclaiming life, exulting in the bare bones of their person and their skin. And that is exactly true on Claiborne Avenue. It is dirty and people are there celebrating. So I've broken the talk into 3 areas, and one focuses on rituals, things that have been part of the baby doll tradition from the beginning, rites, things that are new, and then the idea of being seen. So the ritual of coming out the door. The coming out of the door is akin to the triumphant entries of Roman warriors victorious in battle. Coming out of the door is something that social and pleasure clubs do. You come out of the door, it is your turn to be seen. You are dressed to the nines. You are dancing, and people are encouraging you, telling you about how good you look, supporting you. There's that collective circle of affirmation. This is them coming out of the door. Do we have sound? This is Cinnamon Black. I consider her preeminent. So you can see the spirit of celebration, the idea that it's your time in the spotlight. Another long-ranging ritual is showing our linen. And this is, I wanted these pictures in sequence because you can see in 1940 showing his or her linen, We're not sure if it's a man or a woman. We think that picture may be of a man. And I think I know who it is. And he and his wife would mask as baby dolls, and he would wear, but many men also, cross-dressing in New Orleans, Mardi Gras was much more frequent prior to integration. And then this is Alma Borden. She was called Mama Goo. And this is her showing her linen in 1992. And then this is 2004 with the woman in blue is Miriam Baptiste Reed. Her parents had that Creole baby doll tradition that was not linked to Storyville. It was linked to the vaudeville activities of the time. And so she has continued the tradition and taught the next generation of masters. Chanting, making up songs and singing, music, you can't have a procession. So the baby dolls are a walking tradition as opposed to a parading tradition. And so you walk with music because that is the thing that sustains you and keeps you going. And so I have a chant here from Carolyn Dunbar from this year's Mardi Gras. Okay, the other ritual aspects of the baby dolls: cigar smoking, putting money in their garters, and parading on public streets. And this is a painting by Ulrich Jean-Pierre. In 2015, we had a call out for contemporary artists. And so this was his conception. He called it Celebrating the Culture of Life. And he used Diane Honoré as his model. And there were other, it was a mixed media, it was a fantastic exhibit. And you can see parts of that in Walking Ratty, the anthology. But now we get to rites. The most recent iteration of the baby doll tradition evolved from the legacy of subversion, and new rituals are being developed to further these strategies of creating visibility and moving beyond respectability politics, which would keep them unseen, marginalized, and discounted. Cinnamon Black, who you saw that was the first dancer, described the custom of the debut for the new baby doll masters. She said they should still go to older groups. When I came out, I went out and found all the elders I could find. And I went out for advice. When a group came out, we all brought glasses and we broke the glass on the street. That was a symbol of us accepting them to the real world, away from school to the street. So when new groups come out, they should seek out elders and ask for their blessings and acceptance and say, hey, this is who we are. We would like to come and join you guys. The elders would turn and say, okay, you can go to the streets and these are the rules of how you play this game. And there are rules to how you play that game, which are constantly negotiated with each other. So in terms of rites, prayer had always been a part of beginning the Mardi Gras Day because you never know if you're going to come back healthy and alive on Mardi Gras Day. Mm-hmm. So you start off with prayer. But in 2016, prayer took on a different form. This, the woman in white is called the Ancient One, and she is representing the spirit of Obatala. And the baby dolls asked her to come and do their blessing. Now, while they have on the gold of Oshun, that was not how they're seeing it, but they just, they know the Ancient One, and she came and she blessed them. She was silent, she said nothing, and she lent them their presence. Parading the ancestors. So Olivia Green is in the cardboard picture, and she is a relative of Jocelyn green. And Jocelyn has made a baby doll outfit out of kente cloth, but in the tradition of Olivia Green. And so she has an umbrella with the baby doll with Olivia Green. And so these things are accessories. Accessories are very important in the parading tradition. So these are accessories that get paraded along with the baby dolls. Reflection of their ancestors. I thought this picture was just really representative of how taken they are with their ancestors and continuing the legacy of their ancestors. They also honor their foremothers. So there's a baby doll in 2022, the Baby Doll Sisterhood had an Easter bonnet parade. And this is the vintage inherited baby dolls. And they wanted to acknowledge their seamstress, Ruth Jones, who's also my seamstress, and it's wonderful. And you know, we have a big sewing culture in New Orleans. And so this is a handbill that they made, a flyer on, and they went to a square called the Tuba Fat Square in honor of a local musician. And these are the women that they were honoring during the parade. Supporting mothers of slain children. So these women have had children who have been lost to urban violence. And so these are some, all but one is a member of the Treme Gold Digger baby dolls. And they're canvassing for donations on Claiborne Avenue, again, under the bridge. And they were doing it to assist Jasmine Anderson's family. She was 16 years old. She was a student at a cultural arts academy, and she was murdered in a drive-by shooting in the lower 9th Ward. Police believe that they were targeting a 33-year-old man named Terrence McBride, and she was on the porch talking to him. 5 others were injured, including a mother and her 2 young children. Now, they did not know Jasmine or her mother, but they knew Jasmine's mother needed money. And so they collected the money without a permit. Celebrating life is another aspect, a new right, I would say. So they're celebrating the life of Eva Perry, called To Eva, a baker, a well-known cook, a revered baby doll. She had her own bake shop on Magazine Street. And so for her funeral, when she died as an elder, they came out in costume surrounding her hearse. Keeping a promise. This is Mrs. Grandison died as a result of COVID, and Wanda Pearson, she made Wanda promise that Wanda, even though we were under restrictions, and this is a drive-by viewing, that Wanda would come out and salute her in her baby doll outfit. So Carol Harris, who founded the Dollins Baby Dolls, started 2 new programs. I wanted to say that Janice Kimball started the Baby Doll Sisterhood. Carol Harris is having the Juneteenth celebration. And I just want to point out that this is an 8-foot by 13-foot cast bronze sculpture. It was commissioned by the city of New Orleans, and it's installed in Louis Armstrong Congo Square. And that was done in 2010. And I realized I didn't write down the name of the sculptor. I apologize for that. So he included a few faces of American Indians in the gathering, while also providing a figure with tribal marks as a recognition of the fact that the enslaved were direct Africans with roots defined by their languages, cultures, and skin carvings. And so Congo Square was a place on the outskirts of New Orleans where the enslaved were permitted to go and dance, buy, trade, you know, in market wares, and they had that freedom on Sundays. And that's why people believe that the music of New Orleans is so influenced by African rhythms. it was born in that ability to continue, the masquerading and the worship to the African gods. And different ethnic groups would get would gather in different areas, and white people who were not from the Louisiana territory just couldn't understand why all these 500 Black people would be out there, just being able to be. But why I put this in here is that Merlene Kimball, who is a baby doll, a gold digger baby doll, and her grandparents had a gold digger social and pleasure club. She is pointing to herself. She sees herself in that monument. And then there is a blessing of the street. And I love this picture because it reminds us of the importance of umbrellas in Africa, the importance of umbrellas in New Orleans, because people would be hot. And so they've always sort of had an umbrella around to shade them and also to guard from the rain, but also as a prop to dance. So. So the last thing that I want to cover is the idea of seeing oneself, being seen, and being seen, being seen. The expressive arts are all about being seen because these performative traditions come from a group of people who were historically refused visibility. The best thing for the segregated society, for Jim Crow, was if baby dolls were totally invisible. So being seen, using fans, feathers, sequins, beads to embellish clothing, became an important statement. The baby dolls were conscious about creating those transgressions, but it was to have people talk about them, not really to affect political change. They wanted to draw attention to themselves and to be known. Janice Kimball, founder of the Treme Baby Dolls, has a saying, "We show up and we show out." And she always says that. It means taking advantage of those opportunities to appear at festivals, funerals, private parties, city occasions, marking special events, and to show out is certainly to make a scene. But once they're out there, what is it that they actually do? Well, they dance, and they find members of the viewing audience to dance with them, and they pull them into the dance. They dance with each other, and they get their pictures taken. These are the two primary activities that they engage in. And then they post their pictures on their social media, especially most prominently Facebook, as soon as these are available. And all the events are photographed, and all the minute aspects of each of the events that they are photographed in, they post. Being photographed has emerged as a prime expressive form for contemporary baby dolls. Krista Thompson, in her book Shine, The Visual Economy of Light in the African Diasporic Aesthetic Practice, writes that Black urban cultures throughout the circum-Caribbean engage in shared performances of visibility, practices that are about staging, being seen, and more specifically, being seen in the process of being seen or represented, she writes. Performance acts that capture the optical effect of being represented, the moment of being photographed, are part and parcel of this contemporary visual language of the African diaspora. So Krista Thompson was looking at Black Bahamian prom goers who have these extravagant entrances. So whether it's Black Bahamian prom goers with, who make these outrageous entrances to the proms, or taking photos under the bridge on Claiborne Avenue against painted backdrops representing the good life. Krista Thompson writes, visual expressions offer people a model of visibility, a spectacular way of being seen that dramatizes their tenuous position in local hierarchies of prestige and spectacles of national culture. To conclude, today's baby dolls are fiercely cognizant that their foremothers were robbed of the opportunity to have their culture and contributions represented in history books. These baby dolls are on a mission of documenting themselves for posterity. Thank you.
Yes, should we ask some questions? We have some questions, but I wonder if you have any questions on Zoom. I'll give people a little bit of time to come up with their questions. I have one right away. One of the things I love this presentation. I love like the breadth of your research. One of the things that popped out in my head was you're using photography, you're using visual, you're reading visual art, you're looking at ephemera and primary text to do your work. Can you talk a little bit about your approach? I mean, this sounds like a very boring academic question, but your approach, yes, but your approach to research, because it's like ripe with curiosity, and it feels like the way that I approach some of my subject matters as well. Can you just talk about how you guide yourself into your work? Like, what do you lead with first?
Yeah, first I usually lead with interviews and talking to people. Yeah, because I don't want to make anything up. I'm very, and you know, if you get it wrong in New Orleans, you will be told, and not politely. And so you want to make sure that, and they're going to be different stories, but you're going to need to be able to not, I don't try to resolve the contradictions. I just present the contradictions. And so, yes, speaking to people first, then any kind of secondary sources, because we don't, you know, the primary sources are really what people say. I mean, that's really all we have. Maybe some photographs, but there's not much. So I depend on secondary sources, and you know, and then take those back to the people. You know, does this feel right? Is this real? And then ephemera, the things that they make, you know, the flyers. Sometimes they make pillows and put their pictures on them as little throws, because you give things out. And then, you know, and then engaging, you know, with the scholarly literature. But allowing what they're doing to lead me. That's how I work.
Yeah, great. And
there's so many things I'd love to ask you, and I'm glad we've got you for the day. But thank you, that was a fantastic presentation. And I was just wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about what you know about the links between the Caribbean Carnival baby doll, who actually carries the baby, which I don't believe any of the New Orleans participants do. And so, what, you know, whether there were Caribbean people who came to Mardi Gras, who came to New Orleans, and those traditions fused. And then, sorry, it's a little bit too fast. Just the second part is that I wondered if in the Caribbean we're seeing a lot of women using and men and all sorts of different genders using baby doll as a more political statement, to make a statement about non-gender binary identities, about feminism, about sexual exploitation and abuse, about teenage pregnancy. So I was wondering if there was any kind of change in the New Orleans parade, and if there was more, because being seen is political in itself, obviously, but is there a kind of trajectory towards a more overtly politicized form of baby doll?
Right. All right. Well, let's start with the two different traditions, because in Trinidad, the baby doll is, you know, a very different manifestation. It's part of what they call the begging traditions. Well, that's in common because the baby dolls did try to make money, you know, on Mardi Gras Day. So yeah, they were all begging traditions in that sense. But you know, and there were a lot of longshoremen. There were a lot of African-American men who were, you know, going to the Caribbean and all different parts of the world. But these traditions seem to be distinct. And while in Trinidad, the baby doll is going around to get money for the baby as a kind of protest for having been, you know, exploited. The baby dolls in New Orleans are the babies. You know, they're like, feed me, give me the money, see me. So it was really about looking good, showing off, showing how well you could dance, having competitions with other baby dolls over your attire. It's a very competitive cultural tradition. So in that sense, they do really represent different kinds of, they have different goals. Now, in terms of politics, I would say that the different baby doll groups, and there are so many of them, I can't keep up anymore. I used to know them all, but now I don't know them all. And groups are emerging. But each of them will decide on some event, something that they want to be known for. They are not as overtly political as what you're seeing in Trinidad. I would say more like a kind of civic consciousness. Yes. Let's give backpacks to children who need them to go back to school, that kind of thing. They want to they're there for each other. It's like a support group. Yeah. There's a lot of tension, but they resolve it among themselves. So that's really a different. I would also say probably those people in Trinidad who are making this political probably have a lot more education than the women who mask as baby dolls in New Orleans, and I think that is, because they can have the articulation of how you're going to turn these things visibly upside down. These are women who aren't connected to the academy, which is a very interesting story all by itself, because when the baby dolls became the One Book, One New Orleans community read, that meant that these women began to go into all of these different libraries together and talk to people in all these different museums, and they watched my documentation and they began to document themselves. So I know that I've had that kind of influence in being seen. There was also really a competition about, every time I would follow them around religiously to make sure that I had documented, they appeared here, they appeared there. But then they began to do it, for themselves. And now they have a group of men photographers, really nice men, who follow them around and photograph their events. So it's different. It's still on the pleasure end.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Kim. We have questions from Zoom, but we're going to get the mic we're going to share the mic with you and with people in the room.
All right, so this question is from Dr. Tola Dabiri. She said, my question is about rituals and rites and traditions. Baby doll, you say, began in the 1930s, but have you looked at any earlier traditions? Is there an equivalent of them in the Jamaican set girls?
The baby doll started actually around 1912. That's the earliest that we know of about. The baby dolls represent the first street masking tradition for women in the United States. Otherwise, they would just be what we call promiscuous maskers. That is, an individual who's alone, not necessarily promiscuous, but they did use that term, promiscuous masker, for an individual who was masking alone. Maybe you mask with your family or friends and go around. Or prior to that, during the period of enslavement and right after, there was fancy dress. So Black people got very dressed up on Carnival. So there could be fancy dress where people were in really elegant and wonderful outfits, or they could be masking on the streets in their neighborhoods with each other.
We're going to continue with the Q&A and then go into the next panel.
Sure.
There are more questions, right?
Yeah.
She was in the middle of what we're supposed to start. Yeah. You were in the middle of talking about the set girls and the fancy dress, or did we finish that one?
Yes, I don't have any more to add to that
So
one.
we have one more panel. I can just use this. Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. It seems to be some type of fire drill. So we're back on. We're going to continue with Dr. Kim's Q&A session before transitioning to the first roundtable of the day. And so we have another question by Adiola Duis. And her question is there a relationship between baby dolls and the second line funeral traditions?
Okay, now that's really interesting. Baby dolls used to only come out like the Black Masking Indians and the Northside Skull and Bones Gang, which is another one of our traditions, only on Mardi Gras Day and only on St. Joseph's Night. Because as a Catholic city, St. Joseph's Night, March 19th, that feast day was considered to be a break in Lent. And so lots of people would have dances, even the Italians, they would, have mass balls and people would suit up for Carnival. So the idea of coming to funerals is exceptionally new. And some baby dolls don't like it. They think that the baby doll mystery is just being squandered because the only time that you could see a baby doll were those 2 special times of the year. Now you can see them all the time. And so the relationship between a so-called jazz funeral and funerals with music predate jazz, the invention of jazz in New Orleans. So that's always been a tradition, but now, with the invention of jazz, it's been called jazz funerals or second line funerals. So people will have, baby dolls will put their costumes on for culture bearers when they're funerals, like the ones that I showed, but it's exceptionally new. Yeah, it's one of those new rites.
All right, and this question is from June Campbell Davis. When the younger generation participate in baby dolls and they go and find elders to bless them or join them, what are the rules that they must follow to carry on those traditions?
Well, I think the most important rule is to make it known that you want to participate as a baby doll. You don't want to just show up in a baby doll dress and be confronted, because you will be confronted. And so the best thing is to be with your small group and try to follow the rules of the leader. And I can't stress that enough, because we've had so many new groups, because people just want to define how they attire. And so people they're in a group for maybe a year or 2, and then they're forming their own group. And so those are the rules. I consider baby dolls ungovernable. I mean, really, and ungovernable. And there are rules, and you know when you find out those rules, when you break one. Yeah, because you don't know. Yeah. So is that the last question?
From the remote.
Okay. So I don't want to take up anybody else's time.
No,
Yes. Oh, okay. If not, I have something to say. Yes. So I want to say that I was so excited about this symposia and meeting all of you, that my friend Antoinette Dialteris, who is the crew captain for the Joan of Arc, crew of Joan of Arc, which comes out on 12th night and parades a walking parade in the French Quarter. She made pants out of men's ties, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to this symposium. I wanted to. So she has helped me construct this incredible outfit that I have on, which the pants consist of 20 male ties that I got secondhand, 20 male ties. Yeah. So these are men's ties, and it's on top of a recycled parachute. So the lining is a parachute, and then these are like applique sewn on. And she was able to let me design, and I wanted the gold in the front and repeat together. And it's kind of patchy at the knees to resemble that women have scrubbed on their knees. The baby dolls were laborers, you know, domestics. And so scrubbing those floors was important. They took cigars, they took the accoutrements of masculinity and phallic masculinity. So to take a tie and untie it, you know, is symbolic for me of their, you know, untying and untethering themselves from patriarchy. And I also make a black masking Indian suit for my grandchildren. And so I beaded, this is from this thrift store, the white jacket. And so I beaded the buttons, and the labels on here are all the labels from the men's ties. So we can look at, you know, this idea of consumerism, colonialism, capitalism, globalization, all contained in, you know, in cloth. So yeah, and so the, you know, the lining, the bias tape right here also matches the tie bias tape at the bottom. So Antoinette stayed with me for over 20 hours, more than 20 hours constructing this, but I wanted to construct this for you all. Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. I so appreciate it.
It's like an honor to like actually have the living author here for a book that I just like was when I was at the ASA conference. I walked by and I saw it on the table in the convention center, ASA in Hawaii, and I was like, I have to have this book. I don't really know why. I don't know a lot about the baby dolls in New Orleans, so it's just like amazing that 2 years later you are here, manifested. So we had a drill. We lost some time, but we've made up some time. We're going to go straight into our next panel, our round table, where you're going to talk about whining and twerking on a genealogy of hips. We have recently hooded Dr. Ra Malaika Imhotep. Yes. She will be joining us through Zoom. We have Dr. Adana Kai Jones from Bowdoin College, and so blessed to have Dr. Murray Miller Young moderate this panel with pizzazz and all the things. Yes, if you can come up, that would be great. The rules are that the people need to see your fabulousness. This is already becoming unprofessional, Adana. That's right. Take your time. There is no such thing as time.
Carnival time slows it down.
It sure does. I guess would you like me? Both of you could, I guess, sit here, and then we'll have them. I'll move the mic. I'll take this.
She is. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good morning, y'all. Or good. Yeah, it's morning. Sorry.
Yeah.
Good morning.
It's morning and it's afternoon, I think, on the East Coast.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Okay. Would you like me to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Murray Miller Young, and I'm a professor in feminist studies here at UC Santa Barbara. And I'm very pleased to be part of the Women in Carnival conference. And really just want to applaud Dr. Cathy Thomas on organizing such a phenomenal event. Thanks for everyone for coming out. I'm very pleased to welcome us to the next, well, actually the first roundtable of the day on whining and twerking on a genealogy of hips. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Adana. Excuse me, I can't, sorry, my glasses are both for far. like, can't see. Adana Kai Jones from Bowdoin College. Do you mind if I read your wonderful bio here? Adana Jones is an assistant professor of dance and dance studies in the Department of Theater and Dance at Bowdoin College. How do they say it actually?
I say Bowdoin.
Bowdoin. Yeah, okay. Bowdoin, Bowdoin College. She received her PhD in critical dance studies at the University of California, Riverside, and her BFA in dance from Mason Gross School of the Arts at Rutgers University. Currently, her research and scholarship remain focused on Caribbean dance and identity politics within the diaspora, paying particular focus on the rolling hip dance known as whinin'. Regarding her creative endeavors, she uses dance to both grapple with her research findings as well as generating critical research questions. In addition to being a member of the Uncommoning Pedagogies Collective, she is a current steering committee member of the Coalition of Diasporan Scholars, moving both organizations to tackle, endure, and unravel and combat the pangs of white supremacy within the academy and beyond. Fantastic. I'd also like to welcome Rob Malaika. You said Malaika. Dr. Malaika Imhotep. Get it right here. Don't get it twisted.
Currently pursuing. She's like,
Yeah, just finished having been done, pursued. A doctoral degree in African diaspora studies and new media studies from the University of California, Berkeley. Ramalaika's intellectual and creative work tends to the relationship between queer articulations of Black femininity, vernacular culture, and the performance of labor. Ramalaika is a co-convener of an embodied spiritual political education project called the Church of Black Feminist Thought, and the proud child of D. Make Johnson and Akbar Imhotep. We're here for it. Thank you so much. So would you like to start, Ramalaika? Or does anyone have a preference?
I don't have a preference. Actually, I'll give it to Adana or yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Good.
Well, I guess I want to start by just saying thank y'all so much, and thank you to the organizers for figuring out the Zoom finesse. I'm so moved to like be in this room in the midst of like a wild period of life, having literally just a few days ago graduated and put closure on the dissertation. And then with all the kind of heartache in the world in this moment. So I'm feeling a bit like this. But like Dr. Zaz DeVille said, I'm feeling like I'm amongst my people, and I'm so like honored to be virtually in this space with you all.
We're so honored to have you, and thank you for saying that, bringing us in like to acknowledge the embodiment that we're experiencing right now in the space with all that's going on. And we just had a little bit of a crazy fire alarm that was very jarring to the nervous system. Yeah. So I think we're all trying to come back to center, and thank you for reminding us that, we're with our people right now, so we can just relax a little bit and enjoy the conversation. And congratulations again.
I don't know, what do I have to say?
What are you wanting to talk about today? Do you have plans for that? Did you tell her to do anything?
I mean, I didn't come with plans. I don't have an agenda. I just am told to sit down and open mouth and say things, and I'll do that.
Okay.
No, I'm also happy to be here, and I'm also, I think, floored by the internationalness of our community, which felt so small
Mhm.
before, like, oh, I'm the only one talking about this thing. And we're like, actually, we're all talking about
Mhm.
these things that are rooted and tied and knotted with
Mhm.
each other that I find really important and powerful, and felt was always connected. And like now you're visualizing that real connection. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate that. And recognize the multiple kind of ancestors and spirits and energies and belief systems and worldviews that are also entangled in our conversations right now. So yeah, I mean, I talk about shaking butts and why that's important. So we can start there.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, because usually I'm the only one in the room who wants to talk about these things.
That jiggle, that love jiggle.
But I find that, especially when trying to teach this to undergrads, that I am like, this is why it's so important. Do you get it? And they're like, we're trying to get with you. But this, the idea of thinking about embodiment, following up on the previous talk, as being so important to not only our survival, but our articulations of, otherwise worlds, and rethinking, the state of white supremacy and how our bodies can fit into it and respond to it.
Yeah.
And then there's the question about pleasure,
Yeah.
that we often don't, make enough room to talk about. So I wondered if you could talk a bit about how you found in your research, this could be a question for both of you, about how particular dances do that kind of dual work of responding, critiquing, pushing back, but then also trying to make space for something else that's outside of trauma, violence, pain. That's a big question. Sorry.
Yes, I don't even want to start. Like, to be the fact of Blackness is that it's created out of pain, right? Not African people or people who from that continent. No, I mean, like, this idea, this colonial project of creating people that were like, you're Black, and because you're Black, you have to do this and be this and work this place and and like be limited in these ways, and we imagine you in these ways. That project, that colonial project, is like rooted in pain and violence. So given that is the is of the New World space, pleasure is like a lifeline. It's like necessary. It's like not about survival. It's about, how do we stay in is? How do we stay beings? How do we stay human? How do we stay connected to our understanding of ourselves? And I say it like that because, I follow carnivals. I follow Trinidadian style carnivals. And I remember one time in New York City, there was a shooting and the blood was still on the sidewalk. And the cops were mad as hell. They were mad. I mean, I understand, but they were mad as hell because they were like, this is a crime scene, and like, your parade, like, who does that? Like, this is a crime scene, should be blocked off. Everything should be shut down. We should be whatever, which I totally get that, and I'm with it. And I was like, this is so necessary that we need to be whining and dancing and singing, like on this spot where this Black person just got shot and killed. And that was like 2016, 2017. And it was like out of this world. I just remember looking down, seeing the bloodstain, looking up, seeing the pan players, and like seeing people like this and exhaust, all different versions, and people going up and down, dancing and singing with each other and clapping, and all this kind of energy. And like, and death is like not like just happened like 2 hours ago, And I was like, that's how vital this thing is.
That's right.
Wow. Yeah. And I also think about how in many African worldviews, we're talking about the rolling hips, and the hips is like a big deal. It's not just, it's like a portal between like the living world and the world of the dead, or the potential world, right? So it's a major area, not just, on your body in terms of like holding the upper half and the lower half together, like functionally, but also like spiritually, like whether you give birth or not, literally on one side is a life that may or may not make it, and on the other side is life that may or may not make it, but like needs to go through that portal in order to be considered a real human, or to be considered part of this world, in order to be like alive, what we call alive, right? So that area alone houses this constant potential, and to move it and to gyrate it, like, is calling upon these energies. And our ancestors were really aware of that, right? So they put it into practice into like many different forms, which is why whining shows up in these many different ways of like something that's super negative, something that's super positive, something that curses you out, something that shows that I love you, like all these different ways of using it and interacting and creating relationships, because it's such a tour de force, you know, because it holds so much potential energy, not just of your own, but also of like all the ancestors and energies that came before you and all that could potentially come before you. Wow. So yeah, so you know, it's like, oh, you're jiggling your butt, but you're like, nah, you're like calling upon some like really deep stuff. Yes. And I remember when I was teaching, and the last thing I'm gonna say, I was teaching what do I call it? I had to like make it nice so that I wouldn't, I think it was like carnival moves or something like that. you know, you can't be like, oh, I'm about to whine and get down. They were like, we don't want that class. Right. I was like, carnival moves for kids, something like that. and the teacher, for kids. And the teacher decided to like it was for kids. It was for like, I think they were middle school. But the teacher decided to participate. And then she started crying. And she was shocked that she was crying. So she like came back in after, and came back and was like, I hadn't moved this area. And she's like realizing in like years, and I didn't know what was in that. So she's like, I can't even tell you why I was crying, but like moving it like made it really emotional for me. So just to say, even if you're disconnected from that knowledge, that body part holds that knowledge for itself. At least that's my experience in my research.
Wonderful. Malika, you want to jump in on this wonderful conversation about the metaphysics of aspect, but also that question about, how this bridges both survival and opening portals to something just far deeper.
Yeah, I feel like I was swimming in everything that you just offered, Adana. But in my work also, I've thought about, or Dr. Zazdaville said something earlier about like the baby dolls did not want to escape or did not escape their social positioning, but they played with it. And I think for me, that's something that I return to both like in the form, content, and practice of my thinking around what I sometimes call like the tar baby principle when I'm thinking about folklore, and what I see in like twerk videos when I'm looking at particular performers who aren't trying to like escape or run away from the kind of like pains or dramas or violences that attend their lives, but are sticking to them, are making something pliable out of them, getting us all stuck on them as well. And I think there's something about, one of the kind of first kind of breakthroughs I had in my research, I was writing about, so I'm from Atlanta. So I like to say that Freaknik is my primal scene. Like I was born in the crux of this like public urban carnivalesque moment in Atlanta. And I'm really interested in like just the whole political, economic, like mania around that media event. But so I have this relationship to the idea, the language of twerk, the practice of twerk videos as like these sites of instruction, but also all the kind of social teasers and taunts that come with like failing to master or like being out of sync with that. And so I started writing about twerk videos, and I came to be in relation to these videos to a particular performer named Betty Butt, who was like the dark-skinned, dreadlocked member of twerk team who I grew up watching, and I'm writing and I'm theorizing and I'm seeing all this possibility. And then I'm confronted or confronted with the fact that this woman was murdered years before I'm finding these research projects. And so I've been thinking about what the kind of inescapability of those kinds of crises, like, what does it mean that, like, for all the possibility, I can and will continue to speak onto this person and speak with this person. There is that kind of like inescapable violence, just the threats of all the ways like capitalism and patriarchal violence seek out and actively destroy the like Black feminine subject has been something that I'm constantly dancing with in my work. And I think that when I hear stories like the one you just told, and when I think even too about my own kind of like lived relationship to the work, that there's a way that like even in enslavement, like our bodies, like enslavement was by and large a project of containing the body and like, and restricting the body to a specific form of labor. And I think that in kind of like repossessing our bodies as instruments of pleasures or acts that can't automatically be recuperated by the state, like we access something that's almost even beyond pleasure, right? Like it's like ecstatic and there's sweat, but it's also not just purely sexual, which is kind of that like metaphysical space I was hearing you talk about, Adana. But thinking about this, the way that it's not this clear cut. I think when I first came into the academy, I really wanted to be on my pleasure tip. You know, I was trying to be what they was called like the pleasure ninjas. Like I was trying to be down and do all that stuff. Also shout out to like Black sexual economies, which was really grounding and anchoring for me. But I think I've just kind of found myself in this inescapable cyclical dance with pain, pleasure, and I'm really attuned to the ways that, like, as I call them in my research, Black feminine figures like turn towards the body as a way to kind of shapeshift around these threats of violence, which is so much bigger than like pleasure or sex or reproduction. Like it's like this constantly shifting process of being.
It reminds me of kind of moving towards a more Lordian sense of the erotic. I really appreciate, as much as, you know, I am interested in the question of pleasure and I want to return to that, and particularly like the sex kind, the sex with the kind, you know, but I am really fascinated with thinking about I'm returning to the word metaphysical, but I'm trying to find a word that is really kind of to capture the multidimensionality of not only kind of this practice, you know, the generation of it over time and how it's passed on and kind of learned or inherited or experienced as a legacy, as an inheritance, and how we come to that, but also thinking about, you know, how it can kind of alter consciousness and actually impact space. So I'm thinking again about the spaces of like the site of violence that then gets reclaimed. Can we talk a little bit more about space? Because I'm thinking about the South as a space where a lot of this work is being done right now throughout broadly conceived South, you know, the dirty South that Lamonda brings us to. And I'm glad you brought up Freaknik as one of those kind of sites. You know, what can you talk a bit about like how the spatiality of the South, but also this thinking about the African diaspora more broadly, inclusive of the Caribbean and parts of Africa and even South America and Europe, how these practices are both kind of localized and traveling and emergent across the globe where Black people are. wherever we are.
Yeah, I'm so excited by that question because so my research was looking specifically at, or I guess is looking specifically at the Dirty South, and particularly at kind of a cultural circuit between Atlanta and New Orleans. And so I think a lot about the ways, and so I feel like, New Orleans is such a Caribbean city, first of all. And I think some of it is kind of things we could map, but I think there's also a way that just shared conditions of life produce similar methods of survival. So when I think about the sugar plantations of New Orleans, the humidity, the sweat, all the different ways that labor is constructed in Louisiana are radically different, or I shouldn't say radically different, but markedly different than the ways that they're constructed around cotton fields in Georgia. But one point that feels relevant to this question is thinking about, I wish I had more reference notes right in front of me. So forgive me for the historical notes I might just slip over right now. But one of the things that I write about is the ways that there was, I want to say 1988 or 89 Carnival in Trinidad. There's all this fanfare about whining and the threat that it poses to order. I want to say the person I'm citing in my mind's name is Dan Miller. And I think about that in relationship to the kind of crisis around the kind of public street performances that made up Freaknik, and how Atlanta at that time was really invested in becoming the new South. Andrew Young and them are trying to instate this, the Atlanta we know now, Black Mecca, gentrified, all that stuff is kind of coming to form in the mid-90s. So these lewd acts in the streets are in direct opposition to the image that they're trying to portray. But yet and still, somebody like M. Jackie Alexander talks about, the bodies of Black feminine figures and the cultures that they set in motion are what draw people to the area. So they're the lure, and they're also the thing that must be contained for the property to sell, right? Or for the rates to go higher, for the investors to come. Mm-hmm. So I think about that, but I also think about that in relationship to these real lived proximities to sites of enslavement. So even on the metaphysical layer, when you have people who are coming into their bodies, and this, I think a lot about this when I'm traversing New Orleans, where you just walk and then there's a plaque and oh, this was an auction house, or oh, this was a plantation, and oh, that was a big house, where that's just so present in the streets where I'm gathering with my people to dance and scream and whatever we're doing. So I and this is stuff that I haven't written about a lot in particular, but it definitely informs the way I understand what it means for our bodies to carry all these histories as we experiment with our bodies' capacities to move and perform. So yeah, I feel like my train of thought just disorganized a little bit, but that's some of the things I think about space. And I think that the Dirty South to me is a really rich terrain for thinking diasporically, to thinking about kind of life in the wake of slavery, because there's not a literal or metaphorical distance, because the land is still the land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have me thinking about the.
Pull your microphone on.
Sorry. You have me thinking about the entanglements of space and time and how they get destroyed, or I don't know, mushed up, messy, and not clear cut especially during Carnival. And how in that moment, for example, you're oh, there's a plaque of this is where, so-and-so was auctioned, or here's the house, where it's in that moment, now you're in that moment, whether it was 17, whatever, 18, whatever, you're embodying that time period in this 2022 time period, how time becomes flattened during Carnival. And during those like moments of festivities where we use our bodies to say that this way of moving is okay in this space. Once you like, whether it's literal rope, once you go on the other side of the rope, you can't do that. But you come on this side of the rope, you can totally do that. You can totally actually access all of these layeredness that we are, that is our bodies. And you were saying like, oh, I'm not linear or something like that. And like, that's actually what the body is actually experiencing, right? It is this kind of like all at once. It's pleasure, pain, happy, sad, present, past tense, future tense, like literally all at once. And, sometimes like, just even with a turn, like my interaction with you is gonna be very different with this person over here is gonna be very different. And all I did was just turn to the left and, and I have a totally different experience of time. Like I keep going back to time because I'll give an example so that it becomes more solid. So like in New York, one of the Labor Day carnivals that I was participating in, this was with Makeda Thomas, and she had whitewash, and we were like, we were all in white, we were dancing, and we were like going to by the ropes and like interacting with whoever was there, including the cops. And at that point, since 2011, cops were like kind of mandated like not to engage with the masqueraders. So of course we're like, we're gonna make you engage with the masqueraders because it's Carnival. We gotta flip it. So we're like there and we're like shaking our butts and all this stuff and we're exhausted. And like in real time, we like literally only walked a block. Like if somebody filmed it, they're like, oh, okay, they're there, good. But in our world, it was like hours.
Wow.
It felt like 3 hours had passed. We were like, okay, you're gonna go there, we're gonna go there, I'm gonna take some water, and we're gonna tag team, we're gonna go back. And then we're like, and then so Makeda and her mom, and this was a beautiful moment of like motherhood, feminism, like we're the protectors of the space, like in action. One of the police officers who was like, I don't know why he was a lone police officer. I don't know why he was there. But anyway, the lone police officer who was like, keep it coming this way, all of a sudden was like, hurry up. Like there's other bands coming, like we're running out of time. She's like, what time? What time are we running out of? So you just see Makeda holding her brand new baby, I think, still breastfeeding. And then her mother comes and is like, so I just see this and they're like short and the guy is probably 6'5" or something. She's like, don't tell my daughter, da, da, da. And then her pregnant sister comes and she's like, listen, like, so you just have like these three versions of motherhood, right? Policing the police on what Carnival time is. And we're like, they're doing the most over there. Like all we have to do is go over there. Like the other band is far, far away. Like we are not running out of time. There's like so much time. I don't know what you're talking about. We're losing, this. So she's like trying to tell him about Carnival. He's telling him about police time. And, I was like, oh, this is what the colonial encounter actually looks like, in this moment. And he lost and he was like, whatever. You don't talk to mothers, so you can't get into it with mothers. But like that moment to me was like, they told him what the space needed to do, needed to be, what it needed to look like. And like, yes, you have your rules around parades and what parade permit means and all that stuff in terms of New York City's needs. And once you gave us that permission, let me tell you what these bodies get to do in this space. So to me, that was like really clear about like how we take up space, but then how in taking up space, you like mess with time. See, I was gonna curse, but I didn't. Made you proud. How you like mess with time, because like space only in our human world right now only works when time is passing or not, right? So like if we can slow it down, if we can speed it up, if we could make it huge moment, or we can make it this tiny moment, like if we can be a troublemaker or we can be your ally, like all of that can happen in a matter of minutes and feel like hours, or something can happen in a matter of hours and feel like, oh yeah, that was 2 seconds ago, to like, actually that was this morning, like
is that the kind of special kind of force field, space and time portal that Carnival allows. And so what happens to whining outside of that sacred space? Is it, outside of Carnival, when people are doing it for other reasons, in other points? Do you think that it can still have that same power of transforming their experience?
The space? Oh, yeah. I mean,
Because the dance itself kind of makes a space too.
it's so outside of Carnival, it's hard to sum. I can't say. It depends on the moment. Like, what is the moment they are trying to create, and then I could tell you about that moment. That like how they're doing it, how they're executing it. There's no like universal, like outside of Carnival, this is what happens. And inside of Carnival, this is what happens. And even inside of Carnival, again, there's like, it's all about mediating relationships. I think that's, yeah. So whining is like a relationship mediator. And whether it's your relation to time, to space, to other people, to race, to gender, sexuality, to yourself, reclaiming something or proclaiming something, protesting something, or going along with something. It really is in that space of like a mediator. And I think also because like I call it, the passport is your shaking hip. And then you enter the space, how you shake your hips tells people a lot about what is possible, if they can trust you or not, if they have to teach you some lessons, like, okay, you don't know. Okay, here are the rules. Here's what it looks like. You can't go from here to there until you learn this thing. Like, there's always a lesson that's going to happen that's going to tell people how to win. Best case scenario, this is what it's going to look like. You know what I mean? So if you can get that, that's what you want to do. So there's always a whining lesson, so that you can know how to operate in the space, you can know the language and so on and so forth. Outside of it, it's like, I can give you all the examples, like people use it to curse people out, of an older generation, like, I don't want to call like some interlocutors that I researched, yes. No names given, would like, if a neighbor that they did not like passed by would like raise their skirt and give them a dirty wine, and they were all like, whatever, because that was their way of cursing each other out. But that was also of a certain class too, So like moments like that would happen. Or there's these rules with couples that I always find this fascinating, and each couple has their own rule. And like, if you're whining with somebody else, here's the line. And one time, interlocutor was like, if that girl looks back at you as she's whining, I'm killing her. I was like, God, for her, she was like, that's dubious, She was like, you could whine, whatever, have a good time. But if you look back while you're whining, you want something else. I'm killing her. And I was like, so I remember the boyfriend was just like, whatever you do, don't look at me. Here are the rules. I don't want to get killed. I don't want you to get killed. So there's like there's all these kinds of whining is just always like good or bad, good or like naughty or like troublemaker. So and people are always just kind of constantly policing it in the moment, because it really depends on who it is. So like if you're whining with a little child, right, the rules are going to shift depending on your relationship to that child, like, and who you are. If you're of a certain age, if you're a man or a woman, if that child's a girl or a boy, like all these things are going to say, oh, that's the line. But the grandmother can do this, that's fine. But the grandfather definitely can't do what the grandmother did. Like, so it's always, again, about like mediating relationships.
Excellent. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah. I think I'm really taken by whining as a mediator of relationships and of space. And I think about, I was thinking about like somebody put in the Zoom chat, like the dance floor. I'm thinking about other like sites and moments of instruction. And I'm also thinking about kind of like whining and twerking as kind of like autoerotic or like autosexual expressions and gestures. I feel kind of far away from what the like first question is, but I feel really excited by thinking through like what outside of Carnival. I'm back. I think that there's a way that like if these, you know, gyrations and shakes are like technologies that bodies can use, that bodies inherit, which I think is the truth. If I think about, like, there's a long history of so-called like Negro erotic shake dancing. Like that's a thing, from like snake hips to all across the diaspora. And if we think, like, for me, that technology does still hold this like is a portal regardless of where it is. But I do think there's something happens when that portal is brought into the public space, like the street, or the block party, also like the dance hall. But I guess one distinction is that like the dance hall or the juke joint are spaces that are kind of sectioned off for those moments of release and catharsis, whereas the street is seen as something completely different. But I'm also interested, like I was saying, in the autosexual or the autoerotic, and what does like whining and, or what do whining and twerking evoke for those who are like, you know, in their bedrooms with the YouTube videos or with the playlist trying to figure it out, you know, what kind of things are unlocked in those moments. And I think there are still moments of catharsis and time play. And I think I'm thinking specifically about folks I know, like cultural workers in New Orleans, one person in particular named Chipo Kandanke, who does these like sacral shock dance classes where she's mixing whining and belly dance and twerk all into like her own kind of medicine, really, like thinking of it as like this medicinal offering. So yeah, I guess I'm thinking about like twerking, shaking, pussy popping, whining, all of these like sacral technologies that I do think like are portals wherever they are enacted.
This is such a great conversation. I wish I would love to keep talking. At the end of the day, we'd have like a co-authored article right here. This is like so rich. I don't want to stop. I forget what to do. I'm like, you already keep like the whole architecture of the article. You guys like, I'll just type. This is really good. I want to keep collaborating and having this conversation, but I just feel like I'm supposed to moderate and allow questions. I'm like ignoring everybody and getting the eye that no. Yeah, I don't know if it's on Zoom. I don't know how to read it or anything, but you can do it. Okay, good. But yeah, or anyone in the room wanna, because I can.
Do they make any comments? Are there any comments in there as they were that would be also helpful? I saw like paragraphs coming up, but I couldn't read what they were.
Is it? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, so we have just a few comments from Ruth Ann Crapo Kim. I've been thinking about diathesis rather than metaphysis as a way to go throughout rather than beyond physics or nature. This conversation is so helpful in thinking about pleasure and diasporic selves. We were thinking about Sonia Boyce. Has a lovely artwork featuring traditional masks in a Barbados plantation, reclaiming spaces, rebelling with a moko jambi in a ballroom. So that was a recommendation. Yeah, then, you know, I think just to echo on this kind of article, right? Love this idea of a feminist carnival time. Has anyone written on this? So I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's like, coming. It's in progress.
It is. This is the feminist
right here.
Yeah, and just I think a lot of really rich kind of references. You know, Carolyn Cooper from Jamaica is a good start. A lot of people just asking about, you know, others who have written about some of these conversations that you're having.
Yeah, can you talk about some of the scholars that you have engaged, you know, in your work?
Yes.
To recommend.
This always puts me on the spot. I'm like, can I just
particularly Black feminists too?
Samantha Noel is a huge influence for me with Jamets and her thinking around visual culture and Jamet embodiment and its ephemerality and how it's gotten passed on.
Hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry, how it's gotten passed on. Samantha Noel. Yeah. And Kai Barrett. But just tell me my bibliography. But you know what it is. Yeah, Rosamund King. Well, no, not myself, but
Yes, yourself. Cite yourself.
Rosamund King and Sonia Dumas, who's I think she's just finished her PhD actually, but she's always been working on this stuff. It just, you know, sometimes you got to make it official. But in Trinidad and who's the dance hall woman who's really good? No. Oh no, she cool too, but not her. The other one.
It's like, you said Rosamund King, right?
Hmm? She's from Trinidad. No, this one's from Jamaica.
Yeah, I know exactly.
It's so, she's so good.
We will have.
We're gonna we can put together a bibliography, I think,
Yeah.
for this out of this conference. That would be good for future research for out students. Exactly. Yes, that's I love
Hashtag
it.
Afro-Caribbean women.
So I want to ask a question about girls or youth, particularly who?
Melissa Blanca Borelli, who does Cuban hips.
Oh yes, cool. And who's the one who does the work on hypnosis? That's her? That's her. Okay, yeah.
Hypnosis, yeah.
I like that with hypnosis. I was in Spain at one of their, I think this massive drum circle that happens every Sunday in the park in Madrid. And it was the kind of place I was really excited because I found my people finally after wandering the city for so long and found all these kind of, drums and African and South American, Caribbean immigrants, everybody was there. And I was just so delighted because I saw this little girl doing this hip wine in front of me and she was just smiling and I recorded her. I just thought, in America, someone would be like saying, stop that, that's too grown up for you. Don't do that. That's a grown movement. And so I'm very curious because what's been your experience in your research with your interlocutors about the feeling about children doing this, and if it's seen as like too adult or it's understood that this is part of their learning and their rite of passage, and also what happens with the kind of gendering of it, where you're talking about femme queens and other kind of gendered expressions among self-identified, Black gay men in the South or the Caribbean or trans folks. If you could talk about that.
Well, it's definitely, this is one of the moments where it's like, it's police depending on that context. So, and depending on who's watching and depending on, so for example, like if that little girl is whining in Trinidadian context, if the little girl's whining in family and around, it's great, that's sweet, people are clapping, they're like singing songs around it and they're uplifting her and affirmation. If she's whining, like same little girl in a place where the parents don't trust the folks or they don't know the folks, or it's like, some older man or like something predatorial, something feels dangerous to that child, it's a problem.
Okay.
Don't do that, not in front of this, that conversation will shift. To the child, they're probably just like, I did the same thing that I did with mommy, I don't understand, right? So it gets policed, like you learn very early what space allows what. So how to code switch the whining, and what it should look like, what that line is for you because you're a girl, and here are the dangers about like being like what it provokes, what your whining is provoking, right? And you're a boy, like your whining is provoking these other things. So like, we're not worried about that, but we are worried about this. And like, you don't want to be seen like that. You don't want to be seen as predatorial, so on and so forth. So it gets policed based on context. And you learn that very early. In different ways, but the fear around it at any moment, it could lead to sometimes it's like, it goes dark, like to your death. Like it could lead to you being kidnapped. It could lead to you being
Mhm.
sex trafficked. Like people go there, you know, and you're like, I'm 2 or I'm 8. Like that, I don't even know what you're talking about. Right? You're like,
No.
what? Yeah, exactly. Right. So like, you know, one time I was doing research and it was an 8-year-old, she was whining in, it looked like after a performance rehearsal or something like that, they were rehearsing. So the adults were there. You can see in the video, they're just like, whatever, she's doing this and whatever. But because it was recorded and put on Facebook, that was where it was a problem. You can't control who downloads it, who passes it, whatever, So it was like, I mean, the comments were like anywhere from like, yeah, look at her go, she's great, to like, she's about to become a prostitute, she's gonna fail out of class, like you should keep an eye on her, like to the worst of the worst. I'm like, she's 8. All she did was whine. How do you know what her future looks like based on her just whining, right?
That's right.
So yeah, so just to say, like, it literally gets policed based on the context. And the same thing with like 2 men whining with each other versus 2 women. 2 women could do whatever they want. Now, I know in my mom's generation, it was like a little bit more policing. Oh, that's lesbianism, or that's, but now it's like women can whine on each other, not whine on each other. They can do all of the things, kids, adults, old, nobody questions like their sexuality or anything, but men gets heavily policed. So it'll be like, has to look like this, side by side, don't touch, no hips, And people will like, you know, so even when, for example, I was participating in Yuma and there was like what they were calling not the gay section, like when I was with them the whole time, none of them like whined like back to back or front to front or anything where their hips were touching. They whined and they were amazing whiners, but they were like side by side. They were like what heteronormative whining version looked like, which would be like men that are saying like, we are not engaging in sexual activity with each other. That kind of policing or self-policing was happening. There was no kind of, and that was 2012, 13. So I can't say what it is now. Maybe they're breaking more boundaries and doing more stuff like that too. But then it was very like, you know, yes, we are all gay and we're proud, and whining wise, there was no kind of pushing the boundaries of.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I found that very interesting too. But that's also like a moment in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll add, you know, there's a scholar, Kyra Gant, who has work on kind of like the impact or the impact of like twerking, the phenomena of twerk videos and young like adolescent Black girls. In my research, I focus mostly on people over the age of 18, like adults. But I do think that there's like, I've been yoked up by a parent for twerking at a party. And so I feel like kind of viscerally that. And I think that for me, there's also this question of audience. I'm thinking back to the keynote and Dr. Zazdaville saying like cross-dressing was more common before integration. And I think something similar happens with the advent of like digital circulation, YouTube mediation, which YouTube happens in 2005, a few months before Hurricane Katrina. And to me, that marks this like major shift in the way that the like New Orleanian cultural practices of P-popping and twerking get like mass mediated and then judged and ridiculed. I do think all that negotiation of safety is still present. Listening to you, Adana, I was also thinking about like the ways that like while you do like twerk on people, there is also a more kind of performative autoerotic element to twerk that I'm really like interested in and curious about it. So when I think about scenes of, and I should say that in my research, because I'm very like cognizant that like femininity is not like conscripted or beholden just to people who like identify or would be identified as women. Like I'm thinking a lot about Black feminine figures and across gender presentations and identifications. And I think that like when I think about like the spaces I've been in, the parties I've seen, even like the sections of Mardi Gras I've been in that are queer, like everybody is shaken in that more performative style. Like there's like audience and there's like viewership, but nobody's really like it's not like nobody's, you know, trying to make people, oh wow, I was like, nobody's trying to make people come. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. It just was already.
Well, now we've gotten to the good part of it. No, I'm just kidding.
So people are just what is, you know, athleticism, pleasure, catharsis, release. And so I think that something like when that athleticism, pleasure, catharsis, release enters into like a virtual domain or like gets flattened into purely like sexual or reproductive sexuality, it loses something. And then it becomes this thing that feels like, oh no, what are we teaching the children? But I wonder about and believe, I think that if we were to think about it as autoerotic, autosexual, as not about like indexing reproductive acts, that something else might be possible.
Can I just want to add that it just made me think of like so for men in Carnival Trinidadian style whining culture, for men, right, to like not like, you're a really bad whiner if you finish whining. Yeah, there you go. I was like, what's the PG word? Right.
Thank you. Thanks, Sheree.
Right. And then you leave the whining and there's an erection. They're like, you know what I mean? So like, I remember like men who were considered like really good whiners. One, they could like handle multiple back to back, right? And so they can whine for multiple songs, and they can really control these sexual urges. So, and it's not like said out loud to be like, oh, you know, but it's also about this sense of control. It's like, he is not, like his penis isn't telling him what to do. He's telling his penis what to do. You know what I mean? So there's something about like, oh, what, like amazement around that sense of control of your sexuality. So like, even whatever her intentions are to like sexual arousal or not sexual arousal, there is also this kind of conversation around like, not. Yeah, like that's part of the dance. Like you know, you could dance and shake your booty all you want, and I could be turned on all you want, but not happening. So yeah, as part of the skill level, like the actual technology of a heteronormative male autoeroticism would kind of look, at least in Carnival, like that. They got me thinking about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hi.
great.
Yes, so absolutely fascinating discussion. And I was just wondering if you could say a little bit about the difference between whining in the carnival space and whining in the dancehall space. So Professor Carolyn Cooper from Jamaica talks a lot about how in the dancehall space, you know, that the whining in the dancehall space is very much about the subversion of middle class respectability. And there has also been links made with bleaching in terms of those kind of expressions of subversion. Now, in the dancehall space, this, you know, it's often a nightclub or a gathering amongst mainly young people happening at night. Could we say that perhaps dancing to soca in the carnival space is a much more sanctioned activity, it's multi-generational, it's not so much a part of a scene? So is there a difference there, you know, in terms of the codes of whining and the type of whining, the politics of whining, and, you know, the sexuality of whining in those different spaces?
Yes.
You're like, yeah.
Yes, totally. And I can mostly attest to it through my interlocutors, like from like Trini folks going into Jamaican dance hall, as opposed to like Jamaican folks telling me what they're. So in this, what I call like the, you know, in Jamaica, they have like sound clash where like two sound systems are like competing against each other. This is like booty clash, you know? So it's like how you are culturally brought up and trained around this rolling hip, like really comes to be tested when you encounter people who have a different understanding of what's supposed to be happening, for example. So a lot of the times, for example, like when women are whining with Jamaican men in a dance hall space, right? The experience of Trini women is that, you know, they're whining for themselves and you follow me. I'm the leader. The Jamaican male is like, you're whining for me, so I don't need to do you're here for my pleasure. So like, do what I want you to do. So there would be like arguments, they're like, no, don't, no, because it's woman-centered from the kind of Carnival Soka logic. It's woman-centered. And if she wants to wine with you, that's great. If she doesn't want to wine with you, then you need to move on. So, so that kind of clash happens. And then I would also think in the American context where this is more grinding, less so like twerking specific, but like in New York, Jersey, Philly, East Coast area, when Caribbean folks are encountering like African-American folks who are trained to shake their butts differently in terms of what it means, right? It was like, oh, I was in the basement. My mom and dad didn't know. I was like, oh, I was in front of my grandma, like since I was 2, right? So this kind of understanding of self as a sexual being, but also not as a sexual being. Like whining is not just about sex, but it also is about sex, right? So having that complexity versus like, it's only about sex, right? There would be like these encounters again, where the Caribbean person is like whining for pleasure and for self-pleasure, for multiple layers of pleasure. And the African-American, let's say it's a male, is like whining for sexual pleasure. And I remember like 2 times in the club, it's gonna be vulgar what I'm gonna say, 2 times in the club where Caribbean was one of my friends who was like Caribbean person whining, and the African-American person, he like came in his pants. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. And you're like, and we're like, come on, it ruined the dance, ruined the timing. We're like, again, your job is to keep the dance going.
But that is actually really interesting to come in your pants. Like, are women coming too? Or
when I didn't ask my friend, I should have, but that was a long time ago. But I don't know. That's the question I have. That's the question. Right? Because also it's like, it's also different. It looks different as a performance. Yes, I'm sure. You know what I mean? So like, maybe women could come in your pants. We'll never know because we continue the dance. We know the goal is to continue dancing, but yeah, but the kind of, those are how like these cultural clashes would kind of show up. It's like in the moment, you have to like renegotiate, like even things that are around timing, for example, like Bayesian whining and Trini whining could sometimes like, they come together. It's like this, so they have to like find a new rhythm with each other because of just how they're trained to like listen and relate to the rhythm of the music. So they'll have like moments like that where it's like, and then you're like, oh, okay, this is, right, there we go, right? So the cultural clash is in the embodiment and in that moment at that time, more so than like a conversation or something. Because most of the time people can't actually articulate the slight differences, but when they start dancing with each other, then you're like, oh, you're not dancing for me. Oh, or this is about you. Oh, I didn't know the rhythm was, and then it becomes like embodied aware of it.
More about what you were saying about relational. That's interesting. Rob, Malika, we only have 2 minutes left, but I would love to hear your thoughts on this question.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm so swept up in all these party scenes that we've just been brought into. No, but I think I guess now I'm thinking about 2 things. One is the ways that like I've been in conversation with people and me myself personally have had to kind of like remap my relationship to club space, to dance space, from a kind of like hyper performative, like validation seeking mode of like dancing, shaking, whining, twerking, all that stuff, to a more kind of like self-possessed, actually, I'm doing this for me. And I think that that's interesting when you think about, all that we've talked about, like all the kind of pleasures and catharsis and the like subversions, and how like easily that can be co-opted into like, instruments of phallic pleasure, to clean it up real nice. But I think there's something generative to me about that constant negotiation of how one kind of like orients to the body in kind of like hip-centric, ass-centric movement. And then there was another thing that I was thinking about just I guess like diasporic transfers, and I feel like I can remember vividly like cousins from New York coming to Atlanta and showing us all these music videos and teaching us what a dirty wine was. And like, so I think there's something really generative to me in the ways that whining is a mediator in the places where like whining and twerking meet and diverge. I feel like a lot of my study has been in spaces. Like, I feel like I've done a lot of observing in the kind of public carnivalesque space, but a lot of study in kind of like smaller, intimate settings, if that makes sense. And I think that there's a way that like, I'm leaving this conversation really curious about those moments of translation and mediation and like mismatch. Like I think from this conversation, next time I dance, I'm gonna be like, oh, what rhythms are converging at the moment?
What portals are you opening?
Right, what portals? Where are we meeting? Where are your rhythm styles and where are mine, and how can we come together? So I'm feeling into all of that right now, and I guess I'm really grateful for just all the ways. I think I was also witnessing, like, I'm also thinking about the South and like, what does it mean that like an African-American dance or shake culture from the dirty South is different from that of the North? And like, what might it, and I think it's different in that it is both public and private. Like it's both the like illicit hypersexual thing and that the kind of public release, playful athletic thing. So that's definitely something that I'll be leaving this conversation thinking about too.
Thank you so much. I'm incredibly privileged to have been a part of this panel and to hear from you guys. And we're also lucky. Thank you for your brilliance. And we really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Passing it to Cathy for what's next.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. There's, I had tons of questions, but we will have to just do that later. So what we're up next, Emily, Adiola, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Women in Carnival Network, and we did want to briefly talk about like our research ethics, the way we approach our work, and sort of a little bit about the research that we each do that bring us together, and how the different sort of specializations that we have created like this, I guess, like far-reaching sort of concept of what the network is going to be. So come on up. It's not like okay, everyone. So this is just a chance for us to share with you a little bit more about the project and how the whole Women in Carnival Symposium came into being. So we're all, Adiola, Cathy and I are all going to talk a little bit about our research in terms of Women in Carnival and tell you about the project and the different parts of the project, because this is the sort of the second leg, if you like, of the project. We had a symposium in Trinidad. This is our one for the US, and then we'll have another one in Leeds. So the idea is to have this wonderful connection of voices across the diaspora, exploring the role of women in Carnival. So I'll just tell you a little bit more about myself and how I came to research Carnival before we tell you about the project. So I'll talk about my work. Cathy can talk a little bit about hers. Adiola, who there she is, hi, on the screen. Adiola will talk a little bit about hers too, and then we'll introduce the project. So my main area of research has been the trickster figure. I'm part Martinican. My mother was from the French-speaking island of Martinique, and my dad is from Bognor Regis, a little bit less exotic, so to speak.
So I grew up as a mixed heritage woman in North Wales, and I've always been fascinated by my Caribbean heritage. My grandfather was a well-known writer and poet named Joseph Zobel, and he wrote a book and a film called Black Shack Alley, which explored his life in a very, very destitute sugarcane cutting community in Martinique, and how he sort of transcended, a life on the plantations through education. So I grew up very much with this story. It was a very inspiring story for me. So I've always been deeply invested in my Caribbean heritage. Now, I play mass. I play mass in a troupe called Mama Dread's Masqueraders in Leeds. So the Leeds, near Manchester, north of England, actually has the first Caribbean-style street carnival in Europe. So it's since the 1960s, we've got a really long-standing carnival, Caribbean-style carnival tradition. So we play mass every year, and our band, Mama Dread's Masqueraders, have a very politicized way of bringing carnival to the road. So we always take on a very political theme. So these are my two books on the trickster figure. So one of them, Anansi's Journey, a story of Jamaican cultural resistance, traces the trajectory of Anansi, the trickster spider. You'll probably all be familiar with the trickster spider, Anansi, born in West Africa and brought across to the Caribbean by enslaved people. And what I argue in that book is that cultural forms like the trickster stories were actually coded with methods of survival and resistance that enslaved people used on the plantations to try and, if you like, to warren the system from within and subvert the power and oppression of the culture. So these folk tales were actually a form of mental training, a way of subverting the power of the oppressors. And my second book, American Trickster, where you're probably all familiar with the Brer Rabbit figure, looks at the cultural trajectory of Brer Rabbit. It has a very different story, and in some ways, due to the work of Joel Chandler Harris, those trickster stories became very much embedded in white mainstream American culture, lost some of their potential for resistance, but then I argue they were reclaimed by African American writers, then that recast Brer Rabbit in his subversive practices, if you like. So my work on the trickster has also sort of manifested itself into my work on carnival. So I'm really interested in traditional masquerade and the trickster on the street. In particular, traditional masquerades like the baby doll, like Midnight Robber, like the Blue Devils. So how does carnival, particularly in traditional masquerade, subvert power? How is it a practice of resistance? But these practices of resistance are always complex. And as Kim brilliantly said, that you mustn't try and iron out those complexities. She said it much better than that. She said she's not here to resolve the contradictions. And I think that is carnival is full of contradictions, as is dancehall and whining culture. And we're not here to explain away those contradictions, but to celebrate them and understand how they function, and also how they particular function in terms of the psychology of the people that play these masquerades, just as in terms of the psychology of the people that told the trickster stories. What do they do to the mind? What do they do to the body? What do they do to the heart? This is what interests me. So Cathy and I first met, my darling, and we never look back. No. So in 2017, there was a big conference at Leeds on Caribbean carnival cultures, and Cathy came to that, and it was an international conference. And since then, we've partnered up on projects and on work, because our explorations of carnival are often very much a similar angle. And Adiola, lovely Adiola, was also at the conference. So it was since 2017, that kind of gave birth to this collaboration. What the Women in Carnival project seeks to do is to really try and bridge the gap between academia and artistry and practitioners, because there's a lot of suspicion about the academics, and rightly so, amongst people that practice Carnival. The artists are involved in Carnival. What do they want? Are they parachuting in, taking what they need, parachuting out again, investing in their own careers without giving anything back? So there's a lot of suspicion there. There's also in academia very little proper understanding of what Carnival means. A lot of academics don't play mass, they don't involve themselves in the masquerade, they're not there on the street, they don't embody it, they write about it, but from a critically distant angle. They're not practitioners, they don't get involved. So the project seeks to break that down and to create across the diaspora a network of researchers and practitioners who can be in dialogue with one another. And the focus here is on women. Carnival was born in a very patriarchal society, but how are women now using Carnival as a way to challenge those patriarchal structures? So we're interested in also the role of women, the unseen work of women in creating Carnival, all the behind the scenes work, breaking down the focus of the beautiful body, which has been very much a focus of Carnival across the diaspora, and looking at the changing roles of women in Carnival, how women are using Carnival in new ways as a platform for feminism, for equal rights, for calling attention to the abuses of their bodies. So how is Carnival being used by women as a source of empowerment? So that was the kernel of the project. And I'll pass over to Cathy now to talk a bit about her work and about the project.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk briefly because I'm realizing that I'm just going to have to do the thing that my MFA dissertation committee told me to do, which is embrace my excess. So there are very many nodes to my research, and I was, as you were talking, and I'm trying to think if in 2017 was okay. So I played Jab Devil with N2 Springer. She did a workshop at the 2017 conference in Leeds, and we got to create our own wings and our own horns and our tail, and we had to do we had to make a sign or something. And I think Brexit was happening for the Brits, and I was just like, well, the thing that was happening quite often with me as a grad student and being I needed to, I forget what they call us. We are a designated reporter of Title IX and sexual abuse. So students would come into my office. I'm a creative writing teacher, and there's a tendency for people to trust creative. I don't know, just like the proximity of the conversations. I mean, it's true. I mean, like what we talk about in class. And so I remember I constructed a very large penis on my devil because I was just really fed up of having students come into my office hours telling me about these things that were happening to their bodies. And so that was the thing that I was exercising. And I feel like that might have also been the first year I thought to myself, this is my research, and I'm dressing up and I'm out here on these streets smearing mud on myself and whining on strangers who are professors at other universities somewhere. It also might have been the first year I actually started to actively cosplay, because I'm also a comic book scholar. So this is my excess. So I'm a comic book scholar, and I also do carnival culture. And so when I came to grad school, I was looking at cosplay and playing mass as performative and embodied cognates of each other. And I was like, well, I can't just write about this because this makes no sense to me unless I'm actually performing it. I feel like 2017, after I did that, might have been the first time I just would show up to conferences in full-on horns doing my cosplay. Whatever comic I was reading, I was Gwen from Image from Saga Image Comics. So all of this, I'm actually also an introverted person. So in the I am. So listen, yo, but for real though. So in the so in the previous panel, panel, you guys were talking about like the differences between the African American like performance, the sort of the autoerotic performance of the body and dance, and then like the way the Caribbean one was. And I feel like being raised as a child of Guyanese people, my first whining experience was out in the yard in front of people, but then there was an age that it became a little too licentious and it was censured. And I remember then going to college and all the whining, grinding happened in a basement, like at the Black Student Center, like at the Malcolm X basement, right? So that's where the whining and grinding happens. And it's absolutely true. An erection does ruin the entire experience. So I come to Carnival more as a spectator, having gone to the West Indian Day Parade in Brooklyn. So I'm thinking about cosplay. I'm thinking about playing mass and Carnival. I'm thinking about all these sort of different moments of like taking my introverted self out. And so that is one of the things that I'm looking at. So because I didn't like study dance, or I'm not a trained ethnographer, the work that I'm doing is pretty ethnographic at this point. But a lot of the exploration that I have around the body is like wondering about the ways in which people in the diasporic community are connected and communicating with each other through like what are the things that we take with us when we leave and when we leave spaces to know each other. And then I started to think what would happen in this time in which the environment is incredibly precarious, especially in places like the Caribbean, where there's a lot of like extractive industry and the weather is becoming incredibly extreme. What would happen in the future if these spaces were destroyed? How would the Western imagination reconfigure the Caribbean? So there's a novel that I'm working on, and I'm looking at Carnival traditions as sort of a reparative way in which people are going to like restore and understand their bodies and their relationships to each other. And thinking about, there was something that Ra mentioned about the technology of the body and the hips. And my main character in my book is called Fleur. And her name is an acronym for fungible labialized ex utero routine. And she is in fact a shapeshifter. So there was something that Ra was saying that I wrote down. I mean, it sounds very complicated and I'll stop right here, but I was just thinking, it's just like, I'm thinking about like the ways in which the female body that is marked with Blackness, how it necessarily needs to shapeshift in order to survive and what that might be. Oh, you're not here physically.
Thanks for the mic, Cathy. Yeah, speaking of shape-shifting, so my movement, my journey into Carnival is one that kind of starts with Carnival and then comes back to Carnival. So as you know, I said before, I grew up in Trinidad, and I grew up seeing mass and playing mass. Recognizing mass as a thing that allowed me to kind of come out of myself and then into myself again. And it was indeed a medicine. It was that time where there's a kind of healing that happens in that space, and you go through the year and then you get that healing again. So you're constantly looking for that buzz. So migration happened for me, and moving out of my home space, I feel that there are lots of things that happen in terms of understanding multiple selves. And for me, it was learning to become myself again. And so Carnival was that. In terms of the story is quite long and I don't feel like I have the time to go through it, but mass for me became one of the ways in which I'm a dancer and I'm a visual artist as well. And so mass was one of those ways of combining my two art forms as a kind of experimental thing to begin with, and then making a costume, a character that I wore back in Trinidad, and being told that the costume, the performance was mass. And then, I don't know if we talked about mass at all in this space already, but understanding that concept of mass within the Caribbean context, and what is this mass? What is mass? And so a lot of my research is about looking at what mass is. Mass seen as the shortened form of the word masquerade, but also sort of embodying that sense of the mask and wearing the mask, and the mask being seen as something that can be something on the face, but also something that could be a 10-foot costume or could be a bikini. And then the performances within that space as well. So I'm very much interested in movement in the diaspora and what it means to shapeshift, as Cathy says. And it's not about shapeshifting for fun, it's about shapeshifting for necessity and survival. But what it means to have opportunity for the selves that you may have suppressed in order to survive, in order to thrive in new spaces, what it means to have opportunities for those selves that have been suppressed to show themselves again, to be visible again. So visibility again, we bring back that word, visibility. And within my practice, it is about creating those spaces, creating those sacred spaces that are necessarily temporary. I think the temporality of this thing, when we talk about permissions and spaces to whine or spaces to do things, the temporality of that is really important as well. The fact that it's not something that happens all the time. It's not a space that we live in or exist within all the time. But yeah, there was so much that was said earlier that I resonated with. There was so much that excited me and so much I wanted to kind of like add and to further conversations with people. But yeah, so that's my research. Mostly it's looking at mass, looking at dispossession and repossession, looking, citing works from people like Clinton Hutton, who is Jamaican professor who talks a lot about repossessing yourself. Rex Nettleford, I have a list here, Rex Nettleford, Roll Gibbons, my dad, Jared Akching, who talks a lot about masking and visibility and masking to reveal rather than conceal. Of course, Samantha Noel, Susan Harewood, who looks at Carnival as a methodology, as a way of doing research. Yeah, and the list goes on. Of course, Lovelace is part of that, and Tony Hall. So yeah, it's been great to be part of this with these two amazing, wonderful women. So yeah.
Thank you. Adiola, when we embarked on this project, we've had several. Oh, does that work? Yes. When we embarked on this project, Adiola, and as I said before, the key to the project was to try and get women across the diaspora talking to one another about their scholarship, about their research and about their practice and their artistry. And because I think sometimes we can be very kind of culturally inward. So America thinks about America, the UK, Europe thinks about Europe, the Caribbean thinks about the Caribbean. And it's the importance is to try, particularly in these diasporic cultural forms, to think about those connections, the way that we're connected to one another, and the way that different forms of power and oppression influence Black people across the diaspora. Now, one of the things that came up in the project is the ethics of doing this kind of research, and especially research around Carnival and research in Carnival in the Caribbean. So I was wondering, Adiola, if you might like to say something about the discussions that we've had about ethics.
Yeah, I think you touched on it already early on quite nicely, encapsulated it. But I think for me, it's just about that awareness. I think one of the things that that research cultures, in the sense, in general, are set within a frame that is not, it's colonial, right? The whole idea of ethnography and getting something out of someone else is set within a frame that is about taking, So I think one of the things we kind of asked ourselves in terms of how we engage with people is about how do we allow spaces for voices to be heard, and for people to feel valued. And I think, our universities already have their own ethics and their own procedures, but when we're on the ground with people, what does it mean to hear what people are saying? What does it mean to take time? And I think time is something that's often undervalued, but it's something that is actually crucial to the feeling of being valued and being heard. And so what does it mean to make time when there's no time? What does it mean to to almost reveal yourself as well, to show yourself as vulnerable, in order for people to trust you and then see themselves reflected through you as well. You know, how do we have that relationship? What does it mean to co-produce a piece of work, to genuinely co-produce a piece of work? And a lot of the times, a lot of what we're learning is that strategies of really genuinely valuing people and co-producing with people starts from way before the funding process. You know, it starts before that. But how do we then bring our learnings to spaces so that, you know, we are doing the necessary steps to help people feel included and to feel valued when they're sharing from themselves. I think it's important to recognize our privilege as well, to know where we come from, that we all have varying levels of privilege, and what does that mean? And that and it's not a personal thing, that we are not, it's what we represent as well. You know, we represent institutes, we represent the West, we represent, you know, all of these things. And what does that mean, particularly when we're working with people from the global South?
Yeah. So thanks, Adiola. So it's that constant awareness of positionality, you know, that I think that every scholar has to try and grapple with, and it's unresolvable. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I will say one of the things that I really knew had to happen was a material sort of exchange of tools, so that people could feel like they had the resources to conduct their own research and their own archiving. And, you know, I don't want to get myself in trouble because this is, we're at the university and this is being Zoomed, but sometimes you have to leave equipment behind so that people can continue the work, because it's actually more expensive for you to keep flying back and forth to a place. So I cleared, I'll say this out loud, I cleared this with my office, my funding office, and I said, I'm buying this equipment because my participants need to scan their archives. So you get handheld scanners, you leave them behind so that people can work with it. You just have to constantly understand, because you're not the only knowledge producer, and the way that you're codifying an archive, how you're putting finding aids out and all these things may not make sense to someone else. So it's just I like to go in and just ask what people need, and then figure out what they're doing later, and then see how it might work into my system. So a large part of this Women in Carnival network, we're going to have a digital humanities platform, which will be open source. I've been hesitant, or I've been studying many ways in which to create this platform so that's accessible to everyone. And so that, that the way that it is set up, it's not something that is held at the university and policed at the university. Because so much of our work and our thinking and our bodies historically has been held or policed by an institution. So it's important that this digital space is something that everyone can hold for themselves.
Absolutely. And so just let us tell you where we're up to so far now with the project, and about the Trinidad section of the project. And you're going to, after lunch, meet the Trinidadian participants who are going to be Zooming in. So you'll meet these women soon. So this is an incredible photo here of Ranella Alfred. And Ranella is a rope jab mass player. I don't know how much everybody in the room knows about traditional masquerade, but in the Caribbean and across the diaspora, there are different types of masquerade, of playing mass, which are often deeply rooted in African cultural practices, but which are also full of confrontation and violence, and draw from that history of enslavement and colonialism in all sorts of interesting ways on the road. Now, Ranella's mass is rope jab, and the rope jab masquerade involves having a whip, a great big bullwhip, and confronting other rope jabs in Carnival, and having a fight with the whip. And this, drawing blood. And this is something that a rope jab would prepare for all year round, but then 40 nights before the actual going on the road, you stop drinking, you stop having sex, you rub yourself with particular herbs so that you're ready to play, So it's a very, very serious masquerade. It has Indian roots because in Trinidad, 40% Indian population. So it's a real mix of Indo-Trinidadian and Afro-Trinidadian culture. And she, Ranella Alfred, is the youngest rope jab players, the only second woman to ever play this masquerade. It's very traditionally macho masquerade, as you can imagine. And she draws from the goddess Kali in her mass, in her manifestation of the mass. So she was one of our key participants, and you'll meet her later. So we had a workshop in Trinidad at the Lloyd Best Center, which is a cultural center, and it was quite free form, sort of things, kind of organic things happen throughout the day. One of the wonderful kind of free form happenings was that we were joined by a woman called Helen Kennedy. Now, this is another traditional masquerade, is the baby doll mask, which links very obviously to Kim's baby dolls of New Orleans, but is a different manifestation. So Helen Kennedy came along, and you can see there she has 4 prams full of dolls. I think she had, how many dolls? 30? 20 kids. 20 kids. Was it 20 kids? Yeah.
No, more than 20.
I think she had 30.
She had 30.
30 kids. And these are all the dads of the kids. Yeah. She's holding them to account. So the baby doll. Yeah. The baby dolls in Trinidad, they don't dress so much as the doll, or there's a doll element to their outfit, but they take a doll on the road, often a white doll, so often a black woman with a white. And she shouts, she comes down a carnival procession and she shouts at men and she says, pay for the baby, pay for the baby. And the idea is that she's been taken advantage of, often by a white man. She may have been abused, she may have been raped, or it may be that she's been left alone without any family support, and she's holding people accountable. Traditionally, she was actually kind of mocked in the carnival parade, but now baby dolls in Trinidad are using the mask to make all sorts of statements about women and women's rights. So Helen Kennedy is making the point about teenage pregnancy. Don't have too many babies. And part of the mask is also giving out condoms on the street. So it's a sort of awareness raising masquerade that she's using baby doll for there. And we have one of our key participants, another baby doll, Amanda McIntyre. Do you want to say a little bit about her mask, Cathy? About Amanda's. Okay, I mean, I have her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she has her art. She has a piece of art of Amanda McIntyre. But Amanda is a fascinating baby doll player. So she performs on her own, and she has all her outfits handmade. So it's absolutely, you see the work that goes into the outfit, how beautifully intricate it is. And so the mass that she played when we went to Trinidad in February, the mass that she played on the road, and remember, this year Trinidad Carnival wasn't a carnival properly on the road, but these traditional masqueraders still went out and did their mass, even though there wasn't, a kind of a big street party. But her mass for this year was about women owning space, and the importance of women having their own houses and their own spaces. So you can see on her hat, she has a house on her hat, and even her baby doll there has a little house strapped to its tummy, and the house even lit up. We had little electric lights in it. It was so beautifully done. So we're really lucky to have Amanda McIntyre on board. And if you look her work up on the internet, you can see different manifestations of her baby doll mask, which are all equally fascinating. And there's a whole sort of, she's an academic as well, so she very much drills down, into the analysis of what she takes onto the road. And this is Ranella and her mother, Halima. And so Halima was the first female rope jab. And so her husband played it, and then her husband's father played it, and his father before him. And so these masquerades are passed down through the generations. And they are the number one rope jab family in Trinidad. I did ask them, I said, well, what if people in Leeds would like to find out more about, rope jab and play rope jab in Leeds? And she said, there's only one thing they need to know in Leeds, is if they start playing rope jab, we're coming for you. Yeah, without permission. Yeah, without permission. So it's a confrontational masquerade, and I wish we had the video of Cathy taking part in a whipping scene, which I don't think your ears are probably still ringing from that. But what was interesting as well, and what Halima, Ranella's mother, did, is that she decided that the men were always were playing this rope jab, and she was sewing the costumes. And one day she said, "I'm coming out with you. Well, you can't play this masquerade. This is a deeply traditional masquerade played by men. You can't play." She went out, she played it, and she's kind of broken the seal, if you like, for other women and for her daughter as well. When they have a huge wall full of prizes that they've received, and a big garden outside their house where they grow all the healing herbs and all the herbs they need in preparation for the masquerade.
And then the agave plant where the rope comes from.
Yes, yeah. So the rope is made with the plant, which is in the yard. It's all made by hand. It's a particular type of rope. It's dried, and the crack from it is, it sort of echoes down the street. So Ranella will tell you more about her mass when you meet her after lunch, and to Pearl Springer, who was another one of our key participants, who is a goddess of Carnival. She's 70, or I shouldn't say probably. Yeah, should we say? We've said it. She's proud of it. She is proud of it. She's proud of it, and she can whine, can't she?
That's her whining.
Yeah, yeah. She pretended to be asleep in an armchair, and then the music hit her, and she got to her feet, and showed everybody how to do it. Yeah, but Entu Pearl Spring is a poet. She's an activist. She's been a political activist since her teens, and a writer and a theatre maker. But also, one of the significant contributions she's made to Carnival is this Camboulay theatre piece, which is a historical reenactment of Afro-Trinidadians fighting for their rights to have Carnival on the street during a time that it was banned. So that it was banned in 1866, 68, 88.
The rights.
Yeah, so 1888. And so it's a beautiful historical reenactment that's done it's an early morning of Carnival Monday on the streets, which involves hundreds of performers and fire breathing and traditional masquerade. So Camboulay is Entu's brainchild. And then Adana, who is our other key participant, and you've been introduced to Adana and her incredible work already. So we all gathered at the Lloyd Best Centre in Trinidad for the first part of this Women in Carnival symposium, and there we all are. And I like the flounce, Adana. So it was a fantastic day. We all shared our practices, and we also had a fire breathing workshop, which I don't think we'd probably get away with the rules in this university. No. Yeah. But we are going to have dancing today, and so we had dancing and drumming and a sharing with all these fantastic women who are bringing new roles to Carnival. And this is Cathy and I sharing our research at the first symposium. And hey, we made it into the papers on Women's Day. And we left Trinidad on International Women's Day. And there was a spread about Mama, this is mass, women reclaiming space in Carnival. So it was a piece that covered the project and gave us, a bit more exposure and a bit more of a platform. Is there anything you want to add?
No, I just wanted to say that and I'm forgetting her name, and the queen of Carnival that year was a Moko Jumbi, and do you remember what her name was? She was the performance is beautiful, and she was 5 months pregnant, and she was no, it's not Stephanie at all. Yes. Chanel Brazan. Chanel. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. No, Chanel. And we didn't get to meet with her, but the story behind her performance was quite lovely. In fact, she was pregnant before when she performed, and I think they were going to ban her from performing this year. But everyone rallied, like her fellow mass band members and other participants rallied for her to continue to participate, because she was an artist. She did the ritual. She knew what she was doing, and she got up there and she performed. And I saw the footage of it, and it was incredibly beautiful. And that's sort of just like the testament to sort of like the skill level, the embodiment, the way that it's not for and these are like, I'm just not exact quotes, but from Ranella. Remember what Ranella and her mother said, that this is not a choice, this is life.
Renella says, I am Carnival.
Yeah, I am Carnival.
It's not just something that happens a few days on the road. It's a life choice. You're invested in it, all year round. It's a huge cost and sacrifice.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cathy. I don't know if you want to add.
Okay, well, if you have any questions, then please fire away. But just to say, it's absolutely wonderful to have you all here, for the second part of the Women in Carnival project. It's so exciting to be here, and thank you all for participating and for coming and for sharing. Thank you.
A lunch break, so the Zoom will go on pause, but we'll be back at 2:00 for the Women in Carnival roundtable. So please come back for that. And for the people in the room, there are books upstairs from our participants that you can buy. We have Gossiping, I believe Gossiping from Ra Malaika Imhotep, her new book of poetry that just dropped this year, April, is upstairs. We have Entu. I don't think we have Entu's book, that took two. Oh, we do have. Okay, yeah, we have one. I do have copies. We have both of Kim Vaz DeVille's books upstairs and both of Emily's books upstairs as well, if anybody would like to purchase and have them signed. Yeah, the bookstore has a table.
Okay, can you hear me?
Adana, and come up here too.
Okay, we're going to make a start on the next round table. So we're going to have a chance to meet our wonderful Trinidadian participants. So first of all, let me introduce you. Okay, is everyone ready? We're starting. Is everyone ready? We're going to start. Okay. So we've got our wonderful women from Trinidad who will be joining us for the round table. So let me just introduce them to you before we start. So we have Ranella Alfred. Ranella is the daughter of the original whip master, Ronald Alfred, and whip queen, Shalima Bakridi Alfred. Ronella is from Trinidad and is a cultural performing artist, a teacher of the art, and a keeper of the tradition of rope jab. Ronella says, Carnival is my life, it's who I am. I am Carnival. So Ronella here. Hi, Ronella. We also will be joined by Amanda T. McIntyre. She's the art director of Pride Trinidad and Tobago. Her art practice is mainly rendered through performance, costume design, photography, and film. McIntyre is the creator and performer of Dolly Ma and Dolly Ma Brigitte Baby Doll Masquerade. Her essay, The Baby Doll, Memory, Myths and Mass, is published in issue 6, number 1 of the Tout Monde Caribbean Journal of Cultural Studies, special issue, which is called Creating a Caribbean Sense of Place, Calypso, Spoken Word and the Oral Tradition. She's also the author of Dolly Ma Brigitte Queer Baby Doll Mythography in Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, published in a special 10-year anniversary issue of Cuisine, Imagining Tomorrow. So that's Amanda McIntyre. So we'll be joined by Amanda and also Entu Springer. So I've given you a sort of short introduction to these women already, but Entu is a poet, playwright, and cultural activist born in Santa Cruz, Trinidad. She's the founding member of various cultural associations, including the Writers' Union of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Drama Association of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean Theatre Guild, and the Emancipation Support Committee. She's honoured as the Poet Laureate of Port of Spain from 2002 to 2009. She's the author of several books of poetry, collections, including Sturdy Black Bridges, Visions of Black Women in Literature, and Moving Beyond Boundaries, International Dimensions of Black Women's Writing. Springer has received acclaim for her work as a storyteller and a dramatist. In 2011, her play, How Anansi Bring the Drum, celebrated the United Nations International Year for People of African Descent and was part of the UNESCO's Youth Theatre Initiative. So that's Amanda, Entu, and Ronella. And it should be on our screen here. Welcome. Welcome. And we're also joined by lovely Adana, who you've already met before, and Cathy. So yeah, so Cathy, you get like no intro now at all.
Didn't even get a
Yeah,
last name.
yeah. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, not even professor.
Dr. T.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
We have to remember to be professional because when the three of us get
right.
together, it's like not it's not professional at all. I know. We had a whining class and a demo in my class yesterday. So
We
So,
will do a whining for you, Stephanie.
so one of our best whiners is actually on camera now. So welcome, Entu.
And Entu was like, who is that? You gorgeous woman.
Oh,
Oh, you're on mute.
One moment, Entu. We'll just sort the sound out.
No, she's on mute.
Oh, are you on mute?
Unmute yourself. You could ask her and then she could press the button.
That's Amanda.
That's Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Looking lovely.
Look at Amanda behind with the books.
And the glow.
Right?
What is happening?
Welcome, Amanda.
The wave too.
Welcome, Amanda.
Hi, so glad to be here. How are you doing?
Oh, good, good. It's lovely to have you here with us today, and also Ronella. Hey, Ronella.
Hi, it's so nice seeing all of you. I'm missing you all so much.
I'm missing you too. I miss you too. Oh, it's so lovely to see you.
Yeah.
And is Miss Entu, are you off mute now? Can we hear from you?
Yes, yes. Well, it's good to be here. For as long as I'm here, as you all know from the beginning, today is a very important day for me. But it's important to be here with my sisters as well, so, and my daughters. So I'm here, and it's good to see you all.
Oh,
It's African Liberation Day.
Yeah.
African
So tell us a
Liberation.
little bit about today, Entu. It's African Liberation Day.
Yes, and as you all know, I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, we have had very important people being seminal to the movement for African liberation. Henry Sylvester Williams, George Padmore, C.L.R. James, Kwame Ture. I mean, all these are Trinbagonians. And we begin, as you all said, I am a founding member of the Emancipation Support Committee. And we now have the largest Pan-African festival in the world. And we begin our celebrations on this day, African Liberation Day. And it goes from today until August the 1st, which is Emancipation Day, and maybe a day or two after. So today is a very important day. I'm home alone because my grandsons have gone drumming to the event. So I will try and join them by Zoom as soon as I'm finished here. It will be too late for me to go down, but I'll try and join them by Zoom.
Oh, well, it's a huge honor to have you here, Entu, and I'm sorry that you're missing the beginning. You're missing that, you know, we're truly honored to have your presence here, especially on such an important day. And we thought maybe we could just start off by talking a little bit about your roles. I'd love to hear from, from Amanda and you and Ranella. So, you know, we're here in California, and it's the second part of the Women in Carnival project. But could you tell us a bit more about your role as a woman in Carnival, Entu, and also about the development of Camboulet?
Okay, well, I come from a little village, as you all said, called Santa Cruz, in which the mass was very much intertwined in our lives. We didn't see it as, I mean, I didn't go to Port of Spain until I was quite grown, and so I had no idea of what was going on in Port of Spain. What I knew was the village. I knew the stick fight. Down the road behind the club, there was a Gael. I know my father and his brothers celebrating the first Indian presence, the presence of the first peoples in playing Warao masquerade and going in that zigzag way, saying the words from Santa Cruz down to the nearby town of San Juan, which had been an original Amerindian village. And so that was very much integrated into my life. I knew the traditional forms, the midnight rubber, and all of that. And so, as a young woman, I never really played mass because somehow it never appealed to me. I was very attracted to the pan, so that Juve morning you would find me with Despers. And then I became involved. I was asked to be a member of the Regional Carnival Committee, which had control of the traditional masquerades and so. And one of our elders, called John Cupid, had this idea of putting on the reenactment of Carnival, and himself and couple other men started doing this thing around 2000, 2002, somewhere there. And I found it very inadequate. And I felt that.
To say the least.
Yes.
Well, because I felt that the people were absent. It was what we say in Patois, a grand affair. You know, you had the horse, and the people and the victory. And you had a woman who was reputed to be somebody who actually witnessed the thing, telling her story. And I was very bothered by it. It was nice. It lasted, it was very symbolic, 20-25 minutes. And then people left. And it bothered me. And I said, who are these people? Who are these people who won this victory in 1881, taking on the might of the British Constabulary? And, you know, I say very openly that my ancestors speak to me in dreams. I talk to them all the time. I'm sitting here looking at them, as Emily and Cathy know. I give them their coffee and their food and everything every day. And they talk to me, and Kambule came out of that. And of course, the people were doing it were 3 men. And I worked with that script, my sisters, for about 2 years. And then I went to the minister, who at the time was a woman, Joan Yule Williams. And I said to her, Madam Minister, I have this. And she read it and she said, this is wonderful. And she instructed the National Carnival Commission to do the play. So I have to say, I recently honored her, you know, publicly for that. Because of this woman minister, I was able to get this play done. And sometimes I wonder if it had been a man in that seat, if I would have been able to get it done. So, and I still, most of the band leaders, the Bikinian beads and so on, they are men. And, you know, in the carnival scene right now, I am doing this Kambule thing, which is the only thing of its kind, and which stands against all the Bikinian beads masquerades. At first, it was about 20-25 people coming, but in recent years, I mean, it was thousands and thousands of people. We did the play at 5 o'clock first, and by 2:30, 3 o'clock, you can't get a seat. And then because the playwright, my children complain, lengthens the play every year, we now begin at 4 o'clock in the morning. Over the last, and I must say that you all know them, Dara and Attila, my 2 daughters, who are my right and left hands. Dara is the choreographer for the entire piece. Attila does some management and communication skills, and we work very closely together, the 3 of us. In the era of the pandemic, we did not stop, because to us now it is a ritual that must be performed. So we got one of our bright young female film directors who's excellent, Maya Kosier, and we raised the money and we did a film last year. And this year we did 3 performances. I mean, there was a very difficult time for us, because we were approached by the NCC. They did something called a Taste of Carnival, and we were approached to be part of it. And for some reason that we don't quite understand, 1 week before the production, they said that they weren't any longer doing it for us. So, I mean, we still did the production, but right now, you know, we are seeking loans to pay off the debt for the production. But it was done. 3 performances in Port of Spain, 1 in San Fernando. And the reviews I've sent them to my sisters and women in Carnival have been really, really, really fantastic. So in this whole scenario, I am the only woman, and my company of 3 women is the only one that is advancing. I think it's the only thing like that that exists in the Carnival scenario that looks at the history of Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago. And, and so, and also, apart from looking at this history, which recognizes the role of the African and the Carnival is coming from the belly of the African. And we have done seminars and workshops, and so I think I send them to you all, which shows the clear links between the Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago and the Carnival on the motherland. And so that is something, I mean, there's this fight over the name because the Carnival Commission spells it Canboulay as a kind of takeoff from the French canboulé, burnt cane, and we have said no. This is Camboulay, a Kikongo word which means possession, and they refuse to recognize that. Interestingly enough, this year and last year, because we did it on our own, all the reviews and everything said Kambule. So we have taken the pandemic and we have turned it into a positive for us, because I really can't see us going back to the difficult situation with the NCC. And right now we are looking for our own space where we can have seminars, workshops, storytelling year round, you know, so that, and we are launching now Campak, which is the Cambule Performing Company, as part of the entire Cambule movement, to look at the rootedness, the belly, the ritual of the carnival, and to give recognition and respect to the ancient martial art of stick fight. You know, and we are partnering with one of our well-known stick fighters. Actually, the young man who wrote, I'm going to forget his name now, who wrote Bungie Garland's song, Bungie and Marshall's song, that talks about the time and sorry?
Is it Keegan Taylor? You're
Keegan.
Yeah.
Keegan. Merci pour ça, Ronella. Keegan Taylor. And so we are working with Keegan to do some stick fighting workshops, storytelling. So we are in the process now of hunting down a space, you know, trying to track down all these public officials who are catching your nenen to see, although they're supposed to be public. But I saw it go.
Thank you, Entu, and Cathy and Adana and I saw Entu's Cambule performance, Entu and her daughter's Cambule performance when we were in Trinidad in February. And you know, as Entu says, it's survived COVID, and actually in some ways, you know, because of COVID and there not being a street procession, there was perhaps more focus on these more traditional art forms. And so Entu's Cambule was in all the papers, you know, headline news, and there was a lot more of attention, the attention that's always deserved in Trinidad this year. Before we move on to talking to Ronella and Amanda, Entu, where would be the best place for our Californian participants to see, to find out more about Cambule? What website should they go to?
Oh my goodness.
I was about to say, why would you ask
Well,
that hard
okay.
That is not nice, Emily.
She
You
knows.
know very
She knows.
well I'm a techno peasant, but we have the Kambule website. We have Kambule. We have YouTube. We have all these things that I hear I am on all the time, but I don't see. But the best thing might be, I mean, if you go onto Attila or Dara's page, it will lead you onto all this thing. Attila is Attila Springer at Gmail.
Yeah.
And Dara is Ida Kader Group at Gmail. So we have Ida Kader, we have ICANN, and we have Campak, we have Kambule, and very interestingly, as we're talking about women, Dara, who is founder and managing director of all our companies, she, through ICANN, is now pursuing a very important initiative on gender-based violence. In fact, last weekend, she had a hugely successful seminar with young people, with the UN involved, and the Prime Minister's wife as patron, talking to young people about gender-based violence. And tomorrow, actually, we are engaging faith leaders from all the various faith communities to see how they can deal with gender violence. So that the thing is holistic. It is a very easy mix for us in the mass to look at gender violence, because, you know, in the carnival, in a lot of ways, the half-nude female body is almost, what is the word, deified. It's central to the bikini and beads mask. And there's a very interesting thing, because we in Kambule talk about Jamet mask. Jamet mask as a kind of resistance. You know, the baby doll going and molesting the men as a form of resistance to the jacket men going into the backyards, having intercourse, and, you know, and giving them children. And at that time, they attempted to pass a law against illegitimacy, and the Roman Catholic Archbishop and the mayor and all these nice people voted against it because they didn't want their decent men to be exposed. And so the baby doll mask is a mask of resistance against that sexual exploitation of women. You had the piss and lit, all these Jamet masquerades, which were so frowned upon and which were facets of resistance. You know, you're now seeing, very interestingly, the little light-skinned girl who is a bank clerk during the day can on Carnival time become a social Jamet, should I say, you know. So the thing about Jamet is a very important thing in our masquerade, in our Kambule, the Damloin ball, you know, mass as satire, mass as resistance, mass definitely showing a lot of it is rooted in African cultural and spiritual forms, but growing and transforming as culture does, because Fanon says that culture is not stuck in the now. So there's been adaptation, transformation, growth in this new environment. But we look at the roots. But as usual, I think I'm talking too much, right?
Oh, no. Thank you, Entu. Thank you, Entu. Thank you, Entu. And you know, leaving off from the points you make about the spirituality of the mass and the mass as resistance, if we move on to Renella, and Renella, hi. Renella? Hi, Renella. It's wonderful to have you here today. And could you tell us, we've introduced our audience a bit to rope jab and the masquerade that you play. And you know, you said that you are Carnival. You know, Carnival is sort of deeply embedded in who you are. And I was, you could tell us a little bit about your family, about rope jab, and then also about your particular mass that you took on the road this year, influenced by Carly.
Sure. Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Renella Alfred. I am quite young. I am only 21 years old. I have been playing rope jab since birth. Since birth. When I say since birth, since I'm a mother belly. Yeah. Yeah, that's serious. So what is rope jab? Rope jab is a whip fighting and whip cracking art form, which means we do the crack of the whip and we also fight with the whips. So when I say whip fighting, that don't mean that we have on padded clothing. Some people doesn't believe that we fight and actually take the licks. So we would take out our costume and fight bareback, not the women, because obviously we have our boobies. We can't expose those things, right? So we would show people that it is something real that we are doing. And rope jab, it is a generational thing in my family, the Alfred family. It has gone back to 4 generations that we know of, but there are generations before that in my family. But so we would like to have factual information. We don't want to speak about things that we don't know. So I would say we have 4 generations of rope jab that we know. So rope jab came from South India, and how it came to Trinidad, it's because of Cambuli. During the Cambuli riot, when the African brothers, the Indian brothers, everybody came, and the African brothers had stick fighting, we brought whip fighting with the whip. But everybody was so focused on the stick fighting, nobody saw us because we were always hidden. Nobody never saw us. So because of the African brothers that we are so thankful for, we were able to bring this art form to the Caribbean and Trinidad, right? Because to be honest, we are the only living, surviving family that will have with this art form. It probably have it all over the world with different aspects, different form, but the one that we do is quite unique and different. And it's have something called the Querade tribe. They are the closest to us. They worship Hindu gods and they have the whips. And well, I'm not sure if people saw my photo with the face paint. Yes. So my portrayal for Carnival since I think it was 2020, I did Mother Kali, the Hindu goddess. And the reason for me doing that, we are very spiritual. We do bush baths. We prepare mentally, physically, because we're going to fight. We need to prepare for these things because nobody going to run in there and take licks just so. You know, so you need to be mentally, physically, and you have to have a respect. You have to have a respect for the art form. Yeah. So for me, when I told my dad, hey dad, I want to paint my face like Mother Kali, he said, you know, that is our God. Know what you're doing. So I was like, I got like a dream about it. And well, ever since I was like a little girl, every time I go to temples, every time I go somewhere where it have like a religious person, they will tell me that my manifestation is Mahakali. And most like right through with me. I always see her. I could tell you that for a fact. She always with me, and I know that. And I actually was in a car accident in 2019. I actually went to buy a dress for Christmas, and I was bounced by a car, like run over by a car, and slammed into like glass cases. And that was December, and Carnival was March, I would like to believe. And by March, I was perfectly fine, but I couldn't walk, I couldn't eat, I couldn't bathe, I couldn't do anything for myself. My mom had to see about me, and dad, he made like different herbs, herb oils, things to drink. And by March, I was on the stage. I was the queen of the band. I was fighting. I was cracking. I was good. So the spiritual part of the mass is not something to play with. You don't play with spirituality. That is something very serious, and we take that quite serious, you know. And what we do is quite different from the rest of mass you would see in Trinidad. We quite different, you know, and we take that, that is our life. The reason why I say Carnival is who I am, Carnival is my life, because it's not something that I just choose to do for Carnival. It's not just a costume I put on and I go and wind up and front up myself. No, I prepare for this before Carnival, because we fast 40 days before Carnival without alcohol. Well, meat, sex, men and women have to sleep one side once they bathe in the bush bath, and we keep clean for that 40 days. And Ash Wednesday is where we would break with fast and we would eat with little chicken, who does drink alcohol, would do what have to do. But for that Carnival period, that 40 days before Carnival, we stay. If you're hearing the parrot, I'm real sorry. He trying to talk. Yeah, he trying to talk. He here speaking, so you want to speak. Yeah. He not shutting up. Okay, yeah, but it's something really serious. And sometimes when we go out to play mass, and people will just tell my dad that, hey, I see a glow over all your band, like a glow, like, and we just be daddy, just tell them it's not just he walking in front, because he's the band leader, so he would be in front. He would say that it has him and a whole other band, which would be the people that played with him before, which would be my ancestors, right? And I could tell you all something that when my grandfather died, when I'm not speaking, he not making noise, and then when I'm speaking, he making noise. Okay. He had when my grandfather passed away, it was really close to my birthday, and that Carnival was really tough for the whole family. I didn't speak about this when you all was in Trinidad, because when daddy there, like, it just feels so touching to speak about my grandfather, because it's really he gave his life to Carnival. And as just to say, the Carnival committee in Trinidad is a waste of time. NCC, NCBA, call them, waste of time. You give your life to Carnival, and when you get old, them ain't doing one out of state, but I can't. They ain't do it, they're not giving back. They're not trying to do anything for you, right? And for that Carnival, when my grandfather passed away, my dad was like, is not my grandfather here with us, like, and he was actually there, but not in body, but in spirit and in mind, you know? So for me, rope job is something serious. And I mean, you all might not understand because you're all not in it. But for me, it's everything to me. Because simply, like for Carnival, we spend a lot of money behind our band. Because I show you a silly costume, and there's a lot of money, good prettiness, a lot of money. And guess what? Mommy not working nowhere, daddy not working nowhere. So where the money coming from? But it's the power of the spirit and it's the power of the ancestors. They make things happen for us, right? And that is why I give everything in my life to rope job, because that's how I grew up. And being a woman in it is because of my mom, because she long time in this mass as to how it's a male dominant thing because of the fight and the violence. We wasn't allowed to play this mass, females. But my mom, when she met my dad, she was already playing Carnival, but she was playing pretty mass. And when she met my dad, she was like, she not staying for Carnival, she wanna go too. But my mom, just like me, when she says something, she means it. She only don't know I saying. She always sit down in that panel and Amanda Miss N2, my mother not easy. And she told my grandfather, because both of them was really good. she said that, well, she wanna go and play jab jab, because they used to say jab jab long time, but I'll explain that after. And she was like, hey, I wanna go and play jab too. And he was like, all right, now if you make her clothes, you will go. But he don't think that she is serious, because she know that women don't play jab jab. She went and make a costume. She went and make a costume on her own. And that time I don't even think she knew how to sew, but she went and learned and knew how to sew the clothes. And then the next morning, Carnival Monday, she come out and he was like, where you going? And she said, well, I'm going with Talia. And from that carnival, she break the barrier, and she was the first woman to fight whip. She was the first woman to do everything. And because of her, I was able to be the whip princess. I was able to come out. And that is the reason why I'm here to speak to all it today, because if my mom didn't do that, then I would have just be the whip master daughter. I would have never be the whip princess. I would have never be able to come out here and speak and have my own experience. So the reason why we say rope jab and not jab jab anymore is because in soca music, they class jab jab as the Blue Devils, or jab jab as even normal masqueraders now is that what they're doing. They're saying that they're going and play jab, meaning mass. So they confuse, and that has get me so mad. I'm real sorry about this. But jab means all you know what jab mean? Jab don't mean you're walking a stick. Jab don't mean you're playing stick fighting. Jab don't mean you're a baby doll. Jab don't mean there's a blue devil. That jab molassie or blue devil or red devil, you know? And we start saying rope jab, so it will be more clear. Because a lot of times people would say, we is not jab jab. Or you could tell us who he is, you know? So that is why we just start saying rope jab, you know? And even sometimes when we go to play mass, these other masqueraders would say, they is jab jab. And we would just be there like, all they have people confused. So these younger generations, or even people who have no clue about Carnival and they want to know, they're going to come saying that jab jab is a blue devil. How? Where? You know? And even like if I speak to like Ashton, who is one of the oldest blue devil in Paramin, I grew up under him, he would get so angry too because it is blue devil or jab malassi. So that is why we now say rope jab. We don't say jab jab because of the confusion of the soca and the people just mixing up the people words, you know? But for me, jab is everything. Carnival is everything. Carnival is a time to go out there and express yourself, give your all, you know? Carnival for me is not just going out there because we don't whine. We don't whine, but I just whine, but we don't whine when we play jab, you know? Yeah, it's like a serious character. It's a different you. Like I would be here now, but let me put on my costume. Amanda could tell all of this. I mean, I would talk to her fine because I love Amanda. She know that. But like when I go on that stage, I turn into a whole different person. Yeah, I turn into a whole different person. But for me, it's all about spirituality and ancestors because of them. And your mind is something that you always need to have on the go because it had times where people break the fast, where men sleep with women, come and play, they get an eye bust away, something happen to them, they get real bad cuts, and they don't want to know why. When they know why, but they still went and do the wrong thing and get damaged. So if you know you're not serious about rope jab, and you know you can't follow by if you can't play, don't play. If you can't play, don't play. Simply that, you know? And I remember, I think it was Emily was asking if it has to have our next band in a different country, what happened? Well, I would say this for the crowd to hear too. If it happens to have a band in our next country, bet your bottom dollar, we come and follow you. Yeah, because like that. No, but it's honestly we can laugh about it, but it's so serious because a long time in Trinidad they used to have bands in Calparo, Rio Claro. Used to have bands all over, and what they used to do is like everybody meet up and real fight. When I tell you serious fight, and it have cable whips made of cable, rope and twine, long whip. I wish I was home. I actually not home. I'd have show everybody like the whips and stuff. Different types of whip. And long time it used to have like glass on the whips, fish hooks on the whips. It used to be that serious. Real madman thing, you know? And they would just fight it out. And who win? You know, who stuff first lost. And then when they're done, everybody, they had good sportsmanship because they would hug up and everybody else had good fight and they would talk about it, you know? So like all of them just die out because it was never passed on. It was never passed on because why? Because when you play rope jab, we used to never speak to people. Nobody could have never spoken to my grandfather or my great grandfather or even my father. If you come to talk to my dad like about 10 to 15 years ago, he was just going to walk the next direction. I think it was Adiola's dad, Royal Gibbons. I think it took a long while for my dad and Mr. Gibbons to meet, but my dad knew who Mr. Gibbons was. He always says that it has a timing for everything. You know, you meet people sometimes you meet people at the wrong timing, but it's the right person. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah. And then Mr. Gibbons and my dad really good now, but long time ago, nobody could have never speak to anybody in my family because we were always secretive, keeping it in our family. But my dad chose to break that barrier because it started to die. Because it have job nowhere else in Trinidad, only us it die out. Right? But it was always just us, and my family used to be sharing the knowledge with people all over the country. But it so happened die out to just us. And now it's just we have a band of, long time it used to be 15 people. And then, now we have like almost 100. And we're planning to have a rope jab festival with like people coming from all over the world. And they get to sing in a parade and get the vibe by the whole thing, the bush bath, everything. But it won't be like serious where, you know, like people, because obviously people are not going to hold a fast for them stuff and whatever. So we will do what we have to do accordingly. And right now we're trying to work on our book. So we have a lot of things we're trying to do. But God is good, so everything takes time, you know. So we're on a roll right now. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Renata.
So there's amazing insight there into the #1 rope jab family in Trinidad. And also, I think it's really interesting to see the connections with what Entu is saying, you know, about the seriousness of math, the importance of dreams, the importance of spirituality, and the importance of ancestors and knowledge being passed down directly from the ancestors. And I want to just stay with that theme and move on to talk to Amanda, whose mass is also influenced by spirituality, but also has a strong political and feminist dimension as well. So hi, Amanda.
Hi, Emily. Hi, Cathy, Adiola, Renella, Ms. Aintu. So glad to be here and always lovely to hear everyone share their stories. I am Amanda McIntyre, and I have been working in Trinidad and Tobago Carnival since 2011. That was also the first year that I performed the Baby Doll Masquerade. And one of the things that I was reflecting on recently was how coming into Carnival at that time and also getting into baby doll performance at that time was also around the same time that the masquerade had undergone developments in its characterization in the late 2010s, spearheaded by feminists in Trinidad and Tobago, which include Hazel Brown, who is the head of the network of NGOs for the advancement of women. The masquerade moved from its traditional characterization. I shouldn't say moved because the traditional characterization is still performed, but more than just being a mother and child accosting individual spectators on the road, accusing them of paternity and demanding support for the child, the masquerade also started through those performances by feminists who are now using it as part of their advocacy, started questioning the community and questioning the state. And this, in the late 2010s, was part of how feminists in Trinidad and Tobago were engaging the masquerade. And the first time I even thought about doing it, which was in 2011, was because Hazel had this band that she produced as part of the network of NGOs, and she put out this call inviting women to come join her. And the next time I would perform Baby Doll would be in 2016. And at that time, my ideas in terms of concepts, etc., began taking greater shape. But the direction that I went in terms of using this masquerade as part of my work in advocacy and activism was largely because of what Hazel was doing. So Hazel was using this masquerade to address issues related to women and children that include teenage pregnancy, statutory rape, gender-based violence, all the while petitioning the state for policy change. So one of the points I hear often made about the Baby Doll masquerade, and I've seen it mentioned in essays in the last year, one of the points is really a reflection on something that was written in the newspaper by Debbie Jacob in 2019's Trinidad and Tobago Newsday, in which she, citing Jeff Henry's Beyond the Mask, refers to the Baby Doll masquerade as an extortion mask. However, apart from this traditional characterization, there was also like over a decade of work that I would say created what we now engage as a contemporary Baby Doll masquerade. This was not only spearheaded by Hazel Brown, and like I said, other feminists were doing this work as well in Trinidad and Tobago in the late 2010s and then coming into the 2010s as well. One feminist whose work I had been following was Helen Kennedy, which is exactly why when the Women in Carnival Symposium was hosted in Trinidad and Tobago, I invited Helen to come along with me to present as well, because I felt for someone who had done so much work with this masquerade, Helen was just not getting, as far as I was concerned, enough recognition for it. And that's why I invited her to come along with me to the symposium, because from as early as 2017, Helen, through her own initiative, engaged the Family Planning Association of Trinidad and Tobago and presented to them this proposal for this performance that she wanted to do of the Baby Doll masquerade. And she wanted to do it as a campaign promoting positive sexual and reproductive health, as well as sexual and reproductive rights in Trinidad and Tobago. And through her collaboration with the Family Planning Association, Helen was able to get condoms and literature related to sexual and reproductive health, which she would distribute on the road during the days of Carnival, as well as throughout the year at different events. One in particular, which I remember because I attended in 2018, was International Condom Day that was in Arima at a location called Isiad. And beyond that, those performances in 2017, Helen moved from just having one prom to having a quadruple prom to present time, 2022, when this quadruple prom, as well as the list of the names of the fathers of the children, have become like signature props in Helen's presentation. So I would say that I was fortunate to come into Carnival and to come into the Baby Doll masquerade tradition and development at a time when these women were doing their work as well, because I can see how much what they were doing affected what I was doing, because I can be very clear that my earliest performances of the Baby Doll masquerade, and this is something I shared with Emily during our interview, Emily and Cathy during our interview in March, the very early performances of mine were not, greatly conceptual. The costume wasn't great, but it was in the years following, as I continued performing the masquerade and continued observing what the other performers, and when I say other performers, I'm speaking specifically of Hazel and Helen, just looking at what they were doing and just being inspired by and emboldened by the work that they were doing, I started working on my own concepts. And what was a really good development for me also was starting to work on my so between 2017 and present time 2022, I think every year since then, 2016, every year since then, I've had baby doll performances. And in the essays that I've written, I've gone into detail as to what these performances entail, the concepts behind them, the people who were involved in them, how from 2020, once the pandemic started, well, it was even before the pandemic started, because I went to traditional mass at Independence Square, at which I first debuted the Dolly Ma persona. Immediately after that carnival was when Trinidad and Tobago went into its first lockdown for the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the things I had to figure out, and I think most people who were and still are involved in Carnival, and not just Carnival, but I would say in any kind of festival, not in Trinidad and Tobago alone, but around the world, people had to just figure out how they're going to continue doing things, you know. Thankfully, platforms like Zoom, etc., were available to us. So we were now able to utilize these platforms for performances. So one of the things I would like to continue talking about as we further the conversation today is just how much the pandemic affected work in Carnival. Specifically, how it affected my work in Carnival, how much I had to think around my performances so that I would continue doing this work in Carnival, which is why once I got into 2022, on reflecting on the things that happened in the 2 years before in terms of performances, I started to say that my art practice is not only rendered through performance and design, but also through photography and through film, because these were media that I had to utilize once the pandemic started in an effort to keep the mass going from one year to the next. And further to that, not just to keep the performances going as just performances for themselves, but as an addendum to my work in advocacy, work in feminist advocacy, work in queer advocacy. And that's where I am today, just continuing to do this work in Carnival, continuing to write about it, and continuing to share as I am on this platform this evening.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you. You know, and as I'm sure you can all see, you know, what incredible practices the three women are involved in. And I just want to move over to Adana. There are some. We're getting. Okay. Just last, last but not least, because Adana is also one of our key participants for this iteration of the project. And so, you know, Adana, you're Trinidadian, you have Trinidadian roots, but you live in the US. What for you, but you've decided to pursue this career in Carnival and Carnival movement, Carnival dance. What for you has been the passion, the thing that's drawn you to this particular field of research and dance? Just a little question, you know. Just a little.
Also, it's weird coming up all these amazing women.
You're one of those
like,
amazing
what do I do?
women.
Nothing. I don't do a thing. Okay. The passion comes from how resilient whining is. I just find it amazing of how there's so much, whether it's legal level or whether it's social level, shaming around it and empowerment around like then reclaiming the power and like shaming and like this constant kind of back and forth of like, you know, like, let it go. No, like we're gonna keep doing it again. So there's something about its resilience that I find like just fascinating. And I always go back to the story that kind of started the whole pursuit when, you know, in your grad school, you have to do like presentations and articles and stuff. And I wanted to use the Rolled Gal video from Allison Hines as my example for this other thing about sexuality in public. And the professor, who's super smart and amazing, was provoking me on purpose. I know that now, but at the time I was like triggered. They're like, I mean, they're just shaking their butts. So what's the big deal? And I was like, what's the big deal? And I was like, first of all, they're not shaking their butts. They're rolling their waistlines. If the butt happens to jiggle, that's because they have a big butt. And then I'm like going into like all this, and I'm like, she's talking about children. She's talking about going to school. She's talking about womanhood. She's talking about falling in love. She's talking about breaking up. She's talking about, and I was like, wait, how can whining be all these things in one? And so that kind of like, that's when I was like, oh, you know, it's a language. It's a, you know, mediating all these relationships. It's keeping, it's a technology. It's a way of, it's a worldview, a way of knowing the world. It's a way of taking up space. It's a way of recognizing yourself in relation to other people. And I think also, you know, because I had to learn how to like code switch and body wise when I came to America, where it's like, you could do this, you could move like this here, don't move like this here, move like this around these people, not like this. Like, so my embodied knowledge around whining also was a lot of like kind of constant renegotiations and like schooling, unlearning, relearning, like it was like constant. So I already had like language around, well, I'm not doing that. And this is different than that. And like, I know you think it looks like this, but it's not that actual thing. Don't touch me like that. My brother says he doesn't want to whine around you because you think he's a girl, but over here he's masculine when he does it in this way. And that kind of like constant self-awareness of like, oh, okay, I'm Black, I'm not Black, I'm Caribbean, I am Caribbean, I'm a girl, I'm not a girl, I'm too masculine, I'm too feminine, like became like my everyday. And I, you know, academia forced me to have language around it, forced me to be like, well, you have to tell me what is happening. And, you know, which is a struggle too, because I'd be like, maybe mystery is important. Maybe you don't have to know everything.
And then, and thank goodness for that professor who
Right.
pushed you, who triggered you.
I mean, all they're doing is shaking their butts. How she said it too. I was
how
like,
dare you?
But it was a beautiful moment.
So I know that you all have questions for our participants in Trinidad and for Adonis. So please fire away. Would anybody like to ask? Eric, you have some questions from the Zoom. Do you? No. Okay. Oh, okay. No. Any comments? Any comments or questions? Don't be shy. For Anella or N2 or Amanda. Joshua. Jeremiah. Wait. Oh, we'll just get the mic to you, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Eric.
Closer.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
It's okay.
Can you
It's
hear
on.
me?
Okay. Is it to one of the?
No, this was just an overall theme that I saw through all of their amazing descriptions of their experiences with Carnival. But it was how, you know, performance isn't really a performance, right? It's talking about family lineage. It's talking about social issues. It's talking about empowerment. It's literally in one, well, somebody else could say costume, but it's not the costume. It's a whole family tradition. Now I understand why it takes a whole year, because you're not telling just your story. You're telling all the stories prior, and then even reshaping it to something new, which is what Amanda said about the whole baby doll experience. So yeah, I thought that was really insightful.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And
another question over here. Dr. And Jeremiah is one of Cathy's
My
students.
student, everyone.
So it's
That's-
wonderful to hear that after this presentation, you
My
say,
learner.
you understand now why it's a year-long thing. So that's strength to our participants.
And I just want to say that that is performance. That is what performance is. So
Yeah.
keep studying it. Right? So the investment, the year long, the embodiment, the instincts, the repetition, the ancestral holding back, the sense of futurity and making something we've never seen before. That's precisely what performance is. I'm just so overwhelmed and grateful for all of your information and generous sharing about practice. And I'm interested in how the whip works. I'm interested in the baby doll's most vibrant details. And I'm interested in, you know, what the love of Candomblé grows. Oh, did we lose?
Entu?
Yeah. Oh, she might have gone for her performance.
She had the, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, is she?
Okay,
Oh, I
Entu's
thought
here.
she said
Yeah.
at 6 she had to go. That's good. So those are my questions.
Oh, for Entu, but Camboulet?
Yes.
Okay.
There she is. So one of them. So how? How the whip works? The love of.
Okay.
Love of Camboulet.
Camboulet. And
what are some of the most intimate details of the baby doll?
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
So did you hear that? Those three questions. A question for each of you.
And I just want to let everyone know that we our next panel starts at 3:15. So
we have
we have a little bit of time.
Okay. Perfect. Renella, would you like to say how Professor Professor Baptiste asked how the whip works?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to put this best in words. So it's a flick of the wrist, and it's a skill. So I know, like, I don't know if it happens in your country, the bull whips that they just flick right there. It's not that totally different. If you want to see more, you can go to Facebook to the First Citizens Original Jab Jab. That's our page where we post like pictures and videos from events, and you would see videos where the whip is cracking. But the whip is basically like rope, and it's planted with a plant that my dad grew, which is called the lash plant. So it has a lot to do with herbs, and it has a lot to do with the herbal side, nature.
We'll show a video of it during one of the breaks.
Yeah, we need to show a video. We're working out how we could show a video, Renella, of you in action. But one of the things we'll also do is please make sure you left your email with Eric, because we'll also send round links to all of their work, performances, and their website, so that you can engage further with the material. So thank you, Renella. The other question, N2, was, where's the love of Camboulet come from?
Oh, it has to do deeply rooted concern for young African people who get into crime. There are no monuments to them. I mean, all the great Pan-Africanists I talk about, there's no monuments to them. There's no Kwame Ture. And this street and this carnival that is at the zenith of African creativity and has not been able to catapult African people into a position of strength and power in the community. Little African children are still lowest down in the education results. People are regarded, senior people would refer to communities where African people live contemptuously. The police would call raids and so on. And I said to myself, this carnival that is at the heart of the cultural creativity of my country has not been able to transform the lives because, you know, as the Piro says in Kambule, we have much to claim and to proclaim. So it is about claiming and portraying and proclaiming the contribution of African ancestors to the carnival and to claim it for African people so that the children will know that they have contributed monumentally. And also the pan as part of that process of claiming and reclaiming, and also to respect African spirituality, which was at the heart of the creation of the pan and protecting the pan at the time when people were arrested for beating the pan and all of that. The pan was nurtured in the Orisha yards that are scattered over Israel River and are more than 100 years old. And so it came out of the recognition that there's a need for young African people and for the society as a whole to recognize the contribution of Africa, of the African ancestors. But if I may, I just want to say one little word about the work that Amanda does that is so critical. And, you know, I have a play called Baby Doll Meets Midnight Robber that we took into schools from 2005. And we would perform this play. The young girl had this baby, of course. She going into the barn to look for the father. And through the lines in the play, we explored all the things like teenage pregnancy, incest, and all of those things. And you know, the Dara would play the baby doll at that time. She would give it to one of the children repeatedly throughout the play and say, "Hold she for me now. Get she shitty, she hungry," and hand them a bottle or something. And the disgust they would show to that baby all the time. They would throw the child on the ground. They'd spill the tea on it. And you know, and it was so significant that they understood so perfectly all the issues. And as Amanda was talking, and Ranella, I thought about, you know, how potent a tool for teaching is masquerade and performance. That a lot of things that you will write a whole tome and epistle about by a little performance, a baby doll, of a few minutes, you know, a whip job, a scene from Kambule that could make an impact that no lecture could make, with all respect to the academics here. And assist in the process of transformation, which is the ultimate goal of all cultural forms.
Yes. Yes, and as so beautifully put, a potent pool of teaching in the mass, which is transformational. Thank you so much, Entu. And then our final excellent question is for Amanda. So to tell us a little bit more about the intimate details of Baby Doll, Amanda.
And we do just have 4 minutes before the next panel starts.
Yes. So our last question.
When I was a very small child, my grandfather, who kept a really beautiful library in our home, gifted me a book called Mankind's Search for God. That was really a panoramic overview of world religions. And that was the first time I read that the image of the mother and child had been one of the most enduring images historically. And this was from the point of view of world religion. So that the mother and child image recurs now in masquerade, I found to be part of the appeal of the baby doll mask. I remember when in 2020, I played Dolima for the first time, and images of the performances from traditional mask competition at Adam Smith Square, as well as the 2 days of Carnival, were just all over the internet. One of the very strange places that it found itself was on a religious website in which people were just cataloging images of the Virgin Mary in contemporary spaces, and images of my Dolima was there as well, and people were just talking about the significance of the image of the mother and child, and And so I think that, you know, historically, this has been an image that resonated through art, specifically through religious art. And even though I am myself not a religious person, I can see that that is part of the reason why so many people connect to this masquerade. For individual baby doll performers, different aspects of their costume may take on more intricate detail. As I mentioned before, Helen has put a lot of considerations how she presents the children, which she calls the family or sometimes the village, and even how she presents the possible fathers of the children. Hazel every year focuses on the placard, because for Hazel, the activism is so important to her presentation. And of course, we know that in Trinidad and Tobago, across the Caribbean, there's a very strong relationship between old mass presentation and protest. So any protest you see in Trinidad and Tobago looks very much like what we call old mass as well, including speech, including movement. And for me, depending on whichever concept I am working on in a particular year, the details of my costume would change accordingly. So this year, because I was considering such things previously, like looking at surrealism in Caribbean Carnival, this year the costume took on the architectural elements that went onto the head or went into the torso. And these were to expand on concepts related to interiority, domesticity, and materiality of the lives of Black Caribbean women, specifically as it related to retention of African traditions in late Victorian and early Edwardian periods. So I hope that answers the question in terms of the
I think that beautifully answers it. And so unfortunately, we don't have any more time to continue this particular discussion. So we'll have a break now, but could we just give a big round of applause to Amanda, to Ranella, and to Entu. Thank you.
Yeah,
Cathy
we'll probably only have time for like a 3-minute break while I pull up the other PowerPoints. We're at time, so we're the next one starts.
Okay.
We went into the break.
Right. So
Okay.
are we allowed to break?
No.
Oh, no break. Stay.
She's like, Mom, are we allowed?
Bye.
No.
Bye. Goodbye and
Bye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Entu. Thank you, Ranella.
So our next.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. We've reached our second to last roundtable. Afro-Latinidad's festival culture and dance in California. And on this panel, we have Nadia Calmet, is that good? And Cheryl L. Norles, yeah? All right. Okay, just brief bios. So Nadia is a professional Peruvian folk dance artist specializing in Afro-Peruvian dances. She holds a bachelor's degree in tourism and hospitality with studies in public policies for vulnerable populations, as well as in arts therapy and intercultural education. Nadia was a member of the Millennium Theater Dance Kimbafa, participating as a choreographer and a soloist for over 20 countries. In 2015, Nadia participated in the Peruvian delegation with the production Peru. Pachamama? So I get excited by these things. Pachamama, organized by the Smithsonian Folklife Festival. Additionally, she engaged in cultural exchanges with organizations such as Conjunto Folclórico Nacional en Cuba, Familia Ayala in Puerto Rico, and touring with legendary artist Eva Ayon. And since taking residence in Los Angeles, Nadia created an Afro-Peruvian Culture Day. It's amazing, with the purposes of making visible and vindicating the cultural diversity of Peru and further preserving the use of traditional instruments such as the cajon, which I'm thinking is that, and the cajita, and the little box, and what's this one? Quijada. What's his name? From a cow?
No, from the jaw, from the donkey jaw.
Oh, this is a donkey's jaw. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. And Cheryl Norales was born in Punta Gorda town, Toledo, district in Belize, Central America. She was raised with her grandmother in the Garifuna village of Saint Bite. And at the early age of 4, she migrated to Los Angeles, California with her parents. She works full-time as a psychiatric rehabilitation practitioner, specializing in mental health counseling and behavior modification. Cheryl is currently an MBA candidate in leadership and management at the Robert Kennedy College, York St. John University. As president and founder of Garifuna American Heritage Foundation United, she has had the opportunity to showcase her rich culture through its annual Garifuna Community Forum held in different colleges and universities around Los Angeles, as well as in the Bronx and Brooklyn in New York. The Garifuna Forum was also held at Los Angeles, Southwest College, Cal State University, LA, and Cal State University, Northridge. Cheryl is one of the pillars of the Garifuna community in Los Angeles. To that end, she continues to promote all things Garifuna. She has received numerous awards and recognitions for her work from the Central American Studies program at CSU Northridge, the Belize Consulate General of Los Angeles, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Consulate General of Los Angeles, the Honduran Consulate General of Los Angeles, and from the Californian and New York State Assembly. Cheryl was inducted into the Charles E. Young Research Library at UCLA in 2009. Welcome, Cheryl. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so I think we're going to, oh, the mic was somewhere. Yes, begin with Cheryl, and she will give us a little background on what is it she do in the culture and the art form that she's going to be introduced to us from the Garifuna people. So thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Cheryl Morales. I'm a proud Garifuna. I speak to in my indigenous language. So a little bit about Garifuna people. So today I'm going to do a little short presentation. I'm not going to go really into the Garifuna history because it's very lengthy and it's hard to summarize it, but just a little bit. Garifuna people are those African descendants that Christopher Columbus stumbled across when he discovered the United States of America. So we were there when he arrived. We were there for over, centuries. When he found us there, he wrote about it. These people resemble the people of the Congas, but we will never hear about that here in America. So anyway, Garifuna people and Indigenous people my language is my Native American tongue, is what I spoke to you earlier. It's my mother's language, and I proudly wear my father's skin, who is from Africa. So we are always having to struggle with identity, not us per se, but people who look at us. Because unfortunately, when they look at us, they want to put us in a category. Either you're Black or you're Latino or whatever. Being from Central America with a last name Morales, oh, well, your slave master must have been Hispanic. But quick story, when we landed to Roatan after we were exiled, in order for the Catholic Church to help us, they forced us to get baptized and give us, Spanish last names. So that's why you'll see Garifuna people. If you know, in Central America, there's two basically Black indigenous, not indigenous group. We consider ourselves indigenous because if you know the history of Central America, we were there before all of those countries became countries. So you have the Creole people who are, of course, the descendants of slaves. I think they refer to themselves as Black English in Belize and in some places. And then we have the Garifuna people, who were the free people who were forced to take Spanish names by the Catholic Church. And that's why I have Morales. So we're gonna go into my presentation. Can you hear me? Okay, so we're gonna go into my presentation, Garifuna mass dance and other traditional dances. Now, all of this is based on the oral history of the Garifuna elders and the writings of Garifuna historian, Professor Salvador Suazo. Professor Salvador Suazo entrusted GAFU to carry on his work and legacy by continuing to re-educate the world about the Garifuna people. And I say re-educate because here in the United States, majority of you have never heard about Garifuna people. But because of our long history with the Europeans, where we fought them for over 150 years, they actually have, they've studied us. They have like a whole study department about Garifuna history in Europe and England and Germany, so they know about us. So it's up to us to re-educate people here in America. Garifuna people are descendants of Indigenous Afro-Caribbean, including the Lagono, Galina, and African explorers from Mali. Our ancestors were exiled from our homeland, Urume, St. Vincent, in 1797 and relocated to the Port Royal Roatan, Honduras. Back then, it was English territory. And again, right there, we didn't have like Honduras, Guatemala, all of those were just basically free states that Spanish and the Europeans were just fighting over whose territory is what. I always like to start off my presentations with, of course, drums. You can't beat drums. So this is a band from Guatemala playing traditional Garifuna drums. A typical Garifuna dance and salsa consists of caizas, which are singers. Of course, we have our primera and our segundo drummers. Our big drum we call maniki, which is the heartbeat. So when you beat the drum, it sounds like a heartbeat. So our big drum is called maniki. And we usually use those those are like a typical drums, this size over here. But then the one in the middle is usually used for spiritual ceremony to like really reach the spirits and everything like that. It tends to be this big, you know, as big as the table or something like that for the temple use. And then we also have, as you saw, we have the shakas or the sisira, which you saw in the shaping. And we also have the turtle shell. Not all the time do they have turtle shell, and not all the time we could get them here to the United States for, you know, reasons. And then we have the wadabugay, which is the, you know, the cone. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, I forgot about that. My apologies. So we have the Garifuna dance ensemble consists of gayusa, singers, primera, and segundo drummers. Sisira, which is a shaker, sometimes a turtle shell, and a wadabugay player, which is you know, a conch shell. So in the Garifuna culture, we do not have Carnival. When Cathy first initially contacted me, I was like, okay, so I don't know if you really want me to be part of this, because but we don't do Carnival, you know. And she was like, no, we want the Garifuna involved. So I appreciate that. So we don't do Carnival, but in the past 10 years, I'll have to say that some of the Garifuna communities or the communities in Central America have adopted a form of Carnival. And for example, I believe I did my research to find out so I could give you this information. In Dangriga, Belize, in Belize City, La Ceiba, and Roatan Island in Honduras, Bluefields in Nicaragua, and of course our motherland, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They've been doing carnivals forever in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but in those other places, they just started to adopt that like maybe 10 years ago. And you'll see like people putting the beads on and different things now. They're starting to do like the whole feather thing, but that wasn't something that we did 10 years ago. It's just been adopted, you know, and that's only, again, in a few places. But in some of the few Garifuna like celebrations, you're starting to see people like incorporate like what are those, the beads, like from Mardi Gras towards their costumes. So they're incorporating, you know, little things here and there, but it's not something that we normally do. Okay, and what I'll say about the Garifuna mask, what you'll see throughout the different presentation is when you see a Garifuna mask like the one that you have over there, it's basically just a depiction of we don't call them colonizers per se, we call them occupiers. Because again, we were there when they got there and they occupied our territory, which they still do because we've been living in exile for over 225 years still, you know, so again, Garifuna people, part of the history, I'm not gonna go into the whole thing, but we fought 3 wars, you know, well, I'll say one battle and 2 wars with the European for over 150 years. After 150 years, with the help of the United States, who sent, you know, troops over there to help defeat us, we were, you know, finally captured and exiled in 1797. And we were transported, you know, to Roatan again. So when we do a procession, it's called Yurome, which is a homecoming. That's the name of our land that we call St. Vincent is Yurome. So we do a procession or a parade, and it's a reenactment of when we landed to the Honduras. When we landed there, we were barely alive because the Europeans have poisoned our food. They put cyanide in our food. Because of course, when we were charged, our official crime was treason against the British Empire. And we were sentenced to death. But they decided to spare us and just exile us to our, you know, to our new land and told us, hey, leave here, you guys can have this land. But you know what, the Europeans, they make treaties with you and then they go ahead and they break them. So anyway, when we landed over there, we were barely alive, you know, and we just kind of do this whole reenactment to remember where we came from, what we went through, and how from 2,500 people who landed in Roatan, we have over 300,000 living Garifuna people now throughout the United States and back home. So I'm going to show just a little brief demonstration of the procession, but what it looks like in Guatemala, Honduras, and Belize, it looks totally different. In this particular Yurome procession, this is a blessing. So this is the opening of one of our events in South Central LA on 54th and Hoover. 54th and Hoover. And we are, blessing with the Yurume. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the video. Let's see if I can get it right. So the Garifuna dances with masked characters. I'm only going to focus on three right now because of the time and everything like that. So the first one is called a Chekanari. It's a processional meme and a dance ritual with accompaniment provided by drums, harmonica, and a blown conch shell. The ritual features characters like a 2-foot cow, a devil, other stock characters, and is performed during the Christmas season with the Monargua. Chekanari begins on December 26th. But depending on where you go, if you go to Guatemala or Honduras or Belize, it's going to look a little different. So I'm going to show the video after I give a description of all of the different things. And then after we see the video on Chekanari, we're going to also see an example about Wanaragua. Wanaragua, this is known as the war dance of the Garifuna people. It emerged during the colonial days and it symbolizes the struggle against the European man. It ridicules the expansionistic pretensions of the man to colonize abroad at the expense of Garifuna people. When our attire in Belize, attire symbolizes the traditional European colonial clothing, used in masks depicting the Caucasian features, as well as vividly colorful crowns worn on their head, which they depict at the appearance of the king in the European colonial era. Wanarga is also known in Honduras as the mask dance. And the last video you're going to see in regards to masked characters is called the Bursalami. This rhythm is well known as Bursulama, Karapatai, and it is a pantomime comedy or farce dance where in the festive scene, men are courting women. All the men dispute all of the women at the present, but one of the members is singled out by both the men and the women. This is an exclusive dance for the men, where some of the men dress up as men and some dress up as women. So the first dance you're going to see is the Chekanari. Central America, a lot of these traditions are now unfortunately. How the costume looks like in Guatemala and in Honduras. This is the traditional and the reason the men dress like women, it was basically it was during the time when we were fighting the Europeans. What we noticed is that what the garrison noticed is that when they would go inside the when the Europeans would go inside the villages, they would kill the men and they would leave the women. So one of the tactics that the men developed was that they would sit there and dress up like women and to deceive the Europeans into thinking that the men had already fled ahead of the attack. And then so they would dress up like women, sit there in their huts and everything like that, and be thoughtful and just let the Europeans put their guards down. Once they entered the center of the town, that's when they would attack them. So actually when our is considered a warrior dance. And then we wear the masks over there that you see, we're depicting the Europeans, because now when we do the dance, it's basically, just like recreating, what we did. So the dances are like battle. And then when you have the chief of the one arco dancer, right now we don't have a chief, but usually you'll tell the chief because he has a sword. And then one of the customs of the one arco is when one of the dancers passes away, you have the ceremony where all of the dancers gather and they dance in front of the casket. And then the chief gives the sword and he lays it in the coffin to one of the fallen warriors. I didn't want to put that together. It was a beautiful ceremony to see. We just did one in February here in Los Angeles.
Sure. And you speak into the mic closer because the music is.
This is performed in Honduras and Guatemala. It's called the Corapatilla. In Honduras and Guatemala has more variation of traditional mass dance that are not typically performed in Belize, including the Pia Mati, the Waruni, the Indio Barbaro, and Huichapuri. Also in Belize, the dances which are done differently or not performed at all in other Garifuna communities. For example, I'm sure being from the Caribbean and so what, a lot of people are familiar with like the quadrille. So the quadrille is basically the oral history that we get from the quadrille is that during the time of Christmas, the slave owners used to basically teach their slaves how to dance. And then during that time, whichever plantation had like the better slaves that knew how to dance, they would give them the clothing and stuff like that. That was the history that we got. So Garifuna people would see this and watch, what they did with the Creole, with their slaves and everything like that. And Garifuna loved the music. They loved the dance. So the Garifuna people made the quadrille their own, but that's only done in Belize. And of course, Belize used to be a colony. And then the first time when I took a few of my my Garifuna relatives from Guatemala and Honduras who see the quadrille dance, they couldn't believe it. You know, they're like, what in the world? This is not part of our Garifuna culture, but it's something that was adopted in Belize, but it's not adopted in the other Garifuna culture in Guatemala and Honduras. But this particular dance is called it depends on where you're at, it's called the Tiamani or the Corpatia. And that's just over here. This is the one again, the Waruni outfit, the Wanargo and Jakunu dancers. In Belize, for a minute, they stopped doing the Waruni because usually the costume is of the leaf, either dry leaf or just regular green leaves. And of course, you know, over time, these used to be sacred dances, but over time, you know, the kids become mischievous. And I know in Belize, they stopped it for a minute because they would light the costume on fire and just to, kids being mischievous just to see them run, you know, so, so for a minute, they stopped doing that particular, the Waruni dance in Belize for a minute. I've since heard from some of my, my relatives out there that they started it, but in Honduras and Guatemala, they didn't set them on fire, so they continued that tradition. So I'm going to show you just a little short film about, you know, again, the traditional oral history about Garifuna, which is going to be explained by our board of directors, Dr. Oliver Green.
Tradition that you see in Belize and the tradition you see in Guatemala and Honduras. So we need to talk about just a couple of things about the differences between the two so you'll understand. According to Garifuna oral tradition, Barauda, how many of you know who Barauda was? The wife of Chatouye. Wife of Chatouye insulted her husband by saying about not being enough man and encouraging him. She said she would wear the pants and he wear the dress. She said the British were invading their communities and burning their cassava fields. So she said, women, we are going to have the dress, we're going to have to dress as men and fight the British. Meanwhile, men, you had better dress as women because it's the only way to flee the British at the time that they were near the villages. In response, Chatouye developed a strategy whereby Garifuna men would disguise themselves as women's clothing, put themselves in women's clothing. British entered the Garifuna towns unprepared, not expecting male resistance. They assumed that only women were in the villages, but the tradition that you see in Belize and the tradition you see in Guatemala and Honduras. So we need to talk about just a couple of things about the differences between the two so you'll understand. According to Garifuna oral tradition, Barauda, how many of you know who Barauda was? The wife of Chatouye. Wife of Chatouye insulted her husband by saying about not being enough man and encouraged.
So since we're first to town, I'm going to just go ahead and leave this here. This is one of my proudest moments when we returned back to our homeland in 2019. And these are the children in our motherland. They've just been immigrating. And we taught them about the history, about their history, where a lot of them don't know. Because one of the things when they stayed behind those names, they had to forget the language. Speak their language, they couldn't eat their food, they lost all of their culture. So all of us that were exiled, we maintain the cultural language So this is part of the acculturation program that we're doing with the people of St. Vincent, where we're teaching them the language, we're teaching them the drumming, we're teaching them the spirituality. And this is where we're teaching, right now we're teaching them the dance. A lot of people have seen the dance and they think that it's like a festive dance, but actually it's a funeral dance. It's a funeral dance. I can't get into all of it right now, but you know, it is traditionally a funeral. And then another dance that we do is Once, which we brought back from Urume. We learned that from the French during our time with them. And the Spanish. So a lot of these dances, you know, over here that we do traditionally, like regular rumba, it started in Urume. And we're just bringing it back to them because if you know in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they know about the wine. You know, I don't know how to wine. I know how to punta. But I don't know how to, you know, I don't know how to work that way. So I can work with my feet. So, but if you want to see all of these videos and learn more about the earth, then please visit our GAFU channel, GAHFU, and you'll be able to learn more about my culture. And I wanted to thank Cathy and everybody for making me and bringing me here and having us be part of this, you know, unique experience. Thank you.
I feel like this should have been a 2-day conference for sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
Epic fail on my part. But maybe we will one day have a 2-day.
Maybe it'd be like a rolling thing.
There's like an impossible glare on the screen from the window.
Yeah. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see my glasses and I couldn't see it. Should we tilt the whatever that's called, podium?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
How much time for this? 30 minutes?
And then we have a dance demo right after. But
We're not helpful at all. We're like, it's fine.
it'll like, you know, take a second to like get reacquainted. And then...
Yeah, that's okay. Wow. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. I just get emotional because I find how powerful is our diaspora. You was just talking and I was dancing like, oh, punta, I learned punta. In Peru, we call Alcatraz, and that makes sense because in Alcatraz dance, we are dancing with fire as a ritual. But now, because we are just performing, we lost a lot of history. Wow. Thank you so much. And thank you, UC Santa Barbara, for having me. Thank you so much of the American Cultures and Global Context Center for inviting me and, you know, including Peru in this conversation. It's a privilege for me to speak on behalf of my ancestors and Peru, my country. Thank you so much. Today, I'm gonna talk about Afro-Peruvian and shine a light on our culture, resistance and resilience through the cultural arts. Many people know Peru for our Incas heritage. You know, which fill us with pride, of course. However, very few know about Afro-Peruvian. And one of the purposes for this talk today is the vindicate and visibility of diversity in Peru. So about me, we just talk a little bit about, yes, we can pass that. Yeah, but I will share. Here are some questions, frequent questions about Afro-Peruvian. All the time the people are asking me like, are there people of African descent in Peru? Like, where are they? How many are they? No, what are their occupation, among others? Afro-Peruvian is a term that defines the culture of the descent of the different African ethnic groups that were brought to Peru during the European colonization. I'm sorry. The Afro-Peruvian population is found mainly on the coast of Peru. And I will share something about this workshop object. To me, is just bring visibility of Afro-Peruvian culture's heritage. Talk about the Son de los Diablos, which is a dance that I'm gonna show you later, and its contribution to the decolonization of our education, using the arts as a tool for social transformation. Also discuss joy as a coping mechanism among African of the diaspora, the arts as a resistance and cultural resilience, and the role of the woman as an agent and channels of cultural heritage and continuity. Also bring awareness of implicit biases, reduce discrimination and racism and other forms of violence. I mean, talking about the cultural heritage fundamental will be long, like 2 days of workshop, like you say already. But what I mentioned belong are just the basic of Afro-Peruvian cultural heritage, which has been developed over a century to the present with the development of the Afro-Peruvian political and cultural movement, as well as the role of the church, las hermandades, cofradías, the social transformation, the oral transmission, and of course, the musical development. And I will mention about the ancestral memory, and I will put emphasis in talking about Victoria Santa Cruz, because she brings this ancestral memory through the dance, like the Son de los Diablos. Son de los Diablos dance is the first living historical cultural record of the Afro-Peruvian. And like I say, this is the amazing Victoria Santa Cruz. And again, Maestra, thank you for bringing Victoria alive in your presentation. From Micaela Bastidas through Maria Elena Moyano, passing through Eva Yon and Susana Vaca, the probably names that you hear before, we have wonderful representative in Peru. However, in the history of Peru, there is a before and after Victoria Santa Cruz. So to her, we own the reconstruction of the performing arts with Afro-Peruvian identity in order to use dance as an expression of inner knowledge. Victoria proposed to discover and develop the rhythmic sense of each human being. She proposed rhythm as a natural principle, as the magnificent organizer of human existence. So in order to talk about rhythm, I want to show some instruments. Like you say, you have to start with drums. This presentation is the echo of our ancestors. So unlike the Cuba experience, for example, the viceroyalty of Peru banned or prohibited the use of skin-covered drum, since they recognize the power to communicate, preserve, and keep alive the spirit of ancestors among Afro-Peruvian. This reality explains why the original instruments of Peru are made from wood or like the checo, for example, which is the first one. The checo is a dry pumpkin, which is the predecessor to the cajon, which is right there. And about the cajon, I have this like existential conflicts in my mind about the cajon, because I feel, to be honest, I feel a deep commitment to make the Peruvian cajon visible, because probably you remember there was Paco de Lucia who introduced the instrument into the flamenco world. And he made it popular outside Peru, where it had already been in existence for hundreds of years. His first exposure was when he heard the legendary Caitro Soto de la Colina. Next slide, please. Yes. Caitro Soto de la Colina, playing the cajon in Lima, Peru. And he was impressed because he thought that instrument will be a very good partner in flamenco music. And the rest is history. Today, our cajon is present in the best concert around the world. You know, since Shakira, Beyonce, J-Lo, Ricky Martin, yeah, everybody using my cajon. So often I think how proud our ancestor must be. Can you just imagine for a second, transform a humble wooden box into one of the most versatile instruments in the world? And this is cajon. Yes, ancestor here. And my other instrument, the cajita. This is the cajita, the little sister. The cajita is another example of ingenuity and repurposing of object. The cajita reflects the power of resilience and cultural resistance. This small box was used for collection of offering during Catholic Mass. So you can see the Afro-Peruvian add a stick and transformed into a musical instrument. Again, resilience. Our ancestors talking through the arts. This is the little sister, cajita. It is. This is another cajita too, you know, but it's more decorative. But this is what cajita is. And also we have the quijada de burro. And it's exactly what it is. A donkey jaw, an animal bone transformed into a musical instrument. Another proof that we can continue creating art even beyond death. Yes. We have an ensemble over here. So I need some volunteers, please, to play with me. Oh yeah, we definitely gonna do at the end, of course. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Am I good in time?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
We do the whole thing and then we can do Q&A.
Yes,
I
for
think
sure.
so.
Definitely. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the Son de los Diablos dance. Like I said before, is the first living historical cultural record of Afro-Peruvians. Today, we use the Son de los Diablos dance to make cultural resistance visible. You probably remember that the Spanish conquistadors forced, like in many other countries, they forced African descents to dance and participate in the Corpus Christi, right? This Catholic celebration with the purpose to scare away the soul that they believe are in hell. So there are plenty studies that show that the owner of the haciendas gave the slaves freedom for one day and encouraged them to drink large amount of alcohol for this purpose. That was the beginning of this dance. However, thanks to the Francisca Congo, a political movement at the end of 70s, this dance was recovered and brought to the streets, but now repurposed in the Carnival context, bringing together thousands of people in a celebration of the diversity, resistance, and resilience of our ancestors. Original Disney was dance made only by men, but then again, thanks to the effort to recover this dance from dignity, women were integrated into the choreography. The choreography is made out of little doubles. Can I see the video? Yes, thank you. This choreography have little doubles and one greater double, or Diablo Mayor. We call Diablo Mayor, who has a large cap. You can see next in this video. And yes, thank you. You know, the Diablo Mayor, this is the way how we create and recover in the streets, this dance. No, as you can see, the Diablo Mayor is who has a large cape and is the biggest and stronger, and is always the character who is showing off in the choreography. Son de los Diablos documentary, and you have all the information in your hands. Please do it. And this is how we recreate now in the theater, you know, the performance. As you can see, there is a small double, and then we will appear the Diablo Mayor, the greater double. You can see the quicadas. This is the Diablo Mayor. Yes. Yes, I'm going to stop there just to keep you with interest. Yes. Can we stop there? Yeah, this is another way to this powerful of nonverbal communication. This is an Afro-Peruvian tap demonstration. And this dance, this ritual choreography also has theatrical elements, which on a stage create a challenge for the dancer or actors, since the dance step requires dexterity, the ability to show yourself with animalistic movements, and in addition, the use of musical instruments such as the donkey job or quijada de burro, the cajita, everything integrated, also the zapateo. And the zapateo is something like that. We don't have a good, floor. But even though we don't have it, I think just this. Also, especially this dance, promote this meaning of this powerful sentence: the people united will never be divided. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido, and is the representation of the small little devil versus the Diablo Mayor. So at the end of the choreography, you can see how this devil came together and then fight with the Devil Mayor. The greater devil fall to the floor in representation of the fall of the oppressive system. So let's dance Son de los Diablos. What do you think? Let's dance Son de los Diablos. Yes or yes?
I was going to say somehow. Yeah, 20 minutes and then we'll have time. So 20 minutes dance.
Yes? Are you ready? Yes or yes?
Sí,
Please.
sí. Ahí. Let's do it.
Yeah, if you have any question, please contact me. Feel free to contact me. Okay. I'm sorry.
Venimos de los infiernos, no se vayan a asustar. Venimos de los infiernos, no se vayan a asustar. Con estos rabos y cuernos que son solo para bailar. Con estos rabos y cuernos que son solo para bailar. Son de los diablos, son que venimos a bailar. El pícaro cachapaz, la quijada va a tocar. Son de los diablos, son que venimos a bailar. El pícaro cachapaz, la quijada va a tocar. Son de de los diablos son de los diablos son de los diablos son de los diablos Todos los años salimos cuando llegue el carnaval. Todos los años salimos cuando llegue el carnaval. Ahuyentamos a la gente con nuestro baile infernal. Ahuyentamos a la gente con nuestro baile infernal. Son de los diablos, son que venimos a bailar. El pícaro cachapaz, la quijada va a tocar. Son de los diablos, son que venimos a bailar. El pícaro cachapaz, la quijada va a tocar. Son de los diablos. Son de los diablos. Okay. Son de los diablos. Son de los diablos.
Okay. Now, second, everybody. Yes, something. A little bit, side by side.
Diablo, 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 diablo.
There you go. Show me your hands. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Soy el diablo mayor y me llaman novite.
Yo
soy el diablo mayor y me llaman novite. Por esta bemba que tengo tan grande, mírelo usted. Por esa bemba que tengo tan grande, mírelo usted.
Now we're ready to walk.
Venimos a bailar,
right?
Picaron
Are you ready for merengue? The same thing.
Son de los diablos.
Are you ready for bachata? Bachata. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, hit. 1, 2, 3, hit. The same thing. Diaspora energy over here. Good. Now do the double. So, show me you're the double. Yes. There you go. Shake it. Shake your hip. Woohoo. Yes. There you go. Get ready to march again. And let's do 1, 2, 3. Move. 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3. Move. 1, 2, 3. Move. 1, 2, 3. Move. 1, 2, 3. Move. 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 There you are. Thank you. Thank you for dancing with me. You survived. You survived. Thank you so much. Just good.
Venimos de los infiernos, no se vayan.
Oxygen. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you so much for dancing with me. And thank you. To finish my participation here, I want to say that as a dancer and choreographer, I enjoy identify similarities with other cultural artistic expression of the diaspora, African diaspora. I find a lot of similarities between the Son de los Diablos of Peru with the dance for El Eguá, for example, in Cuba. I will be interested in hearing the similarities, it's too hard to me. En español ni siquiera tenemos esa palabra. La comparación, how you create coincidence, you find coincidence. You know, through this presentation, I propose that you too transform negative devil stereotype and let out the devil you have inside
Girl.
by rethinking this negative legacy. We established freedom of thought, the liberation of human existence, the ability to play in life, to allow yourself to cause mischief, to play like a children again, and look at each other with eyes of innocence again. Let us reclaim our humanity. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can we all just close our eyes and like tune into our bodies and like feel what all of that energy we just created actually feels like in our bodies, just for 1 minute. That's really powerful. The ancestors are here, like here. There's something we're unlocking right now in this moment that I just want to acknowledge, and I think we should name and bring into our consciousness of like the technology of moving. Like there is a knowledge, you were mentioning in different ways, there's an actual knowledge that these dances, that these songs, that these rhythms are actually trying to get at and bring into our consciousness. And it's hard to translate, as you guys are saying, because dance is not dance without the music, without the costuming, without the timing, without the space, without the people. Like it's all of those things. So when I say dance, I am talking about the song, and I am talking about the costume, and I am talking about the time of day, and I am talking about the people involved. So to like translate dance as just steps is dismantling the technology that these things are trying to get at. And I in these moments of like, when your body knows, right? Your heartbeat starts to race and the blood starts to flow and your brain starts to tingle, and you start hearing things differently, and you start connecting to people differently, and you start to buzz, and you might get your pores raised, or all these moments. That's the knowledge that we just don't have in our consciousness anymore because it's been colonized out of us, right? And even this kind of reclaiming of like the word diablo, like devil, is foreign to that technology, right? But we're trying to figure out that there's something that we're trying to get rid of in ourselves so that we can access now the freedom that this dance was actually created to do and to open up and so on and so forth. So I kind of want to start there in like musings about the technology that's embedded in these forms, and what do you think really matters, that this, we have to do it like this and it needs to be held on? Because I'm thinking about whining also. I'm thinking about, like you were saying, like how things showing up differently, but the same, like punta, right, is like hip-centered. Whining is hip-centered. There's these moments in the dance that's hip-centered. Why does it keep coming back? No matter, twerking, it doesn't matter where you go. If there's Black folk that was there, there's gonna be a hip dance something, right? Doesn't matter where you go. If there are Black folks that were there, there's gonna be a rhythmic dance something, right? So it looks different, it gets practiced in these different ways, but there's something really important that no matter how much beatings or how much laws or how much generations it needs to constantly be brought back, brought back, brought back, brought back, brought back. So I'm not asking us to answer the question what it is, but what I'm saying is like, look at like, can we have a conversation starting about the value of that need for the resilience of this technology, even though at this point we no longer have the conscious words to be like, oh, it's so-and-so stars and so-and-so something, and it allows you to, we don't have the words, but we know it's got to be practiced. It's got to be continued. Do you know? Yeah. No, I shiver, girl. I'm like, sorry to put you on the spot. We could, you know, take a moment and.
So just a little with punta. Punta is actually a Spanish term for our language. I mean, for our dance, it's called banditiki. So punta is when the Spanish people saw what we were doing, our dance, they noticed that when Garifuna people dance, you dance with your feet. So depending on the direction your feet is going, that's the way your body is going. Depending on the direction, if you get on your tippy toes and you move your bodies backwards. And of course, like I think you mentioned it earlier, your voice just automatically moves, regardless of, you know, you're not really concentrated on the waist. You know, with punta, you're concentrating on the feet. Even in the Wanaragua dance, in most rhythmic, you're like dancing to the beat. But with the Wanaragua dance, the drummer has to follow the feet of the dancer. So depending on what the dancer is doing, that's the way they're gonna beat the rhythm of the drum. You know, and even in punta, when you see a real drummer, he's looking at the dancer's feet. And then that's what he's keeping the rhythm to your body movement, and not us keeping our body movement to the rhythm of the beat.
So then you experience time as an embodied action, right? So you can slow it down, speed it up, you can play with it. I see the carnival and time. Yes.
Yeah. Like I mentioned before, we have this dance which we call Alcatraz, and also Alcatraz is the name of a bird, and they name like Alcatraz in a Spanish language because the way that they move the cola, they say cola. Yeah, Alcatraz, but Alcatraz is also a dance in your tippy toes. Yeah, and we using a cucurucho. We call cucurucho is the name of the now we use a piece of paper to put on over here, and the play is that you have to burn the girl. The men have to try to burn the girl, you know, her tail, and she's, you know, moving your hips, yes. But if the guy burn you, that's mean that he became your lover. So
it's like rumba.
If it is, it's a couple dance, you know, but what is important to me is that in order to pass this information to new generation, the way they learn the traditional way to do, because our ancestors don't dance as a performers. They dance as a way to communicate with the power beyond your existence. But now, because we are living in this world, you know, globalization and full of marketing and, you know, cost, like Instagram and stuff, you can create marketing through this knowledge. And this is not the way, you know, to transmit the information. So again, we can find thousands of coincidence about the African diaspora and the power. Thank you again, because I will, you know, keep funding this. To me, it's like a treasure, you know, like funding the connection. Even English is not my first language. I can see your eyes and connect with you through your soul, through your music, through your vocabulary that is inside of you. So again, twirl, less than twirl, less than garifuna, less than bomba, less than Cuban dances, Orishas dances. I can feel the same energy. So, and this is, I think, the treasure that we have to embrace, you know. But again, thank you so much. Nice job.
I have a quick question. This is like very quick, and then we'll come out. It's not even that deep. But there was a moment where I don't know what the dance was called, but the dance company was Budari, and they had like a big breasts and big butts, and I was like, Dame Lorraine, that's the Dame Lorraine, which is one of the traditional masquerades of Trinidad, which is like a big breasted woman, or I mean, men play it, cross-dressing, it doesn't matter, men, women play it. And it was supposed to be making fun of the aristocrats. So it's like a fancy woman. And the thing about Carnival that I love is, like, instead of moving away from the stereotypes that they used to oppress you, they like embellish it, they overdo it. They're just like, oh, you think I'm that? Okay, fine. Here are how big, here's how bad we can do it. I can smell really bad. I can do, you know? So when I saw that, I was like, okay, look at it. So I don't know if you can tell me a little more about it, or if that's.
So that is the Corpatia. So the Corpatia, they have all kind of costumes, and depends on how they even have like a priest costume, and they make the priest pregnant. You know, it's like it's you know, because of course that's making fun of the church. Yeah. You know, because they did so much nonsense to us. And back then there was a lot of things that we couldn't do because, you know, in our countries, you know, the church rules, and if you did something, you know, your neighbors would tell on you, and then the church would come to your house and they would, you know, exercise you or whatever. You know, they literally, you know, would exercise you. Wow. We couldn't allow, our drums were not allowed in our church. You know, none of these things, our identity was not basically allowed in the church. You know, so once we reclaimed that so many years ago, because it's like, wait a minute, all of this is new to us. We did all this in our country of origin. Once we got to Central America, it's like, you guys can't do this. Once they baptized us and gave us these Christian names, it's like, you're a Christian now. You can't do this, you can't do that. But, you know, Garifuna spirit, we fought these bloody British for 150 years. You think that we just got here, you're going to tell us that we can't be who we are as Garifuna people? You know, so when we do our traditions, when we do our different things, again, some people will get offended. Oh my God, you're like making sacrilegious, a priest pregnant? Like, yeah, you know. Priests are being sacrilegious on their own. You just call it out. You know, but we do what we do, and they have different characters. And in that particular dance, there was another dance that you were saying that where the men dress up like women. So even in that particular dance, majority of the people were men dressed up like women and then doing the different characters. You know, so it's a very interesting dance to see when you know the meaning behind all of this stuff.
It's so layered. Yeah. We should open it up. I feel like I was just about to take over and be like, yeah, but we should open it up. Yes. Oh, I think we should.
To the Afro-Peruvian. La pregunta va a ser en español, porque tal vez así.
Un segundo. Sí, por favor.
I'm actually going to, voy a preguntártela en español porque creo que se conecta mejor en este tema, ¿no? He notado que los afroperuanos, la gente que no es descendiente o ascendiente de África, han tomado esas costumbres y las han hecho de ellos en la forma que hemos visto en el video, en otros videos que yo he observado, que hemos estudiado. ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Cuál ha sido la fusión? ¿Por qué los afroperuvianos ya no lo hacen? O sea, no están tan envueltos en esto, o tal vez están y no los miramos, no son visibles, porque la gente que está representando ahí no son afros, ¿verdad? Entonces, tal vez lo puedes explicar en español y yo te lo traduzco al inglés, como sea.
Perfecto, gracias. ¿Qué ha pasado? Tendríamos que empezar diciendo qué significa ser afroperuano. What's mean being Afro-Peruvian? It's just the color of your skin? Maybe probablemente no los vemos, pero estamos. Lo que ha pasado es la maravilla de la fusión. Eso ha pasado. Y yo celebro la fusión, la integración de las culturas. Eso es inevitable con las características que se hacen en los pueblos. Eso es inevitable. Sin embargo, el Perú tiene el 3%, solo el 3% de la población del Perú se identifica como afrodescendiente. Just the 3% of the total population of Peru identify itself as an Afro-Peruvian. But what happened with my kid? I have my kid. And unfortunately, I mean, he's white.
That's yeah, no, the logic is true, yeah. In Mexico too, también.
So the thing is, we have to encourage people to know about your ancestrality. I think this is the point. But to me, as a dancer, as a choreographer, please take my dancing dance. Take it. And this is the way that we can still alive. The dance don't know about color. I mean, as an African descent, we have to empower. We have to talk with our voice. Yes. I want representation. Yes. I want people who represent me. See, I want to see these people that look like me in the place of powers. Yes. But also I want just teach, educate people in order to continue the legacy, no? So, si usted ahora no ve, tal vez es más popular porque las redes es más masivo y ahora tenemos además migraciones más grandes. Ahora entró Venezuela, por ejemplo, y eso va a crear otras formas de repensar la fusión del tambor venezolano en el tambor afroperuano ya está integrado. Ahora yo escucho el festejo, which is a Afro-Peruvian rhythm, con aires venezolanos. ¿Cómo voy a controlar eso? Eso es parte de la cultura viva. This is part of the life culture. So we have to, we can control everything.
And real quick, so I was saying this because with the Garifuna in Central America, from Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and Belize, the Ladinos or the Spanish people, right, took, borrowed, or stole punta, right? And they made it their own back in 1983 when Banda Blanca came out and did the sopa de caracol, right?
Hey.
So what that did is it put punta at the international forefront, but then it gave the wrong image, right? Because people thought, oh, damn, that, excuse my language, real quick, yeah. So that made people believe that punta was created by a Spaniard, by Spanish people, right? Like me. But then that also gave the opportunity for Garifuna people to stand up and say, no, we're going to reclaim this is ours. So that brought Garinagu or Garifuna people to the forefront, saying, oh, this is our music, this is our ethnic, representation. So that's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Sí, yo entiendo perfectamente que yo sé, y por eso digo que la representación es importante y que la cultura viva tiene que estar en las manos de los que hacemos esto. La cultura, para preservarla en el modo correcto, tiene que estar en las voces correctas. No podemos simplemente vender nuestra cultura al mejor postor. Que Disney no sea una representación de nuestros ancestros sin que pase primero por la voz de los que saben. So, si lo puede decir.
Sorry, my brain is going. We have to take a break oh, but just when the going's getting good, Cathy, I secretly hate you for making me take a break, but I get it. People got to rest their brain and all that stuff. But I just want to say, in terms of like, there's something beautiful in the idea of recognizing your Blackness when you've been trained that you are not Black, especially in Spanish colonization. It's like you were saying, like you can have a child who is not the same race as you in these Spanish speaking countries, right? Like, yeah, my mom's Black, but I'm not Black is like very common and not like a disidentification, but that's the logic of that colonial history, right? Which is very different than the United States, which is like, oh, your mama's Black, your mama's Black, everybody. So I don't care if it's 2.3%, you're gonna be Black, which means we can use your labor in this very particular way, right? So it's all about this kind of larger economic system of like why Blackness works the way it does in these different spaces. But with that saying, there's something really beautiful and magical to recognize your Blackness, right? Because of the contribute, like you are American because of the Black people and the Black shit and the Black labor and the right and the way you talk and the way you think is Black because of how we contribute. Like, so you have to recognize your Blackness if you're claiming American, right? If you're claiming to be American, you got to recognize all the Black shit that you are, right? And that you're indebted to. Right? It is not solo in the color of your skin. We gave you some technology, some logics that you wouldn't even be able to think about the things that you think about if it wasn't for our labor and time. And you need to recognize that as part of you. And then with that saying, you got to be responsible for what that means, right? Which goes back to the misuse of punta, right? Where just, oh, I could use it. No, there's a technology and a logic and a rhythm to that you need to be responsible for now, right? So if you're gonna claim American, then you got to be responsible for what that means. You don't just get to willy-nilly use it. If you're gonna be Garifuna, you gotta be responsible for all of that logic means. So I just wanna say the like, acknowledging what it means, like the words that we're using actually have like a bigger meaning and responsibility that we need to start to take on as part of our lives. So I know you said this, but don't you dare take her dance steps and use it however you want. And if I find you using her dance steps however you want, I will, like Renee said, I will find you. Because there's some deep historical, ancestral, spiritual knowledge in that. And God forbid you misuse it and you teach it to somebody else and they go do harm to the world. On that note, we're gonna have some water. Oh God, you guys are amazing. You're blowing my mind.
There's a question over there.
Yeah, one question. Am I allowed, Cathy? Yeah, I think, but the question you can come ask. Yeah.
So we're going to start the last panel for the session. I'm very pleased to be presenting our 5 speakers from the Reading the Caribbean Through Carnival class in the English department. And I will start by presenting Mina Caldi, who is a first-year student from Santa Barbara, California, with an undeclared major. Mina is a member of the conceptual mini-mass band Baby Dragons, created in English 1-2, Reading the Caribbean Through Carnival, along members Preston, Kayleen, Oakley, and Moose. Their presentation looks at Earl Lovelace, The Dragon Can't Dance, thinking through the labor for love and labor for capital in Trinidad Carnival. So, Mina.
Thank you, everybody. I'm really happy to be here today and present this project that we've been working really hard on. The premise of this project is to explore Trinidadian society and history through the lens of Carnival. We came to our analysis by taking the prompt labor for love and labor for capital and tying that to the characters in The Dragon Can't Dance, written by Earl Lovelace. We ultimately wanted to dive deeper into the struggles the characters in the novel experience and tie that to real mass characters and history of the Caribbean Carnival. As you can see here, we made a little diorama. Oh, our name tag's upside down. Okay. I wonder if I move it, you can see the characters a little better. As you can see, we have a little baby doll character, a little hat, a little top hat, and a little baby dragon that we made. I would like to start off by talking about the baby doll character. And this baby doll represents Sylvia, the character in the novel. And Sylvia stands as a representation of traditional Trinidadian women and the weight of their position in society. And in the novel, Sylvia entertains male attention at such a young age, so her mother does not have to pay rent. This is both a labor for love and a labor for capital, because Sylvia loves her mother, so she will do what she can to help her mother get relief. But however, this relief is financial, so this is also a labor for capital. And the reason we chose the baby doll is because historically the baby doll is rooted in how during the slave trade, illegitimate children were considered merely another product of the plantation and were often sold off, tearing families apart. And however, the current dramatic performance of the baby doll is used to address prevalent problems in Caribbean society and advocating for feminist social justice change, particularly in areas of gender and sexuality. The baby doll unmasks harmful, antiquated societal norms and demand for accountability from its supporters. They have revolutionized the character's representation of womanhood and began exploring ways in which it can challenge social beliefs and stigma. Sylvia needs somebody to advocate for her in her exploitation and relationship to Guy, because unlike the modern baby doll, Sylvia needs somebody to advocate for her. So we really, in this project, wanted to focus on not only the sacrifices and the struggles the people in this novel had to face, but also the power that comes in that, the power and the advocacy that comes with the baby doll character, as well as other characters. The next character I wanted to talk about is the dragon. The dragon here represents a labor of love. The character in the novel Aldrich symbolizes this dragon. Like many people who live in the Caribbean, Aldrich is introduced to the novel working tirelessly on this dragon costume to perform at Carnival. This labor for love is extremely symbolic because it's not just Aldrich's story, but the story of countless men and women throughout the region. The costume is more than just an outfit. It's a performance, it's a ritual. Every year, Aldrich steps into this headspace of rebellion. The rebellion speaks to historical significance of Carnival at large and a rebellion against traditional colonial powers, religious ideals, and gender norms with different topsy-turvy themes, as we learned in class. And we have that little crown with the feathers. And this piece of the exhibition creates the idea of human desire to come to life through color and inclusivity. The crown represents the character Missy in the novel. Her character represents a labor of capital and a labor for love. Labor of capital goes along with the fact that Missy runs the parlor and owns it in the novel. The labor of love of Missy comes from her transformation through Carnival, as she is Queen of the Hill in the book. The color of her crown represents this transformation, though she's presented to the reader as rather a contentious woman and one who feels no shame in gossiping about her neighbor. Carnival turns her into a character that advocates for sharing. Through Carnival, she portrays generous attributes to other characters in the book and is in support of unity. In the background, as well as the crown being made up of many different colors, has a meaning of duality, even more so, infinite shades of a human heart, and all the ways we can learn to cover up nature with something more beautiful. And we have a little song to play that we made together, just again wanting to showcase the fun and of Carnival, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Oh, it's your boy, that star, reading the Caribbean. The song goes out to all my baby dolls, baby dragons in the room. You see, some do it for love, some do it for money. But you know what? Today, we're gonna show you how we do it. Let's go! Hey! Baby doll, baby dragon, Carnival, let's get it cracking. Now shake it up, wind it down, spin it round, make it loud, make So honey, there's some honey, floor, now what the middle, baby, doll, in white, it's certain light, your money aside, in the street, dancing, feet, fuck that man, you know me, cheap, run this pocket like this beat, looking sweet, you can't go, play, baby, doll, baby, dragon, Carnival, let's get it, cracking, orange, red, yellow, white, crazy colors, take it right, blowing smoke, spitting fire, baby, dragon, he inspires, wiper, love, wiper, money, keep it tight, sticky, honey, get it, girl, in control, part of y'all, make it roll, wind it up, drop it low, take control, this yeah, no, baby, doll, baby, dragon, Carnival, let's get it cracking, shake it up, wind it down, spin it round, make it loud, make it jiggle, Sahari, fizzle, Carnival, flow, now what the middle, baby, doll, baby, dragon, Carnival, let's get it cracking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mina and Preston, for this moment. We'll move on to group 2, which is represented by Fernanda Lopez, who is a third-year transfer student from West Covina, California, majoring in English. Fernanda is a member of the conceptual mini-mass band Midnight Babies, created also for reading the Caribbean through Carnival, along with members Sammy Blair, Vicky Lee, Elojor Jose, and Kieran Burmester. Their presentation looks into Springer's Baby Doll meets Midnight Robber and explores the tension between beloved Trinidad Carnival characters by presenting old traditions in new ways. So, Fernanda.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can really see it. Everything was glued together. Yeah, everything was glued together and then it kind of just fell apart. So the Midnight Babies exhibition is called Midnight Robber versus Blue Devil, with the purpose of depicting the carnival scene using Aintu Springer's play Baby Doll Meets Midnight Robber. Springer's work was written as an exemplary work for children and young teens to emphasize the duality of Trinidadian carnival between tradition and innovation, conserving and reviving, behaving and appending. In particular, the play argues for abstinence among children and teens. In our video presentation that I will show you shortly, we use the Fast Wine by Michael Montano, and it was chosen to unearth to go along with the exhibition because it is a popular carnival song with fast beats that portrays the atmosphere of carnival. In addition, Midnight Babies members also inserted audio portrayals of the scenes within the play to add to the music choice. Through the utilization of traditional mass characters along with the duality of colors, music, and audio, Midnight Babies present the contrast between good and evil through portrayals of cultural history of Trinidad and the suppression of women. The character of Midnight Robber in Springer's play defends Carnival's roots in subverting power structures, freeing people of cultural oppression, and establishing a unique Trinidadian culture. The Midnight Robber is known from Carnival as a dangerous, boasting character that gives long, terrifying speeches. The Blue Devil character, fully painted in blue and acting as a demon, plays as the role of the tempter, enticing the baby doll to choose sex in favor of abstinence. For this reason, the Midnight Babies also place these two characters in opposite ends of the scene. The baby doll is placed in the center of the work, carrying her child, showing the split and torn position in society. In Springer's play, the baby doll is set up as an example against drinking, having sex, and doing drugs. The shocking experience of the play deters children from this debauchery. However, the Midnight Babies place their baby doll in the center of the two poles, the Midnight Robber's subversive carnival and the Blue Devil's celebratory carnival, to show the ways that the baby doll is intertwined and torn in the debate. Through the sculpture, the group wants to to reveal the duality of the pure versus contaminated female body. The two contrasting sides reveal the ideas of carnivalesque versus grotesque and angel versus the devil. Furthermore, through the exhibition, we want to reveal the gender roles in Trinidad. The culture of the mass character baby dolls are advocacy tools for societal issues. It is a satirical portrayal of a woman with an illegitimate baby. By sexualizing the younger woman who shows her legs and accuses male passersby, embarrassing them into giving her money for the baby doll, along with the needs of her children. Through the character of the baby doll, the exhibition aims to reveal the roots of mass, where women dress up as baby dolls in order to assert control over their sexuality, womanhood, and motherhood. It is also representative of the idea of these historical oppression and disenfranchisement. The baby doll character is bold and makes accusations and demands without hesitation, revealing women's power that has been suppressed throughout history. It reveals the sexual exploitation of women and when the enslavers demanded sexual favors from women and took away the rights under their law. I would now like to show you the video presentation that we made to go along. The music is supposed to be playing along.
Enter baby doll.
Baby, baby, where your daddy? I just see his face in every man I see. My mammy used to warn me about making babies before I ready, but I never listened. She does know about the fire in me belly. When the fellas tell me how I sexy, is you the daddy? Is you, remember last carnival when we was in the band? You hold my hand when we start to jam. The music was sweet, driving me crazy. I take one or two drinks. The world was spinning around me. It's you who did drag me in the dark, push me down on the bench in the park. We was so hurried to grind with one another, we didn't have no time to study rubber.
Enter blue devil.
Ole, Alumbo, jab, jab. I come from hell. Jab, jab. It's carnival time. I come out to play. My job is to lead all you young people astray. Come, let me roll a split. I go take you higher than Mount Everest. Or, I have something better. The pretty white lady in the form of a powder. Well, once you start to line with me, is then I have you completely. Once you become part of my gang, you go gang rank with a gun in your hand, batting you head inside the edge of the band. I have some good drinks too, you understand? Whatever you pick, I don't really cater. I dancing my dance and spitting my fire.
Enter midnight robber.
Stop, you mocking pretender. I am the voice of the traditions of mass, coming out of the past, living powerfully in the present. I come to defend the power of the mass, to spread the word of how it was born, out of a people's struggle, to be free of cultural oppression and domination, and they desire to mark out a space for themselves. In this gale of existence, I come out to secure the future by declaring war against all who would defile and mislead our nation's youth, jamming their brains night and day and night, with guns and sex on the foreign TV, making them feel it have no hope, no sense in being an upright member of society, when they seeing all the corruption from the so-called leaders of these societies.
Enter blue devil.
That long time story have no use today. It's bikini and beads, wildness in the party, a true carnival mentality.
Enter midnight robber.
Even with their sex, violence, and dope, I, this midnight robber, will never give up hope. Me and my own army of midnight robbers will deal with you and all your imps in defense against the defilement of the precious young ones who ain't even know how they precious and how much they worth.
Enter baby doll.
All you stop the fighting. Look, I hearing the band coming.
That's the end. Thank you.
Right, so our next group is represented by Giselle Orozco, who is a third-year English major. Giselle is a member of the conceptual mini mass band Catharsis Troupe, with members Natalie Perez, Madison Jefferson, Justin Wong, and Michael DiNardo. Their presentation looks at Onya Kemparu's All Decent Animals and the interconnection between Carnival and Pride festivals, displaying the commercialization of these events despite the complicated history behind them. So go ahead, Giselle.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Giselle. I'm sorry I have a mask on right now. Woke up feeling a little sick, but we're here, feeling good, loving the atmosphere. So I'll just get right into it. This is our lovely project right here done by the Cathartic group. And we mainly did this to show like different aspects, but I'll go through them right now. So the mask combines aspects of traditional Trinidadian carnival with modern pride parades and the expression of sexuality, both sexuality as a physical appeal and to a lesser extent, sexuality as a non-heteronormative expression, and the related expressions is a significant part of carnival, revealing costumes, characters that have unprotected sex are notable troops. For the most part, even as carnival has become increasingly commercialized, these have all been acknowledged as integral parts of the celebration. However, in modern pride parades, there has also been a recent push to desexualize queer expressions under the guise of making it more child-friendly. But it is largely fueled by the desire to make things more palatable to like different corporations and to perpetuate the idea that queer sexuality should be repressed to make it more respectable. Pride is meant to protect against the shaming of queer bodies and is a celebration of both sex and sexuality. Much like carnival, it is a display of the individuality of the traditionally oppressed, and it's put in with social norms trying to establish these silenced minorities. Gay sex under the banner of sodomy was actively criminalized until 2003, when a Supreme Court decision functionally nullified existing anti-sodomy laws between consenting adults. Even today, despite being obsolete and unenforceable, 15 states still maintain anti-sodomy laws, several of which, sorry, need to take a little breather, the mask is hot. Despite being obsolete and unenforceable, 15 states still maintain anti-sodomy laws, several of which specifically target same-sex couplings. A major reason why the kink community and sexual expression is celebrated during Pride is because during the HIV/AIDS crisis in the United States in the 1980s, the BDSM and leather community, alongside the lesbians, were at the forefront of spreading awareness and safety measurements, as well as helping to care for those afflicted with the disease. Dungeons and the leather and queer community often intersected as sexual deviants in the eyes of the general population of the time. So right now, if you can see the tiers and the masks right there, one of them is made of headlines and printouts made to look like period news clippings about the crisis. And it was really notably under-publicized and not really researched at the time, which because initially it was considered to be a disease that only afflicted gay men or drug addicts. While the diseases were first noted by scientists in 1981, government action wasn't taken until at least 1987, towards the end of the Reagan presidency, when it started to spread to non-disenfranchised communities. Now right here, the other tier is made up of headlines concerning the state of carnival. In the case of Pride, its encroachment of rainbow capitalism into queer spaces silences genuine queer expression. Carnival suffers from a similar appropriation in which white and the upper class performers who can afford to pay to be at the front of the stages are more featured and more prominently more prominently than the communities that built Carnival to begin with in the first place. So we have some feathers on the top of our mask right there, and it also includes, it's the colors of the pride flag, including the black and white, brown alongside the colors of the rainbow in order to represent the queer community, specifically including Black and Indigenous people of color. The inclusion of race is meant to emphasize the intersectionality of race, gender, and sexuality, in which the way that people experience queerness can differ greatly because based on their race and both their upbringing. This is especially true for Black and Afro-Caribbean communities in the States. 14% of Black trans women reported experiencing physical violence in 2020. So if you can also see below the tears a little, I don't know if I should pick them up. And the smiling expression is there to represent the surge of queer culture during the period, despite or perhaps because of the incredible stress that the community was under. People were still going out there. They were celebrating life despite this big thing that was going on around them. And let me just go down a little. Some of the queer icons are widely known in the music industry, and the gay clubbing and party culture was then developed in the 70s and continued in full swing until the 80s. Some of the first laws that established anti-discrimination based on sexual orientation were passed in the 80s, and the queer community grew in solidarity despite the trials of the decade. So they still found a way to smile and party on, despite all this. Here's some of the icons right there. But yeah, that's it. I don't know where our song when it's supposed to be going on behind me, but we'll try and see this. Sorry, give me a second. It's supposed to just be going. Having a little bit of, yeah. No clue, to be honest. Yeah, our music was supposed to be once it got on, it started playing.
Oh. Is it a Google Doc?
Yeah.
I think because it's in traditional PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah. Here, let me see if I can play it from here. Yeah. We figure things out. Having some technical difficulties, guys. Sorry.
You're playing off of Google Slides.
Yeah.
So the link that was sent, right?
Yeah, we're supposed to autoplay when it got on when you click the second time. How about we go to the next one and then maybe come back?
Thank you. So our next presenter is Gabriela Lantero. She's a first-year student from Michigan, majoring in English and math. Gabby is a member of the conceptual mini-mass band, the Winos, created in Reading the Caribbean through Carnival, along with members Kimani Irby, Jordan Silverstein, Nicole Goodman, and Hallie Merritt. Their presentations look at ethno-surrealism in Matthew Clark's and Nigel Lynch's graphic novel Harders, and how reimagined histories address issues of neocolonialism and resource extraction in the Caribbean region.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And on behalf of my group, I'm really proud to be representing my group here today, the Winos. Yes. So to begin, when we first started working on this project, a lot of us needed more definite definitions of ethno-surrealism and extraction. And I would like to start off with those definitions we have accumulated. Extraction means the process of removing a substance from the ground or from another substance by force. In this case, the forced labor of Indigenous peoples and African slaves brought to the Caribbean by the means of the transatlantic slave trade.
And then ethno-surrealism, we struggled a little bit more with this one. Surrealism to us is making art that can't not physically be there. It's a little hard to explain, but I feel like you can get a good understanding of what it is through our project. Things that reality that can't be bent. It's a little hard to explain. The definition I have here does not sum it up as well as I'd like it to, but it says, we see parallels between Mr. Harding and capitalism. Mr. Harding represents corporate greed of yeah, that's not the, all right. And moving on. You'll understand a little bit more when I dive deeper into what our project means. So we started off with our inspiration. I don't know if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so initially, one of the biggest things that we noticed with the Hard Ears graphic novel was the colors used throughout it. Such vibrant colors and symbols such as the ocean, the storms, the smoke were really important to us in trying to understand what this graphic novel meant, because there's so much more than words when it comes to graphic novels, which is such an important element in the creation of our project. So we took our inspiration and we came up with kind of a color palette. I don't know if you could go to the next slide. This isn't all the colors in here, but this is kind of our inspiration board of sorts. You can see all of like the glitter and the natural forces and stuff like that. So moving on to the creation, we really wanted to incorporate as much of this graphic novel as we could. And so we took the antagonist of Hard Ears, Mr. Harding, who initially in the novel would appear sympathetic possibly to the people of Hard Ears who experienced great tragedy, I would say, when a storm hit their town. And the citizens were left entirely defenseless until Mr. Harding came along and offered them jobs in order to help rebuild this community that was left destroyed after such a big storm. So even though he appeared sympathetic in the beginning, his true character is parasitic, draining life force from the individuals on the island for his own gain. His unsettling physical demeanor personifies elements of capitalism and the associated corporate greed as innately draining those who are forced to participate. So we really wanted to incorporate this aspect because we believe Mr. Harding is capitalism. He is extraction. He is the symbol of taking things away from those who are the ones that harvest them in the first place. So in order to include both fictitious and real elements of the Caribbean, we came up with our paper mache Mr. Harding up here in the town. I don't know if you want to pan to him. So yeah, he's quite large. So here, Mr. Harding is sculpted. We started off with chicken wire and paper mache to where the chicken wire both encloses and protects while simultaneously shutting out those who reside outside its barrier, representing exploited Caribbean residents and the not seeing the profits of their labor. We also use structures from the Caribbean, like structures to demonstrate a Caribbean neighborhood. It depicts chattel houses adorned with flags of Trinidad, Haiti, Barbados, the Dominican Republic, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Cuba, and Grenada, representing the structures of colonialism and imperialism in the Caribbean and Jovert Island, which is where Hard Ears takes place. Furthermore, yeah, our project was really, it was quite an adventure, I would say. We faced a lot of difficulties coming up with them and making sure that this is the message that we wanted to send. As you can see, there are also baby dolls and traditional mask characters. So we have a generic mask goer, couldn't come up with a better term for her, as well as a baby doll and a jab jab devil on his shoulder. And we decided to put them in his mouth to represent like how he's kind of like eating them alive, like he's taking away their soul, their culture, and really taking from him and not giving them anything in return. So Going on to the sound creation of our project, we combined tracks from songs Bam Bam by Sister Nancy, Rollin' by Mist featuring Burna Boy, Is We by Patricia Roberts, and Remove Yourself by Blacks to exhibit the underlying energies that fuel Carnival, both culturally and politically. These Carnival characters and so this music that I'm about to play for you guys is really the opposite of what Mr. Harding personifies. We wanted to take the opposite and show more of the light and the joy that can also be found in Carnival, not just the traditional roots of it, which can be shown through the extraction through Mr. Harding, where, you know, it's really just light and it shows the spirit of Carnival and these people that live through this extraction. So if you want to go ahead, play it.
When I think of Carnival, I dream of something cool, something dark and magical that I learned in school.
I say one thing Nancy can't understand. One thing Nancy can't understand. What make them a talk about me ambition? Say what make them a talk about me ambition? Come and say some of them a ask me where me get it from. Just some of them a ask me where me get it from. I told them no, it's from creation. I told them no, it's from creation. Bam bam, hey yo, what a bam bam, bam bam dilang, bam bam, bam bam dilang, bam bam, hey, what a bam bam.
I dreamt I was a midnight robber running through the streets, giving hell and his 5 cents to everyone he meets.
Make your girl go wild if I show her my new technique. Boom, boom, come in a different beat. I make it sound like a beat. Man, I beat the boom like a drum. Gudu gum, gudu gum, gudu gum, gudu gum. Me no home, no clothes, only shoes. Give me shoes, give me boom, boom. 4 gyal a day minimum. Roll it, roll it, roll it. Big money stacks and roll it. Tell her to 41 and I'm rolling. Only the facts that it's all it. Me and my people be rolling, 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 rolling.
My moss to be a jab, black tarp on my chest, saying pay the devil and do it quick if you know it's best.
And then, so I promised you guys a good definition of ethnosurrealism through a project. I have not forgotten about that. So with our project as well, with everything exaggerated, the loudness, the scale, the costume, everything all combined, we believe that our project together represents this surrealistic aspect where you would never be able to see this kind of thing in real life. And it offers you a perspective to understand people through fiction, to understand what these Caribbean goers, these people of hard ears went through a fictitious aspect that would not be able to be represented otherwise. You can't form the words fully. You have to experience it through a fictional perspective. So overall, moving on to our goal with our project, we have intentionally mixed media of fictional and non-fictional worlds to emphasize the allegory of Caribbean exploitation that is represented through comic and fiction. It's our hope that through our surrealistic lens, our project will offer its audience a new and interesting perspective on the story's narrative and its associated reality. And that's it. Thank you.
And our last presenter is Sean Cervera, who studies English and is a member of the conceptual mini-mass band, The Disaster Au Natural, with members Jeremiah White, Scarlett Liu, Genevieve Knott, Nico Abad, and Alina McGinnis. Their presentation looks at Edwidge Danticat's After the Dance, Thinking Haitian Myths, recreated through Jacmel Carnival, HIV/AIDS crisis, diaspora, and returning home.
Where's the present button? It's like down here. Where? It's like not big. Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. So our group looked at Edwidge Danticat's After the Dance. And our group name is The Disaster Au Natural, which is not grammatically correct in French, but we thought to leave it like that because it's more natural. It's what I remembered from my French class. I don't expect you to read this. We were told, I'm not gonna blame my professor, but we were told to like give our curatorial statement, and I think I turned it in like too late or something. But I don't expect you to read this, but the takeaways are, we're going to look at voodoo. We're going to look, oh, do you not? I mean, I'm talking kind of loudly. Should I talk in the microphone? Oh, okay, I won't talk to the microphone. We're going to look at voodoo. We're going to look at the AIDS crisis, and we're going to look at sort of the European influences on Haitian culture, which is really interesting. First quotes from the book, because the book's important. This is a country where people are poor in money, perhaps, but rich in culture. So the really cool thing about Haiti is you have African culture, French culture, Spanish culture, and native Haitian culture, that's a lot coming together and a lot of things happening. It has its own history, its own literature, its own songs. So one criticism that we heard, I forget what author said this, but some author said about the Caribbean that it's like a great place, but it doesn't have its own culture. It just takes from everyone else. Huh? Or you? VS? Okay, someone said it, but he's wrong. He's wrong because it does have its own culture. The voice sang louder, the people danced longer, as if to rebel against the extremely difficult circumstances. So this really lays it down that Haiti has to, I mean, it was colonized, so it's already put down. It faces natural disasters a lot, so it gets like put down regularly, and they still have to go through a lot. And despite this, they still have their own carnival. Each year, while it's taking place, you feel like it is your birthday. You say to yourself, it's happening again. I've lived yet another year to see it. The difficulties and the hardships bring about an appreciation in the culture for life and for celebration, and this manifests itself in Carnival. So, you know, it's more poppin', if that makes sense, to put it not English majorly. In the book, it said it is the bright color that makes the carnival. Therefore, in our mask, we use bright colors such as bright pink for a mask background to express the idea of carnival colors from the book. Color is important. Color is life, color is everything. Without color, things are rather drab. So to touch on the HIV/AIDS crisis, which are we on? So our project, do we get that one? Well, I don't want to like point it because it's small. Oh, you're right. Oh, it's normal. Like hello Zoom. Could Zoom can zoom in on the thing. Okay. Pop quiz for my English professors. Get ready because you pop quiz me all the time. So person comes from what Greek? I spoiled it. What's the etymology of person? It's Greek. Okay. From what word? Person. The word person comes from what word? Persona, meaning mask. What? People are masks. Yeah. So we made a mask. This is our mask. This is the Amazon smile. And so right here, you can't really see it on Zoom, but the base of it, of like the pillar holding it up, which is a pen, we'll get to that in a moment. The base of it has condoms because you need to protect life, and life is, I mean, at the base, it's the source of everything we have. And AIDS is absolutely horrible because it's a direct attack on life. I mean, it's a disease and it attacks sexuality. It attacks sexual expression. It's attacking, it affects children. It affects pregnant mothers. Like, it's absolutely terrible. So that's the connection we have here. We're going to go back to the slides. Okay. Just a little bit of facts to put in perspective how terrible the AIDS crisis was. As of 2003, with an estimated 440,000 people living with AIDS, the Caribbean had the second highest HIV rate after sub-Saharan Africa. AIDS was also the leading cause of death for young adults aged 15 to 44, and the second most common cause of death among children aged 1 to 4 years old. That's a lot to take in. That's really intense. In 2001, Haiti held the highest HIV prevalence rate for adults 15 to 49, with a 6.1% of the population being positive for HIV.
I would love to thank everyone who has stayed with us throughout the day. The numbers grew, the weather was brisk and cool for Emily, who came all the way from England. You think this is a summer day, but I was hoping it would be hotter for you. I am just overwhelmed with the amount of participation. Like, I did not realize so many people would have gotten up and danced when they danced. The cajon, the cajita, all the things, the coconut grater, which I wish we could have shown, the Garifuna coconut grater. My students who, like, I mean, I feel like a proud auntie just like watching them. These are such amazing pieces. I had no idea that this was the scale of the labor that they went to. And I'm happy that they were able to collaborate with each other, because after like being shut off from each other in COVID-19, the hope for this class was that you would just like make friends, see people that you can give nods to, create community, because that's what I enjoyed in Trinidad. That's what I enjoy in all of the, in my Caribbean home, and just, being with Emily, and Adana and Adiola, and oh my gosh, and I miss Renella so much. I don't know if you're still with us, Renella, and N2 and Amanda, and like shout out to Makeda. I don't know where Makeda is, but like, just like all the people in Trinidad who opened their homes and their pools to us. And that part, right? The pools. It makes this entire research project not feel like research. So thank you, everyone. And oh my goodness, Eric, Rodriguez. Yes. Yes, huge thank you. Thank you for the richness of the presentations today and for all your participation. It's been wonderful. And finally, I'd like to say huge thanks as well to Cathy. All together. And many people together. Yeah, it was hard, but I have to say when Eric came on board, like it was like, it just, okay, I'll just write you a thank you note. Or maybe Preston will do like a song. I'll tell him what to do. And he'll make a mashup of appreciation. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone. And for Dr. Kim Baskerville, oh my gosh, you made my American Studies dream come true. Thank you all for coming, and Cheryl Morales and Ronnie. I mean, just the conversations we had on the phone, and Nadia, who like, we only met for 30 minutes on Zoom, and I was like, oh my God, she's like best friend material. Yeah. Yeah. So, and for Maria, who was meant to moderate, and you would have known her brilliance, but we ran out of time. And for Marae, who moderated the twerk and dance panel. Thank you so much. Have I missed anyone? No, Mama. My mom, and also the crew here who have been filming throughout the day. Fabulous. Yes. Yes.
We're talking about bringing our ancestors, and like that elders and female ancestors matter right now.
Yeah, so yes.
Acknowledge all the female blood energy that's running through us right now, that brought us to this space.
Yes, and all my students, I'm so sorry that Sean wasn't able to perform, but it is like, they're coming in and taking us down.
No, my anxiety.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. But you know, the last day of class, please bring your guitar. We'll do that. Okay, thank you all so much. Good night, everyone.